I honour Kim Jong-un, who has helped to organise this session. If people do not do these things, nothing gets done, and that's why it depends upon the initiatives of citizens concerned about the situation in North Korea. I honour my friend and colleague Dan Sylvia Cartwright, who will be taking part as one of the participants in the pre-trial tribunal, and also Chu Kwangil and Martin Kwangil, who are also taking part in the tribunal. This is not a game. This is something serious, and it is an attempt to do what the international community has so far failed to do. Because of the controls that exist under the Charter in respect of the Security Council, the key recommendation that was made by the Commission of Inquiry has not been implemented. That recommendation concerned putting on trial those who could be shown on credible evidence to be guilty of serious human rights crimes. Crimes against humanity. Crimes against humanity were devised by the United Nations in 1948, and they were to be crimes that were so shocking to the international community that they disturbed the conscience of mankind. And the international community, when it established crimes against humanity as a crime in international law, said that we would never again turn our backs on international crimes against humanity. This was because in the 1930s and 1940s, the world did turn its back against the terrible crimes that were committed by the Nazis and others at that time. And so this is the challenge before the pre-trial investigation. Not to turn our back, to look and to see and to report. And that is what I encourage the pre-trial Moot court to undertake. This is a new milestone on the journey towards justice and fairness and truth for the people of North Korea, and particularly those who, with their families, have suffered in the prison camps that were disclosed by the witnesses who came before the Commission of Inquiry back in 2013 and 14. Their story is told in this record. It remains before the United Nations. It remains before the international community. And we must fulfill the promise when crimes against humanity were devised in 1948. We must fulfill the promise. We must disclose the crimes. We must record them. We must record our response to them. And we must get the international community in due course to give response and to bring those who are responsible transparently and lawfully into accountability. So I express sincere appreciation and congratulations to those who have organized this session in Seoul, in the Republic of Korea. May it lead on to eyes open, curtains lifted, and new attention by the world and by humanity to the crimes that have committed against humanity, and ensure that there is a response.
네, 감사합니다. 그럼 이제 그 본 세션을 시작하기 전에 오늘 이 자리에 참가해 주신 모든 분들과 함께 사진 촬영을 진행하겠습니다. 그 이후에 모의 재판을 진행하겠습니다. We are going to take the picture with all the participants.
오늘 함께 해주신 분들과 사진 촬영을 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
함께 찍어주시면 감사하겠습니다.
올라오실 거예요?
네, 잠시 장내 정리를 하고 세팅 후에 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, all rise please.
내외 귀빈 여러분 자리에서 일어나 주시기 바랍니다.
자리에서 일어나 주십시오.
네, 모두 자리에서 일어나 주시기 바랍니다.
Thank you. Please be seated.
감사합니다. 모두 앉아 주십시오.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
안녕하십니까? 네, 우선 검사 그리고 변호인들을 재판정에 자리해 주시기 바라겠습니다. 또한 함께 주신 법정에 있는 모든 직원 및 관계자 여러분 그리고 청중 여러분 함께 해 주셔서 감사합니다. 이렇게 함께 국제 모의 재판에 임할 수 있게 되어서 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다. 그러면 이것으로 모의 재판을 개회하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그러면 법전 관계자에게 개회를 공식적으로 선언하기를 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 지금은 조선민주주의 인민공화국의 상황에 관련된 사건 심리에 참석하고 있으며 본 사건은 검찰 대 조선민주주의 인민공화국 최고 지도자 김정은으로 정치범 수용소 제도 운영과 관련된 반인도적 범죄 혐의에 대한 재판입니다. 자, 그렇다면 지금부터 모든 이해 당사자께서 소개 말씀을 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 검사 소개 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 재판부 여러분, 저는 제러드 겐서라고 합니다. 현재 검사로 임하고 있습니다. 이용현 검사와 김현기 검사와 함께 하는 검사입니다. 네, 감사합니다. 자, 그렇다면 이제는 변호인단의 소개 요청드리는 바입니다. 네, 재판관님 감사합니다. 네, 귀빈 여러분 안녕하십니까? 저는 제임스 굿민 커널 3세입니다. 저는 미국 대법원 그리고 뉴욕, 메릴랜드, 버지니아의 변호사로서 관타모노 베이에서의 군 재판부에서 변호 역할을 맡은 바 있습니다. 이어서 영국과 웨일스의 변호사이자 파키스탄의 변호사인 마샬 아마일과 함께 하고 있습니다. 몇 가지 디스클레이머 말씀을 드리고 시작을 하도록 하겠습니다. 우선 첫 번째, 이는 북한에서의 인권 상황을 조망하기 위한 중요한 자리라는 점을 말씀을 드리고자 합니다. 또한 법치라는 것을 기반으로 해서 진행이 되는 그런 내용으로서 이것은 실제 모의 재판 내지는 대한민국에서 현재 변호의 역할을 하지 않는다는 점을 분명하게 말씀을 드립니다. 현재 우리가 맡고 있는 그런 역할은 지금 변호를 하고 있는 입장이긴 합니다만 사실상 이 피고와의 변호 또 피고인의 관계는 지금 성립이 되지 않은 점을 말씀드리고자 합니다. 현재 국방부와 함께 관타모노 베이에서의 변호 관련된 법률 서비스를 제공을 하고 있긴 합니다만 저는 미 국방부 내지는 미국 정부를 대신해서 대변하는 역할을 하고 있는 것이 아님을 말씀을 드립니다. 더불어서 미국에서 보안 관련된 클리어런스를 지금 현재 대상을 삼고 있습니다만 지금 모든 내용들은 보안 취급 인가를 받지 않은 모든 것이 오픈소스의 자료만을 바탕으로 하고 있음을 말씀을 드립니다. 네, 감사합니다. 자, 그렇다면 이제 재판부를 소개하도록 하겠습니다. 재판부는 실비아 카트라이트 판사, 저희 좌측에 지금 함께해 주고 계십니다. 그리고 저는 주광일로서 주심으로서의 역할을 맡게 되었습니다. 여러분들께서 한 가지 인식하실 만한 사실, 참고로 말씀을 드리자면, 하지만 그 전에 한 가지 양해 말씀을 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 다른 재판부 판사님께서 함께해 주시 못한 점 양해 부탁드립니다. 마틴 카로프킨 판사께서 종전에는 재판부의 일원으로서 참여를 하기로 되어 있으셨습니다만 안타깝게도 예상치 못한 상황으로 인하여서 참여하지 못하게 되었습니다. 따라서 재판부의 구성원은 저와 카트라이트 판사 이렇게 2명으로 구성이 되어서 진행을 할 예정입니다. 참고로 한 말씀 더 말씀을 드리자면 저희 재판부는 전통적인 검정색의 법복을 착용하고 있지 않습니다. 일반적인 법정에서는 보아왔을 법한 그런 의복을 착용하고 있지 않습니다. 앞서 말씀드렸던 대로 본 재판은 모의 재판입니다. 실질적인 재판이 아닌 모의 재판이기 때문에 전반적인 드레스 코드는 공식적인 그런 드레스 코드가 아닌 그런 의복으로 임하고 있는 점 참고로 말씀을 드립니다. 근본 모의 재판에서는 반인도 범죄 관련하여서 특히 그 중에서도 김정은을 대상으로 한 반인도 현재 혐의에 대한 그런 증거를 수집하고 확인하는 자리라고 볼 수가 있겠습니다. 그래서 이어서 추가적인 법률 절차를 밟을 수 있는 그런 증거와 근간이 있는지 여부를 확인하는 자리라고 보시면 되겠습니다. 자, 그러면 검사와 변호인의 모두 진술에 앞서서 잠시 중요한 사안에 대해서 말씀을 드리고자 합니다. 저희가 오늘 진행할 모의 재판에 있어서의 중요한 점에 대해서 말씀을 드리고 본격적으로 시작을 하겠습니다. 여러분들께서도 잘 아시겠습니다만 지금 현재 피고 김정은은 이 자리에 본 법정, 즉 본 모의 재판 법정에 출석하여 있는 상황이 아닙니다. 지금 피고인의 불참 재판이라는 점은 말씀을 드리는데 이 해당되는 내용은 로마 규정에 따른 것이다 라는 점을 말씀을 드립니다. 로마 규정은 바로 ICC에서의 전심 재판, 모의 재판을 하는 데 있어서 관련된 규정에 따른 것인 점 말씀을 드립니다. 로마 규정의 61조에 따라서 피고인이 불참을 할 경우 내지는 그 어떠한 시점에서 이 재판이 진행되는 동안 불참을 하게 될 경우 전심 재판부는 그럼에도 불구하고 이 재판을 진행할 수가 있으며 필요한 조치를 취할 수 있다는 점 말씀을 드립니다. 피고인의 불참 속에서도 혐의 관련된 확인과 확심이 가능하다는 점 말씀을 드립니다. 이를 통해서 분명하게 할 수 있는 부분은 이 모의 재판이 무결성과 그리고 또 정의를 위한 임무를 수행하기 위한 그런 역할을 충실히 할 것이다 라는 점을 말씀을 드리는 바입니다. 다시 한번 말씀드리지만 피고인이 불참 재판일지라도 우리 재판부의 임무를 다하게 된다는 점 말씀을 드립니다. 피고인의 불참 속에서도 우리가 이러한 학술적이면서도 중요한 국제 모의 재판에서의 그런 진행을 저해하지 않을 것이며 더불어서 이 재판에서 언급이 되는 주요한 혐의 관련된 확심에 대해서도 이것을 저해하지 않을 것이라는 점 말씀을 드립니다. 이러한 맥락하에서 증인의 증거, 증언 그리고 관련된 직접 반대 신문 등 우리 일정에 나와 있는 내용들을 진행할 것임을 말씀드립니다. 모의 재판의 지금 현재의 폼에 대해서 말씀을 드리자면 ICC의 재판 절차에 따를 것임을 말씀을 드립니다. 피고인이 가능치 않거나 내지는 의지가 없어 불참했을 때의 재판의 그 절차를 그대로 따를 것임을 말씀을 드립니다. 오늘날 그리고 오늘의 재판 속에서 통찰력 있는 논의가 진행되기를 바라며 이렇게 국제법에서의 복잡성에 대해서 같이 토의할 수 있기를 바라겠습니다. 그리고 더불어서 반인도 범죄 기소 사실 관련돼서 충분한 심의가 이루어지기를 바랍니다. 관련돼서 경청해 주셔서 대단히 감사드리며 이어서 검사의 모두 진술을 정해 듣도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 저희가 일단 자리를 조정을 해야 될 것 같습니다. 파워포인트를
Human Rights Abuses committed at his direction, previously under the direction of his father, Kim Jong-il, and grandfather, Kim Il-sung, are unprecedented. 65 years, an estimated 400,000 North Koreans have been murdered or died in the political prison camps, Kwangil, Seoul, at the direction of the Kim family. And today, an estimated 120,000 North Koreans continue to suffer unspeakable crimes in these camps. The existence and continued operation of these camps are not merely violations of international law, but are an affront to the very principle of human dignity that the Charter and is found in Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which says that, quote, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and in rights. For real or imagined centers in North Korea, life in political prison camps is nothing short of a living hell. Led by Kim family, has engaged in a ruthless campaign of repression, terminating perceived dissenters in 3 generations of their family, as instructed by Kim Il-sung, through arbitrary detention, forced disappearance, extrajudicial executions, extermination and enslavement, torture, rape, and other sexual violence, and persecution on political, religious, and gender grounds. These practices reflect a broader policy of state-sponsored terror that has resulted in the suffering of countless individuals, many of whom remain in prison today under brutal conditions that shock the conscience of humanity. It would be truly impossible for any person to understand or even imagine the depths of the horror and human misery of those suffering in prison camps, except for the courageous survivors who have escaped escaped North Korea and shared their stories, including several of our witnesses today. Unfortunately, these stories are often met with indifference, both the suffering of the individual and that of those they left behind. Tragically, as we stand at this pivotal moment in history, this indictment serves as a painful reminder of a day that has not yet come. The day when the North Korea regime will collapse, its prison camps will be shuttered, and the world will see supremeleader Kim Jong-un standing at the top of the International Tribunal to face justice and accountability for his crimes. And yet, in life, there is always hope. The persistence of these crimes demands a response. The global community must confront the moral and legal imperative to protect the victims of such egregious violations and to achieve justice and accountability for the perpetrators. It may not happen today, but it will happen one day. As Nelson Mandela said, it always seems impossible until it is done. Based upon the presented documentary and summary evidence and witness testimonies, the prosecutor respectfully requests that the pretrial chamber confirm that there is sufficient evidence to establish substantial grounds to believe that Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un has committed the crimes against humanity charged and under Article 61(7)(a) of the Rome Statute, commit him to a trial chamber for trial today in the International Moot Tribunal, but one day in the real world on the charges as confirmed. In my opening statement, I'll be presenting the case against Kim Jong-un for his operation to respect the political prison camps of Kwangil. I'll first talk about him as the person charged, discuss the facts of the prison camps, apply law of crimes against humanity to those facts, and then reach a conclusion. On the left, you can see here the various titles that Kim Jong-un holds: Supreme Leader, Commander-in-Chief of the Korean People's Army, General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea, and President of the State Affairs Commission. Kim Jong-un is the leader of a totalitarian regime of which he has complete legal and de facto control across both the military and civilian government. And this will, of course, relate later to our discussion of command responsibility for crimes being committed in Kwangil. As discussed earlier, it was agreed with respect to this international tribunal that the INT has jurisdiction over Kim Jong-un and the situation in the camps. The INT will apply the Rome Statute and related procedure and evidentiary guiding documents. And ultimately, the INT will consider if the prosecutor has provided sufficient evidence to establish substantial grounds to believe that Kim Jong-un has committed the crime charged. And INT judges also need to hear from the element. So let's begin to talk about the prison camps in North Korea. There are a wide array of camps and detention facilities. In respect to camps, there are two sets of camps: the Kwangil, the prison camps, and the Kyowaso, the general prison camps. Here, our focus is on the political prison camps, as you can see as well. So let's begin to discuss the defining characteristics of the camps. The camps are run by the Prisons Bureau of Ministry of State Security and administer reports to Kim Jong-un through a wide array of mechanisms: the State Affairs Commission, the Korean Workers' Party, and directly. And these camps, whose existence is denied by North Korea, operate utterly outside the oversight of the PRC legal system. As you can see, prisoners are forced to disappear without the judicial process or recourse, and are held in inhumane detention for years, even decades, with no contact with the outside world. Prisoners are detained for real or imagined offenses, 3 generations of prison, and the conditions are inform the location and layout of the prison camp. As you can see, certain enclosures have the walls or fences or towers, etc., matching up the federal testimony with the description of what is supplied. Many years ago, there was a brief reference to the existence of camps in the President Refutation Reference Manual that was published by the Ministry of Homeland Security. And then lastly, there were wide range of evidence that were interviewed by the UN Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights in the TPRK. You can see here from the White Paper on Human Rights in North Korea, a map of the best understood four prison camps that remain in operation today, which are camps number 14, 16, 18, and 25. So are people detained in political prison camps? Of course, there's a guilt citizenship system, Young, Trial K. Three generations of inmates to be eliminated. In addition, some people are placed in there because of some socio-political classification system, or classified as political prisoners. In addition, some prisoners are in prison which refers to a person's family background. For example, a person's parents or grandparents were connected to Japanese occupation in World War II or the South Korean Army in the Korean War. And there are a range of other reasons that people can be in prison in Seoul.
그 외에는 말로 예를 들어 반역행위를 했다라고 몰렸던 사람들 이런 사람들에 관해서의 구금되는 것을 알려주겠습니다.
Prison camps. The purpose of these camps is to strengthen new shape, the self-reliance, legality, and raise the leadership of the Kim family, and to eliminate ideological or social uprising. The camps are surrounded by high perimeter fences, electrified voltage, and traps and minefields around there. Public and secret executions are carried out within the process or rule of law, and the lesser offenses relate in confinement, beatings, and mutilation. Forced labor is not only typical, but in fact required of all inmates. Adult detainees are assigned to manual labor in mines and farms, often without rest. They can be beaten and given extended hours and have food rations cut if they don't meet their work quotas. And children have been forced to engage in forced labor from age 5. And the conditions are brutal and inhumane. Nutrition is low subsistence level rations, medical care, and a system that is literally designed to ensure a large number of deaths in detention from starvation. Women are also subjected to forced abortion and additional punishments, including execution and torture, rape by guards and prisoners in positions as well. Now that I've summarized the facts of Seoul prison camps, let me now look to apply the law of crimes against humanity. So as a quick reminder, the purpose of this hearing is to confirm the charges against Kim Jong-un. And in this pre-trial hearing, the prosecutor must support each charge with, quote, sufficient evidence to establish a transfer enough to believe that the person committed the crime charged, and the prosecutor may rely on documentary or summary evidence and need not call the witnesses expected to testify in trial. The purpose of this hearing is not to find a true relationship of innocence, but rather to confirm the charges on which the prosecutor intends to trial. In other words, this hearing is about separating. And this serves the efficiency of judicial
12만 명이 지금 현재 관리소에서 구금이 되고 있습니다.
Or sentenced for lawful any crimes. This not only meets what dramatically exceeds the threshold for what would be considered arbitrary detention under international law on the grounds of a lack of and the gravity of the conduct violates fundamental rules of international law relating to arbitrary detention, and especially in the context in which so many people are being detained in these camps in that context. In terms of enforced disappearance, across the board, prisoners detained in political prison camps are disappeared by the state and the local state. We're talking 120,000 people disappeared. The scale and severity of those disappearances, and the refusal to even acknowledge the existence of the camps, let alone who might be there, or give any information about the fate or whereabouts of people who have been found, demonstrates unequivocally that there have been enforced disappearances in the operations of the Kwangil. Communist many of extermination, we're really talking about conditions of life, how they can bring about the destruction of a part of the population. Here we're talking about, in the case of jail or imagined centers, the deprivation of access to food, medicine, and other conditions of forced labor that have led to thousands of prisoners dying annually in the political prison camps. And maintaining this level of repression and below subsistence level rations, combined with extraordinary forced labor, lack of medical care, has resulted in needless deaths. This is not just an accident or unintended side effect of the operation of the camp system, but rather a central and intended part of it. When it comes to murder, we're talking about killing more people, and in the case of prison camps, we're talking about summary institutions, meetings, exercise, other starvation, other illegal means, that all amount to murder. With respect to the latter four crimes against humanity and enslavement, what you can see here is that to be found guilty of this crime against humanity, Kim has to have, in essence, exercised right ownership over people and imposing on them similar deprivation of liberty. Here, the experience of prisoners in handle, there are all the characteristics of enslavement because inmates are subjected to a lifetime of hardness and perilous labor. With respect to torture, you see the definition here. Physical torture is widely reported as an established feature of the camps. With respect to rape and sexual violence, female inmates are raped using physical force or often pressed in so-called consensual sexual relations to avoid harsh labor assignments or to receive food. Forced abortions are also regularly committed in the local prison camps against the will of the women who become pregnant. And lastly, when we look at persecution against identifiable groups, there are three sets of groups that have been persecuted in the application of these crimes against humanity. People are persecuted on the basis of political grounds, religious grounds, and gender grounds. And this kind of discrimination is, of course, widely reported. So why is this a widespread and systematic attack against civilians under state policy? And what is the evidence of the knowledge of the attack? You can see here that the camps themselves were established with a central political objective, eliminating three generations of enemies. And forced labor from the prisoners also helps the state realize key economic objectives. These inhumane acts are perpetrated on a large scale and follow a regular pattern, giving rise to the particular inference that are part of the overall state policy. In addition, the PRC has devoted considerable resources to running these political prison camps. The Ministry of State Security oversees the guard of the inmates and registered camps. There's a whole bureau of bureaucracy overseeing this. It's staffed by thousands of innocent guards, and roads and railroad connections have been built so that forced labor can be integrated into the economy. It is therefore impossible to believe that such a large-scale and complex institutional system could be operated without any state policy approved at the highest level, especially given the strongly centralized nature of the state we have. Beyond this, there have been 20 resolutions adopted by the UN General Assembly, the UN Commission of Inquiry, the UN Special Rapporteur, hundreds of NGO reports, and thousands of news articles reporting on the political prison camps, which only reaffirms Kim's knowledge of the camps and the conditions within them. So now we're bringing our opening statement to conclusion. Based upon the opening statement, the document containing charges and the presented
to address allegations of crimes against humanity. At the outset, let me make clear that this defense does not seek to downplay the grave challenges faced by individuals in detention. However, this is a court of law, and we assert unequivocally that the prosecution has failed to meet its burden of proof required under international law to substantiate the charges brought against the accused. We must not disregard the standards we apply when attributing responsibility for alleged crimes under international law. While the prosecution seeks to portray my client as the architect of unimaginable suffering, we will demonstrate that the charges are based on tenuous, questionable legal reasoning and a misunderstanding of North Korea's political and social structure. The prosecution alleges crimes against humanity in North Korea's political prison camp. For these allegations. Justice demands scrutiny, impartiality, and a commitment to the highest evidentiary standards. The prosecution's case does not withstand such scrutiny. It is built upon tenuous evidence, much of which is speculative, contradictory, or rooted in political testimony. This tribunal must reject a narrative that is based on unreliable satellite images and corroborated accounts and shield political motivations. The crux of the defense argument is threefold. First, we contend that the existence and the operations of these so-called Kwangil accounts remain unverified. While the prosecution will parade images and hearsay accounts, these fall short of meeting the evidentiary threshold demanded by the tribunal. No evidence has been presented to prove that either the accounts existed or that the accused had command responsibility. The prosecution relies heavily on satellite imagery and testimonies from defectors. These forms are of evidence problematic. Satellite imagery is incapable of
위성 사진이라고 하는 것은요, 내부적인 운영을 입증하는 데서 충분하지 않다고.
It cannot confirm the existence of systematic abuse. Moreover, many of the witnesses are defectors whose motive for testifying raise questions about their impartiality.
어떤 동기를 가지고 증언하는가 봤을 때 이들의 공정성에 대해서
are without credibility. But international law requires more than subjective accounts to charge and substantiate the charges of this magnitude. Without corroboration,
Secondly, the prosecution attempts to link my client to the alleged crimes of command responsibility under Article 28A of the Rome Statute. However, Article 28A applies only to military commanders, or those with effective control over the direct perpetrators of crimes. The evidence does not establish Mr. Kim Jong-un maintained such control over the alleged perpetrators within North Korea's Ministry of State Security or civilian prison authorities. Thereby, the prosecution has failed to establish a direct or even indirect link between Mr. Kim Jong-un and the alleged atrocities. As head of state, the accused's responsibilities are overwhelmingly political. They concern national security and economic policy. The notion that the defendant micromanaged internal detention policies is not only speculative, but is implausible. Further, under Article 28 of the Rome Statute, as mentioned, command responsibility requires effective control over the perpetrated and which the prosecution is going to forward for us today. North Korea operates under a unique political system, whereby its centralized authority does not equate to micromanagement of internal operations. The prosecution is unable to demonstrate that my client had knowledge of the specific abuses that are alleged, much less that he issued the orders to perpetuate them. Ascribing liability in this manner sets a dangerous precedent. It erodes the distinction between policy and direct criminal responsibility. North Korea's governance system is rooted in political ideology, prioritizing survival politically over physical well-being. This reflects the values and historical circumstances of North Korea. Citizens are raised to use view political loyalty as paramount, and this ideological separation influences the organization of society, including within detention facilities. The prosecution is still to conceptualize these facilities within the ideological framework, and this leads to a skewed interpretation of evidence. Finally, we urge this tribunal to recognize the principle of state sovereignty enshrined in international law. North Korea operates in a unique cultural and geopolitical context and attempts to universalize Western legal frameworks or impose external moral standards undermine state sovereignty and again set dangerous precedents. The case before us today represents an unprecedented attempt to prosecute a sitting head of state for domestic policies within a sovereign nation. International law should not be wielded as a tool to impose external values or ideologies on sovereign nations. To do so risks undermining the legitimacy of this tribunal and international legal institutions more broadly. This is not a trial of ideals, it is a trial of law, and we trust that the tribunal will remain impartial, applying rigorous scrutiny to the evidence presented, and adhering to the high standards of international justice. We therefore submit that the charges against Mr. Kim Jong-un cannot stand. Thank you, Your Honors.
First witness is Kwangil.
그리고 수십 년의 세월이 담겨있다 때문이기 때문입니다. 두 번째 주요 수업의 모습인데 할아버지가 이제 일본에서 사업가 있기 때문에 북한의 개인 경제에 대한 이런 상당히 악한 무책임한 이런 것들을 이제 실시하가 지적함에 따라서 당의 어떤 정책에 반대하는 그런 반체제 인사가 인식됐을 가능성이 많이
그러니까 이제 수용소 내부의 상황을 좀 질문드리겠습니다. 어떤 종류의 지도실이 제공되겠습니까?
여독 수용소 정치원 마을은 이제 정치원들이 직접 먼저 들어간 사람들이 집을 짓기 시작해서 이제 그 사람들 거주를 하게 되면 그 다음 세대가 도와주도록 지금 식으로 이제 짓는데 두 번째 하나는 이제 드럼프라고 이제 석비계와 석회성을 가져가지고 드럼프를 만들어서 하는 것이 원래 좋은 집이고 그 다음 지금 지역과 이제 그 나무 사창을 이제 고정하는 두 가지 집이 있는데 보통 이제 하모니카라고 하죠.
You can see that there are about 5 or so households that we living in this form of a harmonica type of housing. So we cannot call this a house, of course, in current standards, but that was the housing that was provided. So then what about the clothing that was provided for the prisoners? Was it appropriate to the weather as well as the temperature? And so we were noted that there was a specific type of fabric that was developed in the north, and there was specific clothing that was offered that utilizes the vinylon type of material. But what happens is it contracts or shrinks when it's wet, so it's not fit for attire. However, that was the clothing that was provided, and that in itself, if it was provided, then you were better off. Sometimes you wouldn't even get that. And then there's a specific underwear that's provided. We don't know how to call this. We cannot call this underwear. It's just a piece of fabric that would be distributed. And I know that including the children of those in the camps, they basically had no underwear because this wasn't appropriate for any underwear purpose or sake. And if you wear the clothes for at least for about 3 years, what happens is you would have to mend the clothes, basically looking completely different from what you were wearing all along. So for an outsider looking in, it may seem like it's a group full of the homeless or beggars, basically. It's something that cannot be described as your average citizen that you may be able to witness. And what about the food? Were you offered with adequate food? It was corn and salt that we had to live on. In the case of corn, you are offered that every 15 days or every month. And if you take that corn, well, you can see that well, it actually takes you through about half of the month. The other rest of the half, you would have to starve. So for the other half of the month, there would be different alternatives. For instance, you would have to go and get some vegetables in the mountains, or maybe mice or frogs for protein. So that would be the only for you to survive. So it's true that you're basically malnourished throughout the detention. So with regard to medical care, anything that was offered, health and medical care to the prisoners, well, there was hardly any medical care that was offered. And so we called, there was a specific name for the community for the overseas Koreans in Japan, and there were about thousands of prisoners, and there was only one doctor. And that doctor was someone that has actually had to, well, he was also a prisoner as well, that in his third year of med school, he was sent to the camp, and he was in charge, he majored in internal medicine, but he was in charge of everything, dentals and all. And you can see that I don't have one molar, one tooth, but it was so painful, and I suffered, and I went to the hospital or the hospital agency, and then he said that he will have to take the tooth out. But there is, well, you use a wrench and you just take it out without no medication. And I recall I've just fainted on the spot. and there was no anesthesia. And in Korea and South Korea, I've mentioned what happened, and the dentist told me that was something that could have that could have killed you. And how were you able to endure? So typically, if you are sick or ill in the camp, you wouldn't be able to get any basic medical care. So if you have, small, mild diseases or illnesses, the survival rate would not be that high. So then were the prisoners required to perform labor? What kind of labor was it, if so? So at the Yoda concentration camp, it was when I was 9 or 10 when I had to engage in forced labor. And there were 3 students that joined me when I first came to this camp. One was Lee Yong-go, and this person's father was actually the vice president of the Workers' Party, was the son of Lee Sung-uk. And one was Lee Young-guk.
하고 3개월 넘기면 또 10년 가는 그런 구조가 됩니다. 그래서 수용소에서 생존한 사람들은 굉장히 이제 이런 사람들이 이제 대부분 빨리 사망했던 것 같습니다.
네, 그 수감자들 전부가 다 하루 종일 노동을 해야 된다라고 이제 말씀하셨고요. 노동을 할 때 혹시 휴식 시간은 주어졌습니까?
오전에 한 번, 오후에 한 번, 잠깐 휴식 시간이 있고요. 보통 이제 일과는 새벽 5시에 기상을 합니다. 그리고 이제 12시, 7시에 3번 인원 점검을 하게 되는데 이 점검에 빠지면 이제 도주자로 간주가 됩니다. 그래서
하루에 3번, 3번 정도 점검에 참여합니다. 빠지게 되면 그게 이제 도주이나 도주죠. 그래서 안에 도주자는 거군요. 그게 저의 말이기 때문에 관리소와 도주자는 6개월 이에 사망하게 보였습니다. 관리소와 도주자에 관한 것은 목숨을 가져가 하는 것이기 때문에 내가 수입 부인이나 점검에 참여합니다. 그래서 뭐 사람이 죽은 다음에 이제 많은 사람들이 거기에 동원이 되는데 동원된 사람들하고는 옥수수가 정해집니다. 그래서 시체는 묻는 날에 이제 그 사람들이 서로 자원합니다. 뭐 이제 여유가 있을 때는 관을 짜줍니다. 여유가 없을 때는 그냥 가만히 말아가지고 있고 가장 이상한 게 겨울에 죽을 때가 문제가 되는데 여성 수용자 보통 영하 26도, 30도 습도니까 아주 춥죠. 그래서 밤을 펼 수가 없어요. 그래가지고 이제 뭐 밤을 부을 때도 그냥 밤을 잡아주고 이제 수용자 분들을 열었는데 봄이 되면 그게 이제 재앙이 일어납니다. 그래서 겨울에는 죽신 사람들이 봄만 되면 다 이제 시체로 들어가야 되고 실제로 제 친구 이 동생이 겨울에 죽었는데 시체가 이제 봄에 들어가 있더라고요. 그래서 이제 그거를 영화라지는 우리가 열대 작업하는데 겨울에는 보통 시체들을 저쪽까지 끌어모아가지고 집단에서 하는 그런 일들이 있었고
그런 광경들 뭐 그때는 진짜 말도 안 되는 거죠.
우리 뭐 아우슈비츠의 사람들을 막 시체를 갖다가 내다 파묻고 이런 대량 살상하는 그런 광경 그런 거 비슷하죠. 사람이 죽는 어떤 순간에 죽는 분이 아니면 길게 죽냐는 그런 차이일 뿐이지. 제가 본 그 아우슈비츠 영화하고 별반 차이가 없다. 그리고 부파 뭐 이런 일상적인 거고요. 사람들이 많다 보니까 뭐 다 때릴 수는 없습니다. 그러니까 이제 채널이 이제 5인조라고 하는데 5인조 단위로 채널이 이루어지는데 채널을 이제 지키는 관리소 모형이 다 합쳐졌기 때문에 조 단위로 채널을 시킵니다. 그래서 이제 서로 어떤 사람이 뭐가 되면 그 조에서 이제 처벌을 하는 거죠. 이런 식으로 이제 되고 조한 군조 뭐 자원만 하는데 죄수들이 이제 서로 때리고 처벌하는 것이고 특별한 경우에는 이제 모임을 열어서 보이부에서 이제 자의적인 그런 판결에 의해서 여덕 수용소 입구에 있는 구동시설에 수감을 시킵니다. 수감을 시켜서 거기서 이제 3개월 정도 유지를 하는데 거기 들어갔다 나오는 사람들은 거의 폐인 또는 사망 정도 거의 구두시설에 가는 순간 그 사람은 이제 생존하게 되고 힘들어지고 그런 말씀입니다.
수사를 많이 하시다고 하시는데 그러면 수사 외에 수감자들에 대한 어떤 종류의 처벌이 있습니까?
가장 기본적인 처벌은 이제 공개 처리입니다. 그래서 이제 제가 보기로는 처리는 두 가지 되는데 하나는 노수형 또 하나 총살입니다. 그래서 노수형은 80년도에 이민국 72명, 38선시대 이민대대 72명이 이제 아무튼 도주를 하려고 하다가 체포가 돼서 이제 여덕수용소에 갔는데 이 두 사람이 이제 여덕수용소 수감 3개월 만에 탈출해서 그 사람은 남북방 건너서 이제 중국에 나간 사람은 보험 지역에서 체포가 해가지고 보험 3개월 만에 또 이제 풀려와서 그 전까지는 보통 총살용으로 사람들을 죽였을 텐데 이 두 사람은 교수대 제가 수공 때문에 여덕군 중국지구에서 한 50명이 진실돼서 추적단에 모였습니다. 그래가지고 두 사람을 제가 죽인 다음에 시체가 죽은 다음에 늘어지지 않습니까? 거기에다가 이제 50명이 잘한다 그렇게 그 시체를 24시간 동안 이제 밤새 기다렸습니다. 저희가 그 다음날 작업하러 나오는데 그 시체, 매달 시체에다 까마귀가 이제 수백마리를 다 들어가지고 시체를 떠하고 있습니다. 근데 그 시체를 뜯는 까마귀 문제를 처음 봤을 때 사람들이 그때 정말 분노가 있더라고요. 사람을 죽이는 일승한데 저렇게까지 해야 되냐 어린 마음이에요. 예, 그게 이제 제가 봤던 가장 중요합니다. 일반적인 처형은 거의 뭐 한번씩 하고 있어요. 주로 처형되는 사람들은 이제 노무사들, 도망치는 처형을 시켰고, 두 번째 처형자는 이제 관리소 내에서 국가고위성 요원들에게 계약을 하거나 반격을 하거나 그리고 이제 수용소 내에서 이제 여러 명의 유인들과 어떤 성관계를 했거나 특별하게 그런 사람들 그리고 이제 대량의 신약을 훔친 사람들 500kg 이상 훔친 사람은 이제 수용자라고 부르고 보통 청산으로 수용을 부르고 왔습니다. 그때 뭐 제가 어린 나이였지만 그때는 뭐 관에서 나갈 수 있는 희망도 없었습니다. 그런데 내가 이 땅을 나가게 된다면 반드시 이걸 내가 훌륭하겠다. 그런 결심을 제가 했던 것 같아요. 아마 북이 신청에 있는 모든 사람들이 같은 마음이 아닐까. 다만 이제 기회가 안 돼서 나올 수 있는 게 없기 때문에 그리고 이제 제가 경험했던 여동수소에 제가 수감돼 있었던 그 지역은 혁명화 문제라고 해가지고 완전히 이제 말살시키는 지역은 아닙니다. 그러니까 혁명화 배역은 다양한 부류가 있는데 3년 나간 사람이 10년 된 사람도 있고 20년씩 사람이 있는데 어쨌든 나갈 수 있는 희망이 있는 것입니다. 그게 여동수용소 바로 건너편에 있던 영평지구라고 하는 지역에는 아예 그냥 들어가면 못 나오는 곳이죠. 그러니까 제가 말하는 수용소는 아예 못 나오는 지역을 배경하지 않습니다. 그러니까 제가 보더라도 우리는 그 사람들에 비하면 굉장히 나온 사람들이었다. 의사도 그렇고 복사도 그렇고 모든 생김새가 이제 그들보다 훨씬 낫기 때문에 그걸 가끔 이제 다른 수용소에서 이동이 돼가지고 혁명하고 오는 사람들이 있습니다. 그래서 완전히 죽은 데 갔다가 이제 퇴명이 돼가지고 옮겨오는 경우가 있는데 이런 사람들하고 제가 접촉을 해보면서 하는 말들이 뭐냐면 이거 혁명하고 살만하다 이게 그렇게 하는 거예요. 그래서 이게 무자산의 지역인데 여기가 살만하다고 하게 되면 다른 데는 어떤 곳일까? 예를 들면 대청이라든지 해령이라든지 환경도의 화성이라든지 그런 수용소든지 너무 어려운 경우가 있습니다. 이런 사람들이 하는 말이 한결같이 여러 수용소 혁명하면 옛날에 살만한 곳이라고 얘기를 하는 걸 봐서 제가 경험하지 않은 반전 통지역에 이 수용소는 그야말로 이제 정말 끝이라고 생각이 아닐 거예요.
증인은 북한의 생존자 이동훈이 이러한 정신원 수용소의 존재나 수용소의 상황에 대해서 알고 있다고 생각하십니까?
국가 고위성은 이제 김정은의 정권을 지키기 위한 어떤 수위 조직이고, 국가 고위성의 노이상, 그리고 노이상을 통제하는 무탈과 노무장의 직접 사인되는 김정은이기 때문에 이런 권력의 구조상 모든 정치공은 김정은이가 직접 관장하고 관할하고 있다. 그러나 국회에서 오신 고위직은 하시겠지만 제가 여러 관리직을 들었던 얘기들은 정치가 합리화하면 모든 정치공들은 김정은의 사인에 의해서 그 당시 김정일이죠. 김정일의 사인을 위해서 다 신뢰했습니다. 심지어 소형자 경찰까지도 김정은이가 사인을 해가지고 오케이를 해야 소형을 한다고 합니다. 그 정도로 이제 최고 리더자가 이걸 보고 이제 최고 사인을 하고 그렇습니다. 저같이 그냥 처음부터 작정하고 온 사람들은 했을지 모르겠지만 오늘 한편에서 보면 굉장한 이제 후회가 되긴 한데 가족들이 이제 피해를 없이 갔기 때문에 그리고 많은 사람들이 이제 이런 주문을 하고 싶지만 가족이 갔기 때문에 협박을 받고 저도 협박을 받았습니다. 저희 부인은 시족들이 연락이 와가지고 가족적으로 이번에 시족들을 통해서 저 주문 때문에 여주게 된다 이렇게 협박을 받았습니다. 그런 협박을 받을 때마다 이제 굉장히 가슴이 아프고 이제 또 정말 심각한 우울증이 하고 이렇게 했지만 이런 누군가는 이런 주문들이 있어야 돌아온 세상이 열리게 되고 또 이제 지금도 못 돌아오고 하는 사람들이 이런 인고를 안 해주면 과연 그들의 어떤 입장이나 그들의 어떤 권리가 대변해줄까 하는 생각이 들어가지고 근데 이제 많은 분들이 이런 주문을 하고 싶어 하겠지만 국가 효과 이런 가정이 상하기 때문에 주문을 하지보다는 그들의 효심이 많다고 생각합니다.
예, 감사합니다. 질문 여기서
No further questions in prosecution?
검사 측에서는 추가적인 질문이 없으십니까? 그렇습니다.
Defense counsel, cross-examination may proceed.
네, 변호인은 반드시 진행해 주시기 바랍니다.
Thank you, sir. Could I firstly ask you to speak at a slightly slower pace to assist the
천천히
translations?
말씀을 좀 해주시면 또 통역이 좀 더 원활하게 진행되시는 것 같습니다.
Sir, isn't it true that you were released in 1987?
1987년 당시였던 것으로 기억하는데 맞나요?
나온 까지
The year that you left.
네, 맞습니다.
Who was the leader of North Korea
그러면
at
그
that time?
당시에 북한의 최고 지도자는 누구였나요?
김정일이었습니다.
Isn't it the case that Mr. Kim Jong-un
그렇다면
took over in
김정은은
2011?
2011년에 집권을 했던 것으로 알고 있는데 맞나요?
맞습니다.
What age were you when you were in
그렇다면 당시 수용소에 있었을 때 나이가 어떻게 되셨나요?
제가 49살 들어갔고 나와서 19살 됐습니다.
Were you aware of the leader of North Korea during your stay in
그
Japan?
수용소에 있을 시절에 최고 지도자가 누구였는지에 대해 알고 계셨나요?
그건 당연히 알고 있죠. 모든 북한민들이 매 생존하는 것이 무엇이기 때문에 이거는 이제 북한 상황이라면 최고 지도자가 김정일이라고 알고 있습니다.
You have testified about widespread abuses in
증언하신
Europe. How do
내용이
you
미국에서의
explain the lack of
각종
external
사례에서
corroboration
말씀해
of
주셨는데
many of the claims?
혹시 지금 해주셨던 그런 말씀 중에서 그 여건이라든지 또 구금자의 상황 등에 대해서는 그런 상황들에 대해서 혹시 외부 정보가 있어서 알 수 있었던 것은 아닐까요? So what do you mean by external?
I mean, for example, other people who were giving the same
예를
information,
들자면
what was the lack of it? Do you have any
그런
explanation?
관련된 그런 정보가 사실 충분치 않은 상황인데 그것을 확실하게 말씀하실 수 있는 근거가 있을까요?
영국 수용소는 제가 9년 8개월 정도 있기 때문에 그래도 전체는 제가 거의 성공적으로 다 알 수밖에 없습니다. 왜냐하면 우리가 작업을 할 때 계속 이동자가 오게 되고 왔다 갔다 하기 때문에 제가 저도 영국 수용소 북지구, 이쪽지구 이 지구의 5분 이상 하나가 저라면 다 생산의 기록이 있고 제가 93년도에 대학 중국이 와서 국정원 조사를 받는데 그때 처음으로 이제 제 직원들이 사실이 아니냐를 검증하기 위해서 인공위성 사진을 찍고 이제 큰 대형 사진을 깔아놓고 저한테 이걸 다 확인해라. 근데 그 당시 국정원도 이제 이게 도덕수용소가 있다는 건 아니지만 어떤 것인지 정확히 모르는 거죠. 그래서 거기 진짜 나무 한 그루까지 거기 왕소나무가 큰 왕소나무가 있었는데 그 왕소나무는 2, 40km에 나온 그런 나무가 있었습니다. 그 나무까지 이유가 없는 거죠. 광범위한 여성수용소의 모든 이런 위치를 갖다 이제 확인할 수 있는 거는 그게 살아가야만 알 수 있는 그런 곳이기 때문에 그런 증언들에 의해서 저 혼자 온게 아니고 저희 친구 같이 왔고 여성수용소에서 오신 분들이 한 11분 있습니다. 그래서 이런 분들이 다 일치된 증언을 하기 때문에 우리가 뭐 어떤 정보에 의해서 듣는 얘기가 아니고 우리가 직접 경험한 그런 경험에 의해서 증언을 합니다.
And geographically, you're telling me that there is a specific
수용소 같은 경우에는 어떤 특정한 지역 내에서 있다가 다른 곳으로 자유롭게 이동을 할 수 있었던 그런 상태셨나요?
여성 수용소 안에서는 이제 밖에 나갈 수 없고요. 이제 안에서는 이제 휴가에 의해서 노동을 하는데 다른 지역에서 노동을 하게 되면 해당 보행구에서 노동을 이제 이 인원들이 이 지역을 가니까 승인해달라고 하면 그 승인해주면 이제 그 작업한 이동이 가능해집니다. 승인하고 승인 없이 이동하게 되면 이건 도주자라기 때문에 수고를 하게 됩니다. 그런 그 장기간 구금 생활 동안 이제 많은 지역 여성수용소 내에서 작업을 해야 되기 때문에 작업을 하면서 이제 여러 지역을 다녀온 거죠. 여성수용소의 전체 어떤 지질적인 상황을
you mentioned that your grandfather is accused of
아버지께서
is it not the case that this
지금
is
현재 그 관련돼서 지금 반정부 인사다라고 해서 또 범죄자다라고 지목을 받았다고 하셨는데 그런 이유로 인하여서 반역죄로 지목을 받으셨는데 혹시 이로 인해서 이런 증언을 하시게 되는 일들은 아닌지 그것이 지금 선생님의 인식에 영향을 미쳤는지 궁금합니다.
글쎄, 뭐 우리 할아버지가 사실 죄를 지은 일은 없다고 생각하거든요. 뭐 대부분 북한사람들이 정치범을 끌려가는 것의 이유가 죄 같은 죄가 거의 없다고 봅니다. 그리고 재판이라고 하는 것도 없고 국가보안에서 내부에서 이제 뭐 자네들이 어떤 내부 다 짜놓고 그냥 판결을 행정적으로 있지만 현재까지 저희 할아버지는 시체도 저희한테 보여주지 않기 때문에 어디에 붙였는지 알 수가 없습니다. 그런데 당연히 그런 공중한 가족 피해에 대한 이런 증언은 이제 해야 되는 것이고 또 저희 가족이라서 한다기보다는 제가 경험한 다른 사람들 제가 한분 수백 명의 시체들 이 자유세상을 경험하지 못한 여성수용소의 수많은 명의 나이 노동자들, 많은 그런 사람들, 그런 사람들의 먼 혼들이 지금 한걸 사무치고 있고 그들을 대신해서 제가 이런 걸 안 하게 되면 누구하겠습니까? 이렇게 하는 게 저는 정의한 겁니다.
was it the highest ranking official
그러면은
you ever met?
지금 만났던 개인적으로 만났던 그 관리자 중에서 가장 고위급은 어떤 사람이 있을 수 있을까요?
강철갑이라고 하는 해군사령관 강철갑 씨가 국가주의전부터 있었고 김형록이라고 하는 1호 비행사 김일성의 밀비행기를 받았던 김형록 씨가 있었고 그리고 김희현이라는 사람은 이제 한국수사라고 준 사람인데 그 사람은 이제 정치범으로 온 건 아니고 일시적인 강국으로 왔었습니다. 그래서 거기서 이제 뭐 김정일의 어머니 김정숙에 대한 책을 써서 다시 풀려나가긴 했는데 제가 갑자기 지금 기억 안 나지만 이런 사람들 외에도 상당한 고인층들이 이제 왔던 곳으로
Is it true that you have not ever met Kim Jong-un?
김정은 만나본 적이 없었던 것은 맞습니까?
김정은 내가 생각 없었죠.
Is it correct that you do not
김정은 저 피고인을 만난 사람을 아무도 없다는 것은 맞습니까? 그렇습니까?
김정은을 만날 수 있는 사람은 그렇게 제한되어 있다고 봅니다. 북한에서는 이제 그 사람을 만나게 된다는 것은 이제 특별한 어떤 행사가 있을 때 그냥 선정돼서가 지금 기획해 주시고 정치적인 기구이거나 그 사람과 반대되는 사람들은 가까워서 수용 들어가기 때문에 만날 수 없는 거죠. 그리고 이제 김정일 때였지만 제가 이렇게 주문하는 이유는 김정은이 김정일을 계승해서 후계자가 됐습니다. 다른 정도가 아닙니다. 같은 정도입니다. 그냥 아버지가 아들에게 권력을 넘겨줬기 때문에 과거에 아버지가 했던 모든 죄를 김정은이 그대로 이어가고 그대로 행하고 있습니다. 그러니까 이제 김정일이 다르고 김정은이가 다른 게 아니고 똑같은 수용소를 똑같이 이해받고 똑같이 김정은이가 지금 그거를 관리하고 있기 때문에 그 아버지의 책임이 곧 김정은의 책임이 아닌가. 그들이 나는 죄가 없었으니까 근데 할아버지를 잡아가지고 할아버지를 잡아가면 되지 왜 손자까지 손자이 나를 잡아갑니까? 그들이 주장하는 상대의 어떤 그 연자들인데 김일성, 김정일, 김정은은 세대가 다르지만 같은 사람입니다. 같은 가문이고 같은 정치이기 때문에 그들은 이제 한국문을 보는 게 맞지 않는다.
마지막으로 질문은 어떤 문서라든가 명령서가 김정은에 의해서 발행되어서 지금 말씀하셨던 오늘의 주장들을 뒷받침할 만한 명령서 같은 게 존재했다. 이런 것들 보신 적이 있습니까? 문서상으로?
저희가 이제 그 노동당 조직지도부에서 비밀리에 만들어내고 있는 문서들을 입수해서 제출을 했습니다. 문서를 보게 되면 모든 집행에 대한 지시는 이제 김정은이가 직접 하고 있고 그 결정 구조라든지 모든 판단 문구가 이제 최고조사, 정점에 있는 최고조사의 결정에 의해서 집행된다는 것을 확인할 수 있는 내부 가지고 있어서 그걸 제출했습니다.
그런데 유독 수용소에 있는 동안요 이런 문서를 받거나 이런 문서를 인식했던 적은 없는 거죠. 네, 감사합니다. 여기까지 하겠습니다. 네, 그러면은 재신문 하시겠습니까?
Thank you so much. Just a few questions.
감사합니다. 몇 가지 재신문을 하겠습니다.
I want to discuss the issue of corroboration
우선
of evidence.
외부 정보와 관련된 증거와 관련된
You
정보에
talked
대해서
about when you came in 1993 that
1993년 더 다시
were interviewed by
당시에 국정원에서 인터뷰 부탁을 했던 적이 있습니까? 국제기구나 NGO 등에서 증언의 진실성에 대해서 반박.
그러니까 제 책에 대해서 가장 정확한 확인자는 상당 수준의 탈북자라고 봅니다. 그래서 탈북자들이 제 책을 보면서 의문을 제기하거나 이게 사실이 아니라고 주장하기는 물론 이제 문제이지만 상당 사실의 탈북자 거의 대부분이 저희
다 이제 같은 어떤 그 사실 인물을 이제 거의 인정을 했습니다.
And isn't it also the
그렇다면요. 다른 탈북자들이 증언을 했는데 잘못된 증언들이 나온 경우가 있었습니다. 허위 정보가 담겨 있는 경우가 있었습니다. 그래서 언론에서 주장을 하고 또 분석가들 NGO를 통해서 제시했던 그런 경우도 있지 않습니까?
네, 있었습니다. 예. 신동엽 씨 케이스가 있었는데 저희도 사실은 이제 그 신동엽 씨 증언에 대해서 조금 이제 문제가 있다 이런 생각을 가지고 있었는데 이 친구가 좀 과장을 해서 좀 이렇게 그러니까 예를 들면 개천 수용소가 개천이라는 그 지역이 여러 형태의 구금 시설이 있습니다. 그러니까 이제 14호 개천 18호 개천 교화소가 있고 그러니까 이런 이제 여러 가지
이 친구는 정치범을 경험을 하지 않았고 18호 일시 해제된 개천 교화소, 그러니까 이런 정치범 교화소 거기 있었는데 이 사람들은 우리 정치범 수용소 옆에 있기 때문에 그 정보를 많이 줬습니다. 그러다 보니까 이제 자기 스토리를 정치범으로 결합을 해서 이렇게 만들어낸 그런 제품이 되었습니다. 다양한 케이스가 있기 때문에 근데 그걸 이제 탈북자들에 의해서 다 경중이 되면서 그게 다 통로가 되다 보니까 그게 사실 아닌 걸로 알게 되죠. 그러니까 이제 가장 강력한 어떤 검증자는 탈북자 자체라고 봅니다. 3만 4천이 와 있다 보니까 많은 사람들이 많은 경험을 했고 많은 어떤 주거들을 했습니다. 그래서 이 사람들이 보기에 이게 문제가 있다 생각하면 그 문제를 이것을
신동엽 씨 같은 경우는 이제 특히 정치범 수용소를 경험한 다수의 사람들이 이 증언이 문제가 있다고 처음에 주장을 했고 거기에 의해서 이제 그 검증이 되다 보니까 이제 상당히 좀 이렇게 문제가 있다는 것을 저희가 밝혀낸 겁니다, 사실은. 예.
지금 증인께서 한국으로 이주한 이후에 얼마나 많은 한국 정부라든가 유엔이라든가 NGO에서 많은 문서들이 관리소와 관련돼서 발간되었는지 알고 있으십니까? 추정해 봤을 때요. 지금 한국에 오신 이래 93년 이래 어느 정도 많은 보고서들이 이들 기관 국가로부터 발행되었는지 알고 있으신지요?
다는 기억 못하지만 이제 뭐 COI 보고서가 대표적인 보고서가 될 것 같고요. 또 미국의 또 뭐 북한 인권 관련된 또 보고서가 또 많이 나왔고 또 대한민국에서도 엄청나게 나왔고 또 유럽에서도 많은 보고서가 나왔다고 생각합니다.
and is it not the case?
그러면은 언론인으로서도 또 활동하고 있으신 건데요. 지금 수백 건 내지는 수천 건의 지금 북한에서의 관리소와 관련되어 있는 기사들이 발행되고 있습니까? 그러니까 인지하고 있으신가요?
뭐 있습니다. 예. 그리고 실제로 이제 옛날에 그 강건이라고 하는 탈북자 군인 출신 탈북자가 요독 수용소의 정문을 찍어온 적이 있었습니다. 그러니까 그게 최초의 어떤 영상 자료인데 그게 이제 유일하게 남은 요독 수용소의 정문과 요독 수용소 그 몇 장을 찍어온 게 있습니다. 근데 결과적으로 이 강건 씨는 그 사건 때문에 북한 보위부에 유인 납치돼 가지고 청진 교화소에서 이제 옥사당한 것으로 저는 확인을 하고 있습니다.
The defense is
지금 변호인은요, 이게 마지막 질문입니다. 변호인은요, 지금 증인의 증언이 할아버지 경험으로 인해서 지금 편향돼 있을 수 있다라고 했습니다. 그런데 지금 증인께서는 할아버지는 반역자가 아니라 무죄였다라고 생각하시죠. 그렇게 말씀하셨습니다. 지금 증언이
뿐이고 사실은 그 현장을 제 눈으로 봤지만 이것을 사진으로 찍거나 어떤 비디오로 담을 수 있었다면 정말 얼마나 많은 사람들이 공감을 했을 것인가 하는 그런 아쉬움도 있습니다. 하지만 뭐 사진으로 담지 못하고 비디오로 담지 못했다고 해서 그 사실이 사라지는 건 아니기 때문에 제가 제 눈으로 본 이 진실 그리고 저와 함께 있었던 여독수용소의 그 많은 사람들이 그 산증인이기 때문에 언젠가는 이제 그 많은 사람들이 이 중원대에 서가지고 저와 똑같은 중원들을 하지 않을까 그런 생각이 듭니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Are there any further?
네, 추가적인 신문이 있으실까요? 없으시다면 네, 그러면 네, 돌아가 주시면 되겠습니다.
And prosecutor, call your next.
네, 검사 측은 다음 증인 불러주시기 바랍니다.
리일규.
네, 다음으로 이일규 씨를 증인으로 부르도록 하겠습니다.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give?
이제부터 진술하실 내용이 진실이며 오직 진실만을 말씀하실 것을 엄숙히 선서하거나 확인하십니까?
예. 네, 안녕하세요. 오늘 이 자리에 나와주셔서 감사합니다. 먼저 성함을 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
이일규입니다.
네, 감사합니다. 증인은 북한 정부에서 어떤 직책을 맡으셨는지 설명 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
마지막으로 맡은 직책은 주쿠바 북한 대사관 정치 참사였고요. 외무성에서 마지막으로 맡은 직무는 중남미 지역 담당 부국장 겸 세법이사였습니다.
네, 증인이 외교관으로서 수행하셨던 업무의 성격을 좀 더 설명해 주시겠습니까?
외교관으로서 이제 맡았던 업무는 여러 가지입니다. 아시겠지만 북한이 대외 관계에서 대외 외교에서 크게 한 세 가지 정도를 이제 갈라서 분류할 수 있는데 외교관의 임무로 보면 우선 첫째는 북한이 체제 특성상 김정은이 절대적인 대외적 권위 수호하고 김정은이 대외적 권위를 침해하는 그 어떤 현상도 이제 묵과하지 말고 이제 비타협적으로 투쟁하기 위한 권위 옹위. 이제 북한이 대외 정책 원칙이 세 가지가 있습니다. 이제 권위 옹위. 두 번째는 국익 수호죠. 무슨 얘기냐면 북한이 이제 쉽게 말하면 핵 보유국으로서 북한이 지니고 있는 국제적인
권위 대외적 권위를 양보하지 말고 수호에 대한 원칙입니다. 마지막으로 국익 수호라는 원칙이 있는데 뭐냐면 국가로서의 북한이 이제 대외적인 이익을 최대로 이제 챙기기 위한 그런 활동으로서 기본 우리 외교관으로서의 실무적인 의무가 많다 들어갑니다. 이게 양자관계, 다자관계,
수호 문제, 경제 외교, 당 외교, 그다음에 이제 모든 외교를 수행한다고 생각하고 있습니다.
네, 증인이 외교관으로 근무하는 동안에 만약 최고위자 김정은과 소통하거나 교류한 적이 있습니까?
외교관을 근무할 당시는 없었고요. 북한 내무총국장으로 일할 당시 이제 여러 번 김정은과 소통했습니다.
네, 북한에는 일반 공직자들이 받는 답과 별도로 정통기관 수용소가 따로 있습니다.
솔직히 말씀드리면 저는 이제 단 한 번도 이제 그 아까 앞서서 강조관님께서 말씀하셨지만 정치범 수용소에 가본 적도 없고 정치범 수용소에 갈 수 있는 위험을 겪은 적도 없고 그럼에도 불구하고 그걸 모든 북한 사람이라면 북한의 정치범 수용소, 소위 북한에서 말하는 발소, 이전에는 통제구역이라고 했거든요. 통제구역에서 발소라는 실체가 있다는 건 누구나 다 알고 있고 얼마 전에 UPR 북한 심의하는 기관에 이제 조선중앙재판소 국장이라고 하는 사람이 실질적으로 정치범을 따로 관리하는 구역이 있다는 걸 인정했습니다.
네. 북한 주민들이 정치범 수용소에 보내시는 이유는 무엇입니까?
북한은 이제 다른 국제사회, 다른 사회와 마찬가지로 이제 중상 쪽이 헌법도 가지고 있고 헌법의 하위법을 국가관리를 위한 하위법들도 다 중상적으로 가지고 있습니다. 또 하위법의 내용을 구체적으로 따져보면 비정상적인 국가라는 걸 중앙에 대단히 높습니다. 정상적인 국가가 가질 수 있는 모든 법적 틀들을 다 가지고 있죠. 그럼에도 불구하고 이제 북한 사회는 이 법에 의해서 모든 것이 좌우되는 사회가 아닙니다. 특히 가장 중요하게는 김정은 일인 독재 체제를 유지한다든가 북한이 그 정치 체제를 유지한다든가 이런 분야에서만큼은 이 법을 초월한 당의 윤리적 용도체계 확립의 10대 원칙이라는 당적 원칙이 있고 이 원칙을 잣대로 해서 사람을 평가도 하고 처벌도 하는 거죠. 북한에서 이제 소위 정치범 수용소라고 하는 그 관리소에 보내지는 이유는 딱 한 가지입니다. 반체제. 그 반체제라는 범주 내에는 간첩, 김정은에 대한 어떤 체제를 위협할 수 있는 어떤 행위, 대한민국 정보원을 포함한 외국 정보기관들과의 어떤 연계성, 마지막으로 좀 유감스럽지만 그 권력자들 사이에 그 권력 다툼. 근데 그 권력 다툼에서도 정치범 수용소라고 하는 데를 보내지려면 꼭 반체제적인 성격을 이 범죄를 띠는 그런 프레임을 맞춰야 되죠.
네, 북한의 최고 지도자 김정은이 북한 내 정치범 수용소가 존재한다는 사실을 알고 있다고 생각하십니까?
김정은이 분명 정치범 수용소가 있다는 걸 알고 있을 겁니다. 왜?
예.
보내지는 모든 사람들은 아까 앞서 강철한 증인께서도 말씀을 하셨지만 법적인 그 재판이라든가 물론 거기 병원도 있습니다. 검사들도 있고 판사들도 있고 그럼에도 불구하고 이거는 형식에 불구하고 실질적으로 재판이 넘겨지기 전 단계에는 김정은이 당신이라고 물어봤습니다. 이제 보니까 이제 그 북한에서의 반인권 범죄에 가담한 기관들 중에서 국가보위성, 인민보안부, 소위 경찰이라고 하죠. 이걸 같이 염두에 뒀었는데 여기서 엄연하게 정치범 수용소, 관리소라고 하는 정치범 수용소는 국가보위성에서만 취급하는 것입니다. 국가보위성에서는 해당 그 반체제 인사를 관리소에 보낼 때 최종 결정을 김정일, 김정은 오늘의 사인이 있어야만 보내죠. 보내는데 이제 이 보낼 때는 실제 재판 과정을 비공개로 거칩니다.
네. 증인은 2023년 북한을 탈출했습니다. 탈북한 이유를 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
탈북의 이유는 여러 가지가 많습니다. 누구나 대한민국에 온 3만 5천 명이 탈북민들 중에 북한 이탈 주민들 중에 그 각이한 사연을 가지고 다 대한민국에 온다고 생각을 하고 저 역시 나름대로 여러 이유가 있습니다. 가장 큰 이유가 뭐냐면 그 중에 북한에서 너무 살기 힘들어서 이렇게 말하면 어떤 탈북민들께서는 저 사람은 북한에서 잘 먹고 잘 살던 게 뭐가 그렇게 힘들어서 왔냐라고 생각을 할 수 있는데 인간의 삶은 잘 먹고 잘 사는 데만 있는 게 아니잖아요. 또 인간의 삶은 내 대에 끝나는 것도 아니잖아요. 내 뒤에는 자식이 있고 그 자식의 미래에 대해서도 항상 걱정하고 있고 저는 그냥 솔직히 말씀드리면 정말 참기 어려운 그런 충격적인 사건이 있었습니다. 그 사건이 순간 나를 돌게 만들었고 그 충동에서 왔지만은 실제 그 충동 하나 때문에 대한민국에 온 건 아니고 오랜 기간에 걸쳐서 대한민국에 대한 좋은 감정이 축적이 됐고 북한에 대한 회의심, 환멸 이 축적된 이 감정이 그 어느 한순간에 폭발을 하면서 대한민국 행을 하게 됐다고 말씀드리겠습니다.
북한에서 경험하신 부당한 대우가 있으신지 많이 있다면 구체적으로 설명 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
부당한 대우는 있었습니다. 짧게 말씀드릴게요. 북한 외무성에는 해외 대표부를 종합적으로 관리하는 부서가 있습니다. 1국 대표부 지도과라고 하는 부서죠. 이 부서 부국장이 사실은 내 후임이나 같죠. 내가 원래 있던 데가 거기니까 내 후임인데 2019년 8월 내가 이제 북한에 들어갔을 때 좀 돈을 좀 요구를 했는데 그때 당시 제가 장인께서 돌아가셨습니다. 그때 그러다 보니까 내가 이제 그 좀 줄 수 있는 경제적 여력이 없어서 못 주고 나왔는데 그걸 빌미로 한 4년을 괴롭혔습니다. 제가 대표부 정치 참사를 했다고 했죠. 대표부 정치 참사를 하면서 대표부 세포비서를 같이 겸했거든요. 그러니까 제가 하는 어떤 외교 업무에 대한 불공평한 평가 지속적으로 4년 동안 내려줬고 당 일꾼으로서 하는 정치 업무에 대한 잘못된 평가 4년간 지속적으로 내려줬고 어느 한순간 내가 이제 그 경추 손상을 입어서 멕시코에 좀 치료받으려고 하겠다고 제기를 했어요. 실무적인 절차는 시간이 많이 가기 때문에 다 약하고 4일 정도로 계산했던 대답이 24시간 안에 내려왔습니다. 불호하는 대답이. 그게 저를 순간적으로 돌게 만들었고 그렇게 정말 막말하면 썩어지게 고생을 하면서 이 체제를 위해서 이렇게 노력을 했는데 마지막에 돌아온 대답이 이거고 격분했죠. 그러니까 순간적인 감정이 저를 탈북을 내몰았는데 그 드렸지만 그 순간적인 감정은 결국 오랜 기간 축적된 그 체제에 대한 환멸, 그 다음에 미래에 대한 그 암담함. 내가 말하는 미래는 제가 말씀드릴 미래는 자식이 미래를 염두에 두고 있는 것입니다. 자식 때문에 탈북했다는 건 아니지만 그 모든 감정이 순간적으로 폭발이 저를 탈북을
예. 그 탈북 이후에 공개적으로 김정은과 김정은 체제 정권에 대해서 비판을 해오고 계십니다. 이로 인해서 우려되는 부분들은 혹시 없으신지 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
저는 그 양 부모가 다 돌아가셨습니다. 그리고 자식이 없습니다. 북한에. 쉽게 말씀드리면 저 때문에 아까 강철환 주님께서 말씀하셨지만 관리소에 갈 정도로 이제 불이익을 당할 사람 없죠. 다행이라고 봐야 되겠는지 모르겠지만 그럼에도 불구하고 어떤 친척이 됐든 뭐 친구가 됐든 간접적으로 직간접적으로 이제 불이익을 당할 사람은 분명히 있고 이 자리를 빌어 그들에게는 정말 죄송스럽고 미안한 생각을 합니다.
국제사회가 북한의 인권 문제를 비판하고 있는데 이에 대해서 북한이 또 대응하는 노력들을 해오고
존버문은 원문이 없습니다. 존버문은 이제 접수하면 우리가 이제 원래 컴퓨터로도 입력을 못하게 돼 있죠. 손으로 딱 기록하게 돼 있습니다. 비밀 음수 때문에. 그러나 그게 힘든 업무니까 다 사람들이 컴퓨터에다가 기록을 하고 사업 때문에 그 기록했던 자료를 제가 가져왔고 그 중에서 제가 폭로한 부분은 인권 문제와 관련한 부분이죠. 왜 폭로를 하게 됐냐면 아까 변호사님께서도 말씀을 하셨지만 저는 참 이 재판장에 와서 느끼는 바가 많습니다. 김정은 같은 정말 추악한 독재자를 심판하는 이 자리에 변호인들까지 앉혀서 김정은을 변호하지 않습니까? 이게 곧 민주주의라고 생각하고 정말 객관성이 충분히 보장된 훌륭한 북한 그 사람들 같으면 변호인이 변호를 받을 자격조차도 못 가지는 게 북한인들 아닙니까? 그렇게 북한이 열악한 인권 상황을 철회하는 가장 주범은 김정은이거든요. 왜 그러면 김정은이 인권이 주범이라고 말을 하냐? 북한 인권 상황이 열악한 이유는 딱 한 가지입니다. 북한 인권 상황이 개선되지 않는 상황도 딱 한 가지 이유 때문입니다. 그게 뭐냐면 일인 독재 체제 유지거든요. 북한 인권이 개선되고 북한 주민들에게 표현의 자유, 이동의 자유, 어떤 결사의 자유 이런 초보적인 권리들이 보장되는 순간 일인 독재 체제를 지키지 못하게 되거든요. 바로 이 때문에 김정은이 인권 문제에 정말 가장 큰 관심을 가지고 최소 제가 몸담고 일했던 대외관계 분야에서만큼은 김정은이 모든 활동 지시 내용들을 직접적으로 지시하고 그 집행 정용을 보고받는다라는 걸 국제사회에 폭로하기 위해서 그 존버문을 제가 이제 김정은이 직접적인 그 지시가 담겨진 몇 월 며칠자 지시라는 것까지 이제 정보 번호까지 포함된 그 정보문을 공개하게 됐습니다.
네, 그러면 혹시 김정은에게 보고된 정치범 수용소와 관련된 사례가 있는지요? 만약 있다면 하나를 예를 들어 주시겠습니까?
저희 아버지가 원래 그 대남 부분에 있었습니다. 저희 아버지가 대남 부분에 있을 때는 1990년대 그때는 그 지금이 통일전선부 존신으로서 대연락부, 사회문화부, 작전부, 조사부 이렇게 4개 부서가 소위 사무총사라는 명칭을 달고 당중앙의 비서 한 사람이 지휘를 받았죠. 우리 아버지는 대외연락부에 있었습니다. 대외연락부 8과 1번과죠. 1번과에 있다가 11과 그 아메리카과에서 일을 했는데 그때 그 우리 아버지가 몸담궜던 과에서 사고가 나가지고 몽땅 소환돼서 들어오는 사건이 있었습니다. 근데 통전부에서 그 우리 아버지 말이죠. 우리 아버지 말을 보면 그 공작원들을 다 이제 죽여야 없애치워야 통전부 내 비리가 덮어진다라고 해서 보위부에 넘겼어요. 우리 아버지를. 그게 93년 12월인데 보위부에 넘겨가지고 우리 아버지가 한 10개월을 그 보위부에 가서 이제 취조를 당했습니다. 취조를 당했는데 저도 그때 보위부에 한 주일 동안 가서 이제 취조를 당했고 마지막에 94년 8월 달에 우리 아버지가 해명에 대해서 끝났는데 그게 7월 8일 날 김일성이 죽고 바로 이제 김종일이한테 그 보고가 됐고 그때 그 보이부 담당 과장이 조금만 있어라. 지금 보고 하려는데 수련께서 돌아가셨으니까 장원께서 지금 막 그 이렇게 정신이 없는데 잘못 보고 드렸다가 오히려 이제 부결되면 큰 야단이다. 조금만 있어라. 조금만 있어라 해서 원래는 7월 달에 해명이 됐지만은 8월 달에 김종일에게 보고가 돼서 무죄로 인정이 돼서 속방된 케이스입니다. 저희 아버지 케이스는 참 다행인 케이스죠. 이게 제가 신뢰를 직접적인 신뢰고 간접적으로 입증할 방법은 많죠. 김종일이나 김종훈이가 아까 강철한 증인께서도 말씀을 하셨지만 왜 김종일 잘못을 김종훈이한테 지어야 되냐 이런 그 퀘스천 마크가 붙을 수도 있지만은 저는 아주 강철한 증인님께서 하신 말씀이 100% 옳다고 생각을 하는 게 그러면 김종훈이 대에 와서 정치범수용소가 없어져야 되지 않습니까? 그러면 책임을 안 지게 되죠. 그대로 계승을 했단 말이에요. 그렇기 때문에 그에게 이제 김종일 대 때 사실 정치범수는 김일성 대 때부터 시작이 됐어요. 그때부터 있었던 모든 책임이 지어져야 된다라고 저도 같이 주장을 하는 거죠.
증인, 재판부에 미리 제출해 주신 증인 진술서를 보면 2019년 2월 당시 한성렬, 김영호, 변신국, 리지성 등이 공개 총살된 얘기가 있습니다. 이거에 대해서 좀 설명해 주시겠습니까?
한성렬은 그 뭐냐면 북한 외무성 미국 담당 부상 차관이죠. 부상이었습니다. 2017년 말 그때 잡아갔죠. 외무성 내에서 이제 소문이 돈 거는 어떻게 돌아왔냐면 그 CIA 간첩이다. CIA에서 임무를 받고 활동을 했기 때문에 지금 취조 중이다. 이렇게 돼서 잡아갔고 김용호 주 제네바 북한 대사관 참사 1등 서기관 참사를 그 몇 년 동안 역임을 했고 외무성 군축과에 있다가 원래 군축과에 있다가 인권과를 넘어갔어요. 인권 담당 과장으로 있던 분인데 제네바에 갔다 와서 한 1년도 안 돼서 2018년 6월인가 그때 잡아갔거든요. 리지송은 그 저하고 나이가 같고 외무성 입사도 같이 했고 같은 과에 있었습니다. 김책공업대학 졸업생이고 이제 컴퓨터 전문가죠. 이제 그 뉴욕에서 이제 변신원 이제 그 비밀 그 이제 무전 칠 때 그 무전을 암호화하는 그 과정이 있습니다. 변신 과정이 그 변신을 전문적으로 맡았던 친구인데 역시 2018년에 잡아갔어요. 갔는데 이 세 명 다 한국이랑은 연계가 된 사람이 아니고 다 미국 정보기관들하고 연계된 사람들이라고 해서 2019년 2월 초에 강건 군사학교에 가서 총살을 했습니다. 그때 외무성이 생겨서 처음 외무성이 생겨서 외무성 일꾼들을 그 공개 처형 현장에 목격하게 했습니다. 외무성 역사에서 처음입니다. 그게 어떤 대상들을 갔냐면 부국장 이상 일꾼들이 갔어요. 근데 그때 내가 부국장 겸 세포비서였거든요. 당연히 내가 갔어야 되는데 그냥 못 갔습니다. 왜? 딱 바로 그 처형하는 날 제가 당중앙위원회 간부부에 들어가서 주쿠바 북한 대사관 참사를 임명을 받았습니다. 그러다 보니까 내가 여기 안 갔죠. 다행이죠. 한 주일 간격으로 쏘았는데 첫 주에는 한성열 혼자 놓고 쏘고 두 번 주에는 그 리지송과 김용호 과장을 쏘았습니다. 그 한 명 더 있는데 그 대외 경제성에 있다가 이제 비밀 자료를 가지고 탈북했던 걸 이제 그 중국에서 잡아와 가지고 3명을 쏘았는데 갔다 온 사람들이 말하는 건데 며칠 동안 밥을 못 먹었다는 거예요. 사람을 세워놓고 이제 그 그러니까 AK-47이라고 하는 자동보총이 이제 이 탄창에 30발 정도 들어가는데 이걸 탄창을 3개 넣고 3명이서 이제 탄창을 갈아 끼우면서 쏘았다는 거예요. 사람이 이제 무너지기 시작하니까 마지막에 요만한 고깃덩이가 남는데 그 고깃덩이를 향해서까지 쏘더라는 거죠. 그걸 외무성 사람들이 다 가서 목격을 하고 외무성이 생겨서 처음 공개 처형 목격했던 케이스입니다. 그게 2번 한 주일 간격으로 참혹한 광경이라고 하더라고요. 물론 아무 나라나 이제 간첩, 반국가 범죄에 대한 그 법적인 처벌을 하는 건 사실입니다. 그걸 가지고 이게 체제가 잘못됐다, 비합법적이다라고 말할 수는 없어요. 그러나 그런 사람들을 처용하는 장소에 같은 동료들을 데려다가 목욕을 시킨다. 그것도 정말 잔인하게 죽이는 그걸 목욕을 시킨다. 이거는 분명 반인도적인 범죄고 인권 침해라고 저는 강하게 주장하고 싶습니다.
예, 이미 좀 답변을 해주셨는데요. 좀 더 단도직입적으로 여쭙겠습니다. 북한의 최고 지도자인 김정은이 직접 정치범 수용소의 운영을 지시하나요?
저는 그 부분에 대해서는 답변 드릴 수 없습니다. 제가 김정은이 직접 정치범 수용소 운영을 지시한다, 안 한다, 이걸 문건적으로 본 적이 없고 그걸 증언할 수는 없습니다.
정치범 수용소에 누구를 죄수로 보낼지에 대해서는 김정은이 결재나 승인을 해줍니까?
역시 추론인데요. 제가 직접 목격한 건 아니지만은 듣은 소문에 의하면 직접 지시하는 케이스도 있고 대부분은 그 국가보위성에서 해당한 사건을 취급하면서 이제 보내야 되겠다 저쪽으로 해서 그걸 다 기획안을 만들어서 김정은이에게 보고하면 김정은이가 결론을 사인을 해서 방침을 받아서 처리하는 걸로 알고 있습니다.
예, 그럼 김정은이 직접 정치범 수용소를 운영을 하는지에 대해서는 말씀을 아끼셨는데 관리소는 국가보위성이 직접 관리하는 것이 맞나요?
제가 알건대는 그렇게 알고 있습니다.
국가보위성은 정치범을 구속, 취조하는 전 과정을 최고 지도부에 보고하나요?
이제 그 제가 알건대는 개인적인 주장이지만은 제가 알건대는 뭐 이렇게 신문하는 과정, 신문에서 진술을 뽑아낸 과정, 법안에서 앞으로 처리할 과정 이렇게 계속 여러 단계를 하는 건 아닌 것 같고요. 일단 한번 케이스를 이제 국가보위성이 이 대상을 물면 신문해서 최종적으로 이제 그 대책안 이제 이 사람이 실제 이렇게 된 게 입증이 됐다 이러면 국가정보원이라든가 CIA랑 이렇게 연결된 게 다 이제 그 증거로 입증이 됐다. 이것 때문에 이제 앞으로 이제 뭐 총살하겠다 또는 그 관리소면 관리소 보내겠다. 이제 같이 따라 보내는 가족이 범인은 5대까지 정하겠다. 이 다 기획은 국가보위성에서 해서 김정은에게 원래 보내면 김정은이가 그게 이제 동의하죠. 사인을 하면 방침으로 분류됩니다. 방침으로 분류되면 그 방침에 근거해서 이제 보내겠죠.
예, 그러면 김정은이 그 보고를 받고 방침을 내리면 그거에 따라서 관리소에서 집행이 된다.
네.
네. 다시.
네, 지금까지 북한 인권 유린 사례를 또 말씀해 주셨고 처형 사례도 말씀해 주셨습니다. 그 외에 다른 인권 유린 사례나 처형에 대해서 알고 계십니까?
그 외에 다른 처형 사례에 대해서 알고 있는 게 없습니다.
네, 마지막으로 질문드리겠습니다. 이제 오늘 이 자리에 나오셔서 북한 정부와 김정은에 대해서 공개적으로 증인하시는 것이 혹시 증인과 증인의 가족 그리고 북한에 있는 친인척들에게 어떤 위협이나 위해를 초래한다고 생각하십니까? 만약 그렇다면 좀 구체적으로 설명 부탁드리겠습니다.
제가 오늘 이 자리에 서기 전에도 수많은 공개적인 장소에서 이제 김정은을 직접적으로 이제 폭로했고 비판했고 그 모든 행동 하나하나가 다 이제 북에 두고 온 저희 친척에게 이제 불이익이 된다는 걸 전 누구나도 잘 알고 있고 그 점에 대해서는 아까도 앞서 말씀드렸지만은 죽을 만큼 미안하고 어떤 속죄의 말로도 이제 그분들이 북에 남아 있는 부분들이 그 상처를 이제 어루만질 수 없다는 걸 잘 알고 있습니다. 제 개인적인 책임이고 앞서 이제 말씀하셨지만은 미안하고 북한에는 연좌제라는 게 있습니다. 연좌제. 연좌제에 따라서 이제 불이익을 당하게 되고 그 또한 심각한 인권 침해이고 그런 인권 침해 사례가 하루빨리 끝장나기를 바라는 마음에서 더 열심히 해야 되겠다고 생각을 하고 저희 노력이 정말 너무 보잘것없는 게 한스럽고 그러나 이제 저를 포함한 우리 3만 5천 명의 북한 이탈 주민들 5천만의 대한민국 국민들 진리와 정의 인권과 민주주의를 존중하는 세계의 수많은 나라 국민들이 우리와 힘을 합치고 목소리를 합칠 때 그 암흑한 날이 빨리 오지 않겠냐 저는 이렇게 생각합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 더 이상 질문이 없습니다.
Okay.
No further questions.
Defense counsel, please proceed your cross-examination.
네, 감사합니다. 네, 저는 제임스 코넬이라고 합니다. 오늘 함께해 주셔서 대단히 감사하고 또한 민주주의 사회에서의 변호인의 역할에 대해서도 말씀해 주셔서 대단히 감사합니다. 우선 북한 정부에서의 경험에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 외교관으로서 임무를 맡으셨던 것이 몇 년 정도이신가요?
제가 외무성에 이제 입부한 거는 1999년. 그러나 실지 외교 무대에 선 거는 2005년부터입니다. 그러니까 19년 정도라고. 네. 19년이 아니죠. 한 14년 정도.
네, 외교관이 되시기 전에서의 그 외무성에서는 어떤 역할을 맡고 계셨습니까?
주로 이제 이제 국제사회 미국의 소리 방송, 일본 NHK 방송, 중국 국제 방송, 러시아의 소리 방송 이런 라디오를 듣고 이제 그걸 이제 그 간부들한테 배포하는 일을 많이 했습니다.
네, 그리고 제가 제대로 이해를 했다면 외교관 이후로 다시금 또 외무성에서 또 업무를 수행하신 것이 맞으실까요?
그렇죠.
자, 그러면 그 당시에 외무성에서 어느 직위까지 올라가셨는지 가장 높았던 직위가 무엇이었는지 말씀 부탁드립니다.
제가 사실은 아까 여기 배경 문제도 나오고 토대 문제도 나오고 송금 문제도 나왔잖아요. 북한 외교부는 다른 기관도 다 마찬가지지만 북한 외교부는 특히 그 힘과 권력, 돈이 정말 많이 작용하는 데고 북한 외교부 등급만 제가 말씀을 드릴게요. 양송생, 제가 천천히 말씀드릴게요. 트랜슬레이터 때문에 부원, 그러니까 2급 부원, 1급 부원, 책임 부원, 과장, 부국장, 국장, 부상, 상 이렇게 9가지 등급이 있습니다. 대부분의 사람들은 양송생으로 입사해서 부원이 됐다가 그러니까 직원이죠. 부원이라는 건 직원이 됐다가 바로 국장이 되는 분들도 있고 이제 뭐 부상이 되는 분들도 있고 다 그렇게 가는데 저는 모든 직무를 다 거쳤습니다. 양송생, 2급 부원, 1급 부원, 과장, 책임 부원, 과장, 부국장까지 왔죠. 그 다음에는 뭐 국장, 부상, 상이 남아있는데 전 10번 죽었다 깨나도 상은 안 되는 거고 부국장까지 모든 이걸 거쳤습니다. 왜 거쳤냐면 너무 힘이 없고 너무 돈이 없고 배경이 없어서. 저희 아버지가 정말 그 돈도 많았던 분이에요 옛날. 근데 아까 말씀드린 그 가택 수색을 2번 당하면서 아예 가문이 몰락을 했죠. 그래서 제가 다시 솟아올랐는데 이제 뭘 질문하셨죠? 제가 질문하다 보니까 갑자기 네 그렇게 해서 제가 제일 높이까지 올라갔던 게 이제 부국장. 이게 행정적으로는 부국장. 근데 그 부국장이 중남미 지역 담당 부국장이니까 대외적으로는 국장이라고 합니다. 다이렉터라고 하고 이제 그 그냥 그 아프리카, 중동, 중남미 세계 지역을 담당한 데서 부국장이니까 세계 지역 국장은 제너럴 다이렉터라고 하고 매 지역 아프리카 담당 부국장은 그 국장 아프리카 국장이라고 하고 저는 중남미 국장이라고 하고 이 중동 지역 국장이라고 대적으로 그렇게 하거든요. 그다음에 행정적으로는 부국장까지 왔고 당적으로는 세포비서까지 했습니다.
So as general
자, 그러면 부국장이자 세포비서라고 했을 때 외무성 내에서는 꽤나 높은 직급이라고 보는 것이 맞을까요?
높은 직급은 아니고요. 실무급에선 제일 높은 직무죠. 이제 그 부국장까지는 실무급이라고 보고 그 이후부터 국장, 부상, 상 이거는 결정권자들이죠. 근데 실무급에서 어떤 기획을 하고 집행을 하고 하는 급에서는 실무급에서는 제일 높은 직무가 맞죠.
and you told us that as
네, 그리고 또 말씀하셨던 것이 북한 주민으로서 이 정치 수용소의 존재는 알고 있었다 말씀하셨습니다. 맞나요?
주민들은 다 존재를 알고 있습니다.
자, 그렇다면 그 실무자 중에서 외무성에서 가장 높은 직급을 유지를 하셨는데 혹시라도 인권 유린 사태를 알았다, 정치범 수용소에서 그런 사례가 있었다라는 거 알았다면 거기에 대해서 어떤 대처를 하셨을 것이 맞을까요?
이해한 대로 말씀을 드릴게요. 제가 인권 문제와 관련해서는 유감스러운 게 많습니다. 국제사회, 대한민국에도 그렇고 북한 인권 문제와 관련해서 1년에 2번 다루죠. 3월 제네바 인권이사에서 한 번, 유럽연합 플러스 일본, 거기 몇 개 나라가 합쳐서 대북 인권 교리안, 이제 조선민주주의인민공화국의 인권 상황에 관한 교리안 이렇게 해서 나오고 11월 유엔 총회 제3위원회에서 똑같은 교리안을 한 번 더 채택을 해서 12월 말 유엔 총회에 정식 채택을 합니다. 상당히 이 인권 교리안이 북한을 압박하는 데는 효과적이죠. 불안해하고 김정은이 아까 지금 ICC 제소에 대해서도 얘기하지 않습니까? 김정은이 ICC를 뭐 사실 저도 그렇고 많은 분들이 김정은을 ICC에 제소할 수 없다. 기정사실화되어 있지 않습니까? 지금 유엔 안보리 상임이사국인 중국과 러시아의 반대 때문에 안 된다. 사실로 돼 있고 그럼에도 불구하고 김정은은 이 ICC 제소 문제를 굉장히 예민하게 생각하고 굉장히 예민하게 반응하고 있는 게 왜 그러냐면 김정은은 최고 존엄입니다. 절대 권력이죠. 주민들한테 있어서 이 최고 존엄이 ICC에 계속 지속적으로 상정될수록 권위가 훼손된다 이겁니다. 그 외에 국제사회가 북한 인권과 관련해서 어떤 효율적인 아무것도 하는 게 없어요. 사실은 제가 보건대는 제가 북한 인권을 방어하던 사람 입장에서 말씀드리겠습니다. 외교관이 많은 직능 중에 인권 문제는 그 김정은 권위 수소 다음 가는 중요 문제거든요. 그럼 북한 외교관들은 끊임없이 UPR, Universal Periodic Regime이라고 하는 있잖아요. UPR, 유엔에 UPR을 근거해서 인권 문제를 다루자. 선택성, 정치와 이준자 때 배격한다. 이 선택성, 정치와 이준자 때가 뭐냐면 대북 인권 교리안입니다. 이게 뭐가 또 첨부되냐면 Human Rights Rapporteur, 그 북한 인권 특별 보고관이죠. 스페셜 레포터라고 하는 이 사람이 보고서를 배격을 하고 UPR 통해서 하자. UPR은 어느 나라도 자유롭지가 않아요. UPR 앞에서는. 미국도 UPR 공고 사안을 100개 받으면 그중에 한 40개 정도밖에 이행을 못 하거든요. 북한도 똑같아. 발전된 나라도 그렇게 하는데 우리는 그 발전된 나라의 제재를 받는 나라로서 우리는 더 이행 못하는 거 당연한 거야. 이런 논리를 가지고 나가거든요. 제가 인권 문제와 관련해서는 제네바에도 갔다 있고 여러 이제 그 무대에 서는데 제가 항시적으로 주장하는 게 그겁니다. 북한 인권 문제는 특별 케이스로 다뤄야 한다. 왜? 중국도 인권 문제와 관련해서 공세를 많이 받고 쿠바나 시리아나 니카라과나 베네수엘라나 아프리카 나라들 인권 문제와 관련해서 공세를 많이 받습니다. 그러나
sensitive to our time, so I'm going to interrupt.
네, 죄송합니다. 시간 관계상 제가 정말 끊고자 하는 것은 아니지만 이제 시간 관계상 제가 다시 한번 질문을 또 드려보고자 합니다. 그래서 이전에 외무성에 계셨을 때 혹시 이렇게 엄청난 인권 유린 사태가 정치범 수용소에서 자행되고 있다라고 하는 것을 알았다면 사실 이 부분에 대해서 대응을 하거나 대처하실 분이었을 그런 직위는 맞을까요?
답변 드릴게요.
very
유린 상황에 대해서 모릅니다. 정치범 수용소의 존재 자체에 대해서도 공식적으로 알고 있는 건 없고요. 부정해야 되는 사람들의 위치에 있었고 끊임없이 부정을 했고 그게 사소한 그 반대 의견도 생각할 수도 없는 위치에 있었습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 두 번째 제가 논의하고 싶은 부분은요. 법적인 제도입니다. 어떠한 법적인 제도 아래서 사람들이 정치범 수용소에 보내지는가와 관련해서인데요. 지금 하신 말씀 중에요. 공식적으로 북한의 헌법은 어떤 법적인 제도를 제시하고 있지만 이 법적인 제도를 북한에서 준수하고 있지 않다고 들었어요. 오케이. 그것이 북한에서 제대로 이용을 따르고 있지 않다. 이 말 맞습니까?
아니요. 제대로 따르는 것은 아닙니다.
간첩자라든가 우리에게 반한 점으로서 관리자들이 사람이 있다라고 말씀하셨습니다. 그 같은 상황에 있어서 이 사람들은 공개재판, 비공개 재판을 처리하죠. 그래서 이 국가안보와 관련된 정보들이 대중들이 공개하지 않도록 비공개 재판을 처리한다는 말씀입니까?
조금 설명과 함께 대답드리는 거죠. 말씀하신 대로 북한은 헌법도 있고 법도 있습니다. 그 법을 무시하고 이렇게 진행됩니다. 저는 그렇게 주장하지 않습니다. 각 법이 국가 계속 진행되는 건 맞고요. 그럼에도 불구하고 왜 사람들이 억울하게 그런 관심을 가냐? 이건 변호 책임이 없습니다. 법이라는 것은 그 법이 해석을 함에 있어서 반드시 변호인들이 필요하기 때문에 변호인들이 있는 게 아니죠. 일방적인 주장만 있고 일방적인 주장에 기초한 결정만 있는 거죠. 그러니까 반국가 범죄는 구호를 하라고 다 엄격하게 처리하는 게 맞고 그런데 북한에서는 이 재판소에 보내기 전에 이미 결정이 되거든요. 방침을 받아서 김정은 지시는 그 어떤 법도 이제 넘을 수 없는 그런 최고 결정이거든요. 그 결정이 재판소에 보내지면 공식적인 기소도 하고 판결도 합니다. 뭐가 없냐면 변호사의 변론이 없습니다. 그럼 변호사가 없냐? 있습니다. 그 사람이 앉아있거든요. 앉아있지만 이 사람들이 실질적으로 법 해석을 통한 어떤 그 기소자의 죄를 이제 무죄를 특정을 못합니다. 그냥 앉아있는 것뿐이고 그러니까 이미 결정된 사안대로 기소 판결 이렇게 가는 거죠. 그래서 벌써 법이 없냐? 있으니까 법 이행이 안 되냐? 그냥 따지고 잘 되는 거죠.
하셨던 말씀 중에서요. 모두 발언 중에서
그럼에도 불구하고 저는 부정하지 않습니다. 그보다 더 많은 사람이 있으면 있었지 결국 돌 조도 숫자가 있을 거라고 생각은 안 합니다. 그러나 그 숫자에 대해서 제가 통계적으로 보고 받은 게 없으니 그에 대해서 제가 주문하실 것 같습니다.
You're not suggesting that
김정은이 개발적으로 이 1만 6천 명과 관련해서 결정을 내렸다고 보시는 것은 아니고요.
100% 김정은 사인이 있어야만 발전할 수 있습니다. 그런 특정이 없으면 발전 못 하죠.
주님께서는요, 김정은이 11만 6천 명을 이 사건에 대해서 다 승인했다라고 하고요.
11만 6천이 되는지 12만이 되는지 2만이 되는지 모르겠지만 100% 김정은이 사인을 하고 가신 분들입니다. 발전합니다.
마지막 질문하겠습니다. 외무성 문서에 대해서 제가 언급하실 때 문서에 대해서 질문하고 싶은데요.
What is the topic of
하나만 말씀드릴게요. 인권 문제와 관련해서 아까 제가 말씀드린 유엔 대북 인권 교류안이 2011년 2월 58자 유엔 기념관 인권 이사회 58자 회의까지는 표결 보트를 통해서 채택이 됐습니다. 그런데 계속 그 표결을 통해서 채택이 되다 보니 196개 유엔 회원국 중에서 한 3분의 2가 이걸 지지하거든요. 그러니까 나머지 3분의 1만이 그만 지지한다는 게 좀 망신스러우니까 2011년 2월 11일 김정은 지시에 따라서 더 이상 표결을 하지 말고 그냥 무시하고 빠져나오게 된 지시 김정은 직접 했죠. 그때부터 표결 안 하고 컨센서스라고 하는 그 일치 합의에 따라서 가격이 되는데 채택이 되는데 그러다 보니까 이제 컨센서스라는 게 특히나 유엔권 교류안이 이제 구성력이 없는데 이제 평화해결까지 안 하다 보니까 유의해지구나 교류안 자체가 이걸 어렵죠. 대신 보통은 대결을 하지 말고 내 가까운 나라를 불러 모아서 이제 그 채택하기 전에 나눠 등록하고 배격한다는 조성하고 빠져나올 때 대한 그런 활동을 하게끔 전략을 바꿔줘. 그게 바로 제가 대한 정부 중에 하나입니다.
And is that set?
장소람 주님이 우선 올라왔습니다. 그러나 분명 같은 장소람 주님께서 이제 말씀하시는 것도 김정은 방침을 연구해 주실 거라고 생각하고요. 그런 맥락에서 보면 같은 성격이 있는 거라고 생각합니다.
Now we have the afternoon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now Judge Cartwright make okay. Please.
Thank you for your presence here today. You mentioned early in your details that the High Commission admitted the existence of separate political prisons during the US period. When was that and what
이제 금년도가 UPR 북한 공보 사항 이행 보고서를 받는 심의입니다. 그래서 11월 10일 이달 10일 날 박광호라고 하는 북한 중앙재판소 국장이 이제 북한이 UPR 공보사항 이행 종용을 보고하면서 두 가지를 인정을 했습니다. 하나는 뭐냐면 정치범 수용소의 존재는 부인하지만 일반 공제자들과 이제 간첩이라든가 이렇게 반국가 범죄로 이제 체포된 자를 갈라서 수용하는 장소는 분명 존재한다. 단적으로 정치범 수용소를 인정하죠. 두 번째는 뭐냐면 공개 처형은 원래는 법적으로 허용해야 되지만 다 처형은 비공개적으로 하지만 본인이 지은 죄가 극악한 범죄일 경우 또는 가족이 강하게 요구할 경우 공개 처형이 허용이 된다. 아니 됩니까? 극악한 범죄가 아니면 그러면 청사를 안 한다는 거 아니에요? 어쨌든 그렇게 해서 그걸 단적으로 인정을 했습니다. 그 사람은 실수가 아니라 고도로 계산된 인권 전략이 수정 변경됐다는 거죠. 그러면 왜 이걸 인정했겠냐? 국제사회가 그렇게 인권으로 공격을 하고 막아줘야 되는 사람 입장에서 이때까지 부인을 하던 부정하던 공개 처형, 정치범 수용소의 존재를 왜 법적으로 인정했겠냐? 저는 그렇게 생각합니다. 문적으로 인정을 하면서 UPR을 통해서 계속 북한 문제를 끌고 나가게끔 UPR에다 좀 더 무게를 실어주게끔 UPR만이 북한 인권을 할 수 있는 유일한 합법적인 시스템이라는 걸 각인시키기 위해서 그렇게 함으로써 대북 인권 교류하는 상정을 나가기 위해서 문적으로 인정을 했다고 생각하고요. 목적이 어떻게 됐든 인정을 했으니 그건 인정을 되는 겁니다. Now we are going to have afternoon recess for an hour and then resume the witness examination after the recess. Thank you.
All rise, please.
네, 감사합니다. 지금까지 점심시간이 있었는데요. 통역장이 잃어버리지 않게 장소에 두고 가시거나 가져가시지 않는 게 좋을 것 같습니다. 그리고 우리 쿠폰에 따라서 안내시키는 식사 장소가 다릅니다. 그 부분에 대해서 안내드리겠습니다.
Okay, all rise, please. 모두 자리에서 일어나 주십시오.
Please be seated.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 저희가
Witness examination. Prosecutor, please.
지금 증인 신문 제기하도록 하겠습니다.
Next.
검사 측은 저 다음번 증인을 더 불러주시기 바랍니다.
Okay, man. 증인 선서. Matt, here. Okay. You proceed. You're proceeding for this.
증인 신문 소개하겠습니다.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give
이제부터
will be the
진술하실
truth, the
내용이
whole truth, and
진실이며
nothing
오직
but the truth?
진실만을 말씀하실 것을 엄숙히 선서하거나 확인하십니까? Yes, I do.
네, 안녕하세요. 나와주셔서
Good
감사합니다.
afternoon. Thank you for
성함을
coming.
말씀해 주시겠습니까?
Please state your name.
감사합니다. 증인은
Thank you.
과거 북한의 당이나 북한 정권
Mr.
정부에서
Kim,
일하신
can you tell us
경험이
about your
있는데
previous
이전 직책에
jobs
대해서
in the
좀
party or in
말씀
the government of North Korea? Give us a description of your previous jobs.
예, 저는 북한에 있을
Yes,
때
when I was in North Korea,
조선노동당
at the Workers' Party of Korea, at the Central Committee, I was with the Division of the Overseas Liaisons, and this is called the Overseas Monitoring Division, and I was also at the Surveillance Department.
증인이 경찰 총국에서
Yes, so you
수행하셨던
said that you're with the General Surveillance Department, so tell us about the jobs that you carried out there. The General Surveillance Department is actually intelligence divisions of the DPRK, as you know very well. Within this intelligence division, there are certain roles that are played. I'm sure that you know very well what the kind of work I do. As we are a divided country, the Workers' Party of Korea, its leaders intends to absorb the South, and it wants to realize unification by force. And reunify the two Koreas into a communist state. And at the intelligence division, we try to do what we can to carry out the objective, to realize the objective. So what was the job you carried out on. Yes, this is a kingdom, basically a kingdom since its establishment. It's led by the Kim family. So everything is reported to the Kim and Eun-jiras. This is called the succession, the successors regime. And as you know very well, after the Kim Jong-un was Kim Jong-il actually was inaugurated as the successor, the official heir, we have established a monolithic system, monolithic leadership system, under which everything is reported to the leader. The leader will draw a conclusion, and the conclusion will be implemented by the party cadres. And this is the role of the party, and actually the responsibility of the party is there. And I would like to say that I think the role is the same, whether it be Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-un. I think this is the principle that everybody follows. No project will be carried out without his approval. So let me ask you about the relationship. This is actually the Reconnaissance General Bureau. Give us about the relationship with the Kim Jong-il and the Kim Jong-un. Well, with regards to the political prison camps, I am presented here. I'm presenting myself as a witness, and I don't want to boast or brag about what I did. But I think it's going to help you understand better what I'm trying to say. If you know well what I did in North Korea, I think it's a way to enhance my credibility. So let me give you a very brief description. For the three generations, starting with Kim Il-sung to Kim Jong-il to Kim Jong-un, I received special presents from all of these three leaders. I enjoyed privileges, and I had much benefits. I enjoyed much benefits in North Korea before I decided to defect to the South. Yes. You talked about the General Reconnaissance Bureau. You said that everything is reported to the leader, which is Kim Jong-un. Have you ever communicated directly with Kim Jong-un? Have you or ever in contact with Kim Jong-un? When I was young, I was in contact with Kim Il-sung. I took pictures with him. And with Kim Jong-il, I met at various business meetings. We discussed the projects we did in South Korea as well. With Kim Jong-il, which is the father. So reporting is a part of my job. I wrote reports under my name to Kim Jong-il, the father, and also to Kim Jong-un, the son. So I wrote the report to the leader, and the leader would give me instructions, and I would implement the instructions. In communicating with the leader, Kim Jong-un, have you ever discussed the political prison camps? Well, the MSS and the Reconnaissance General Bureau, we share information. Intelligence Bureau, we share information. So we have a vast knowledge about MSS. And within Kim Jong-un doesn't need to say anything about any specific family in the political prison camp. Instead, what he does is that through a notice, there's a notice he sends out to his close aides. For example, there are instructions about any abnormalities in North Korea. I have received those notices, and these notices sometimes contain information about the political prison camps. Yes. Kim Jong-un, you think he's engaged in the operation of the political prison camp? I don't think there is actually a need to ask such a question, because the North Korea's regime, as you know very well, is, well, you can compare North Korea to other countries around the world. There are more than 200 countries around the world, but there's no country like North Korea. this is a country with a monolithic leadership system, and this is a very unique country in that regard. This is the only country to operate under such a system. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that North Korea is a country privately held by the leader. So it's governed by the leader, which means that everything is reported to the leader, and leader would give instructions on every report that he receives. So that's how the North Korea operates. So we may talk about the MSS or the Ministry of Armed Forces or the General Reconnaissance General Bureau. These may be the major organs of the governance and government of ruling in North Korea. But I can also say that the the monolithic system is established in such a process that I described. Yes, when you think about Kim Jong-un, when people are sent to a political prison camp, do you think Kim Jong-un makes a decision on that as well? Yes, as I said previously, the role of the MSS is very clear within the Constitution of North Korea. It's not just related to the Constitution of North Korea. The ministry looks at the intention or the willingness of the leader, whether it be Kim Jong-un or Kim Jong-il, it doesn't matter. This is a very special, bulletproof organization that just look at the intentions or the perspectives of the leader. And those targets of the political prison camps is very important ones to monitor. And these are selected on the basis of the following grounds. First, they may be opposed to the leader. I'm not just talking about those who may be trying to oust the North Korean leadership. We are talking about people who are opposed to the monolithic leadership. They will become the inmates of the political prison camps. The second ones would be those who would make a revolt, likely to make a revolt. Those people would also be the inmates of the political prison camps. So if you put them together, what I'm saying to say is that these are people that may threaten the regime. It could be the political force, it could be a group, it could be an individual, but they are all threats to the nation. So the supreme leader gets angry about people who may oppose him. So the inmates of the political prison camps you would be committing a crime if choose not to report about the political prison camps prisoners to Kim, the supreme leader. You have freedom. You have human rights. You live on the capitalist system. So you may not have a good understanding about what we are talking about, but you have to trust me. Every word I say. It is such a regime, and that is why North Korea is still able to persevere, despite all the pressures it's getting, the sanctions it's getting from outside world. Yes, if you think about the high-level party officials, is it likelihood that they may be sent to the political prison camps without getting approval from Kim Il-sung? Not likely. The party cadres, they would be the Central Committee members of the Workers' Party of Korea. And then, of course, there are like subordinated parties. There could be city parties, the district parties. And they have like the party officials, regional party officials, and central party officials. And there is a strong control legally and morally about the party officials. So if party officials go wrong, if they choose to derail to the extent that they be sent to the political prison camp, they should be reported under the special report headline. So what happens to them? Let me just give an example to help you understand. There was an official, responsible party official at the Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea. This is an actual case. He's a director at the party. So he believed in the leader's supremacism, and he went against this principle. So his wrongdoings reported to the leader, Kim Jong-un. So he will be summoned at the Central Party Committee meeting. So first of all, what it will be, he will be dismissed from his office, and he will be expelled from the party, and he will be sent to a regional location somewhere outside the Pyongyang. So if he goes outside Pyongyang somewhere, what happens is that the MSS Division 8 would give an instruction about this person. And at the regional MSS, because there's someone from the central MSS with these instructions going down to the district MSS, this person who is sent to a region will be reviewed, and he may go through a trial. And then he will be reported, the trial, the result will be reported to the Kim Jong-un. This goes directly to the Kim Jong-un. So what happens is that I talked about a trial here. We have to know this very clearly. A political prisoner are held responsible, accountable for their wrongdoings. There could be pre-trials, there could be the main trials, and then at the main trial, the decision will be made. Chang Song-taek, the uncle of Kim Jong-un, his trial was actually reported in the newspaper Rodong Sinmun, remember? You'd see that it was a special tribunal to for reviewing his wrongdoings. So what happens at the investigation level, at the pre-trial level, and the trial level, we look at the provisions within the national constitution. So this is we follow the constitution. The constitution is basically that this is they follow the criminal code made under the direction of the Kim Jong-un. It follows the heart of the Kim Jong-un. In other courts, there may be judges and the other attorneys are present, but at these special courts, they will not have a defense attorney. So the MSS would be in charge of this trial, and this person will be trialed, and then a decision ruling will be made. After the ruling is made, his nationality will be deprived. He's no longer a North Korean national, and he will be admitted to the political prisoner camp. Do you mind if I continue talking? Yes, we understand. So, for the high-level party cadre officials, they may be sent to the political prison camp, and then you need a signature of Kim Jong-un to be able to send this person, to high-level person, to the political prison camp. The higher the level, the more rigorous the reporting procedure will be. Everything is absolutely reported to Kim Jong-un, but if this individual is a more higher level, then there will be more detailed report presented to the leader, and then the leader's instruction will be implemented. Yes, in 2013, you left North Korea, and you defected from North Korea for what reason, may I ask?
저는 앞에서 말씀 올린 것처럼
As was mentioned, and I'm sorry to say this, but Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-un, from these individuals, I've received special gifts, and I've actually led a good life with all of the benefits. And they did say, and we can say that I have been one of the most trusted individuals in DPRK. And it was 2013 December when Chang Song-taek has been executed for being an anti-system and a dissident. And I, of course, was a person that was truly loyal, but that led me to the acknowledgement that this person may not be the human being that I thought he was. That it felt so barbaric. And it's been about 30 years since I was with Chang Song-taek, and he was more than a brother to me, and I was very close. But then with his execution, and afterwards, I've become also one of the candidates for another execution. So I've came here with my wife and my child to live, to survive, because I was the next target. So I can see that you've brought your family along, but no, my son still remains in the north. So then your son still is in the DPRK? Yes, he's at the political prison camp right now. So then, do you have any concerns about your son's well-being? I believe that you may be very concerned. Well, of course, yes. The fact that he's at the camp, there's nothing more I have to say about that. And does your public testimony today against the government of North Korea and Kim Jong-un expose you to any risk or danger, whether it be yourself, family, or relatives in the north? Is there any risk or danger, any threat? And if so, please explain. Well, typically, how it works is so execution on those that have attempted to defect. Well, if you look at Hwang Jang-yeop, his family, the entire family was, well, executed. So that's the extent of disadvantage that the families would face. So at the DPRK, depending on what you did and your actions, that will determine the fate of your family members and the level of execution. So for myself, you can see that the range of execution, the range of those that would be subject to execution would get broader and wider. So I've made the decision to, well, go into exile. And if I've, of course, if I thought about just my family members and my relatives, I wouldn't have been able to make that decision. However, I thought that if I can find a way, or maybe because I had that objective to enable unification of the peninsula, that drove me, and that was my purpose behind my exile. Of course, this isn't something that I can say in the north as a parent. And, well, what we can do is just try to overcome the pain and suffering. So with that, let me conclude. No further questions.
Would you please proceed cross-examination?
Yes, please turn on the mic.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. All legal systems are challenged by their technology. And thank you for your appearance today. I know that it comes at personal risk, and it's meaningful to all of us that you are willing to share your story. Do I correctly understand that when you were in North Korea, you worked at the General Reconnaissance Department relating to external intelligence?
그렇습니다.
That is correct.
And you testified a few moments ago that the General Reconnaissance Department and the Ministry of State Security shared information extensively. Is that true?
예.
Correct.
Seems okay. Did the how highly placed were you in the General Reconnaissance Department?
At the General Directorate of Reconnaissance, I was a strategist of Kim Jong-chul, and that would basically be a strategic advisor to Kim Jong-chul.
All right. And in the course of your duties as strategic advisor, you had access to information about from the MSS?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Now, in the course of your duties, if you had come across information about terrible human rights abuses at the prison camps, you would have acted to do something about that. Is that right?
그렇습니다.
Yes, that is correct. So, in the north, the direction and the order of the Supreme Leader is a must, and it's a mandate. So, if there were any human rights violations, if during, Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-un, that in itself, that comment cannot be reported to the Supreme Leader. We have to be in strict obedience. So Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-un are the leaders of this regime. And how was that possible? It was because they've worked on the freedom and the human rights. It was based on the violation of the freedom and human rights of the residents, and only then can this regime stand. So all of the higher level officials, you can see that it's the work, the mode of operation is basically on the violation of freedom and human rights. So for the Supreme Leader, you would put your, let's say, your life at risk just for him and for the regime. So that is the principle and that's the direction. So if you believe that there are severe human rights violations, and just because you've identified that and witnessed that and maybe to report that to the Supreme Leader, then I would be the wrong person there. So I've never commented or reported that incident to the Supreme Leader.
And you testified that about a system where Kim Jong-un would not need to say anything, he would give a notice to close aides. Could you explain that a little bit more?
예, 제가 하나씩.
Yes, let me give you an example to better your understanding. It was 2013 June, where the Vice Minister of the State Committee actually went on a site visit to Kwangil or Sariwon. And what happens is higher-ranking officials are sent out to the site to understand what's it like on the site. It's an on-site visit, and it typically takes 3 months to 6 months to understand the real life of residents. You eat, you sleep with them, and you spend your time with them on an everyday basis for a number of months. And in the process, the so-called vice minister level comrade of the state committee felt quite skeptical and went against the principles of the state committee. So he drank a lot, he got drunk, and he's actually been deceived by some of his lower-ranking officials, and he watched a Korean drama, and this was directly reported to Kim Jong-un. And what happened to this person? This person was Kim Gun-sub, by the name of Kim Gun-sub, of the State Central Committee. And what happened to him? Well, he was sent to the political prison camp, the Deokjang Gwaliso. And then what this means is, as I have mentioned, Kim Jong-un to his aides would be sending a notification letter, and this notification letter would be sent to me. So, which would indicate that he should be sent. So what happens is there are the party's principles, and if you go against the will of the supreme leader, and if you are a higher ranking official, the punishment would be more severe. It would be stricter if you're higher in the ranks. So you can see that the most severe punishment would be being sent to the 관리소. That's what's run by the MSS, as you all know, and we have the prisoner camps by MPS. So it's separated out, the 교화소 and the 관리소. And then you can see that for the 교화소, it has to do with economic issues. So it's a bit different from the political prisoners, the 교화소 or the prison labor camp. However, in the case of the political prison camp, to better your understanding, it's about politics. And in terms of politics, the number one rule is, of course, strict obedience of the supreme leader, and anybody that would go against that would be punished and would be sent to the political prison camp. That's why you have the term political in there. So for these 관리소 or the political prison camps, in many of the cases, we do have higher ranking officials that have went the other way, and they would be the mainstream here at the camps. And we talk about the total control zone. So there are the total control zones that they would be sent to, and depending on the person, it may differ. But once you do enter the total control zone, the family, the wife, their children would be sent to the revolutionary zone, and that individual will be sent to the total control zone. And then at this total control zone, so there was also an individual called Jung Ha-chul in 2005 who was in charge of propaganda, and he was also heading one of the key state committees. And Mr. Chung was also a secretary of the committee. And why was he sent to the camp? Well, what happened in 2005 was, back then, there were the portraits of Kim Il-sung hung in specific locations, but with Kim Jong-il taking office, every house and every offices would have to replace the portraits. So there wasn't enough photography paper to have his picture hung on the wall, but you had to buy this from China. And Jung Ha-chul was in charge of that. He was in charge of propaganda. And if you are of such position, he made a comment that went the other way, and with just one single comment, he was sent to the political prison camp. So once again, in DPRK, the political prison camp is about finding a way to punish those that would go the way and would not obey the supreme leader, and you cannot escape. You will be there for life. And there could be maybe war or some risky situations, and what that happens, they would just be executed. It's not like they would be freed from the camp. So anybody that would be there at the camps would not have any civil rights at all. So basically what happens is you would not be a human being. It's not through a trial where you'd be executed. You would be you'd be taking your citizenship, and you would just be like an animal, not a human being, not a citizen. And if there is war, for instance, you would just be executed and killed. So that would be the 관리소, or the total control zone. So I hope that better your understanding. So in the case of Kim Geun-sop and Jung Ha-chul, those of the higher ranking officials, so those would be some key examples of what would happen.
The information that was shared from the MSS to you in your position, or the notices that might come down to you through the hierarchy, did you ever see descriptions of terrible human rights abuses at the political camps?
On human rights violations, this is what I can say. And of course, if you start with the political prison camp, 관리소, the MSS oversees the political prison camps 관리소, and it is handled at Division 10, Bureau 10. And it's called the Farm Management Bureau. And the prison ward, the head of the prison, there would be typically a general, 1-star or 2-star general. And there would be like the corners, about 1 or 2, and 3 or 4 division heads. And there would be also wards, about 30 wards. And those who patrol with dogs, 20 or 30. So a prison camp would typically have about 70 to 80 the officials. So the number should be 450 to 50 at a nationwide level. And then people lived in something like a shed. This is not a proper house. It's like a shed. And it really depends on whether the temperature will be winter or summer, but they work until 7 or 8 in the evening. Food, they should be self-reliant. And then the people are forced to work. So they are forced to work to produce a number of things. And these the products are supplied to the MSS officials. So there is a commercial division, commercial bureau. The commercial bureau of the MSS would be located in the Potong River Basin, which is a part of Pyongyang. And at the bureau of the MSS would oversee the products made by the political prison camps. So to feed people, the food is provided at a subsistence level. So the basic necessities such as salt and the maize produced there. And they don't have a rice paddy field, so mostly they produce maize, corns. So this is basically for a substance level, the life support.
You testified a moment ago that in 2013, after the execution of your acquaintance, your friend, that you came to understand that Kim Jong-un was not the human being that you thought he was. Is that accurate?
다시 한번.
I ask you to repeat once again, please. I'm not very sure I understand. That I don't regard him to be a human. I don't understand that part.
I'm sure that I didn't ask a great question. Let me try again. Did I correctly understand your testimony a few moments ago to be that in 2013, after the execution of your friend, you learned that Kim Jong-un was not the human being that you thought he was?
Yes, I get your point. What I want to say is that I see the execution of the Chang Song-taek, his uncle, Kim Jong-un's uncle. When I was in North Korea, I never had negative perceptions of people to go to the political prison camps because I was a core party member. I was a core loyal member to the leader. But looking at Chang Song-taek, I felt that he's not, Kim Jong-un is not the human. I think there is a differentiating point. Chang Song-taek is not a relative to Kim Jong-un by blood, but actually is Kim Jong-un's the uncle by marriage. So Kim Jong-il, the father, had only one sister, and this sister married Chang Song-taek. And the parents of the Chang Song-taek basically raised the children together. So, in a sense, they were from being raised in the same village. So, Kim Jong-un, Chang Song-taek is like a family member. So, however, disturbed Kim Jong-un may have been, they basically lived under the same roof, and the Jang Song-taek raised Kim Jong-un together with his parents. So I felt that he is not a human, and I felt so disillusioned by the North Korean regime after that. So the feelings I had for the prisoners who are sent to the political prison camps or Jang Song-taek, they're quite different, because I felt that this is a barbaric thing to do. This is a huge crime committed by Kim Jong-un, because he should not have done what he did to a relative like Jang Song-taek. So I felt that I was so disillusioned. I did not want to work with people I did not regard human anymore. And I also felt that I was under the threat. I felt threatened that they may be pointing to me. So I decided to leave North Korea to come to the South.
Do you remember preparing a declaration for the prosecution about your expected testimony?
통역이 안 나오네. 통역.
Again, could I once again to repeat that question, please?
Do you recall preparing a document called Affidavit of Witness Kim Kuk-sung?
예.
Yes, I do.
In that document, you wrote that you had not seen or heard of any dossiers on political prison camps because of the different location of your work. Is that still accurate?
What I meant when I wrote that statement is that MSS writes reports to the Kim Jong-un, and I have not seen MSS filed reports to Kim Jong-un. That's what I meant. But if I am told to describe about MSS and my role and the relationship between me and Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un, I hold to the statement that I've just made previously. So let me give you some more detailed description. In that, I want to say North Korea is a country of the party of the Labor Party of Korea. This is a one-party state. In a capitalized the system, it's not very difficult to understand. The one-party dictatorship means that the Labor Party of Korea exerts leadership on the North Korean society. There could be the military, there could be the MSS, there could be the MPS, there could be the cabinet. And irrespective of the name of the organizations, every organization falls under the leadership of the Workers' Party of Korea. Workers' Party of Korea has the authority of the leader, supreme leader. It has the absolute authority and it wields its power in all the organizations. And therefore, Workers' Party of Korea exerts leadership over the MSS. MSS is not able to stay afloat without the leadership of the Workers' Party of Korea. So the governance, the Organization and Guidance Department's Division 8 oversees the MSS. The administrative affairs may be handled by the Division 8. So at the Organization and Guidance Department, we have a person seconded to the MSS, and he works around the clock at the MSS to make sure that everything is reported, everything done at the MSS is reported to this individual. So weekly reports and monthly reports are sent to this person, and this person under the Division 8, a member of the Division 8, is going to bring this report to his superior, and his superior will ultimately send this up to the supreme leader. So any individual who will be sent to the political prison camp, it is done, and it is made into a report by the minister of the MSS, and then sent to the Kim Jong-un. One goes through the MSS and to the Central Party of Workers' Party of Korea. the working level consultations will be made between the party and the MSS. So any new inmate, any pre-trial or any actual trial, all the process that has to do with the new inmate, it is only carried out under the consultation with the MSS Division 8. So for Workers' Party, with this work at the working level, MSS consults with the Workers' Party of Korea. It happens all the time, and it happens not only with MSS. It happens with all the organs of North Korea. Anything and everything is done under the control of Workers' Party of Korea. So I also want to supplement one more thing. This is not just about MSS. It also happens to the Ministry of Armed Forces, which will be Ministry of Defense of Korea, South Korea, and also it happens to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It happens to the Ministry of Education. It happens to the General Reconnaissance Department. This system applies to all the organs of North Korea, and through this, everything is reported, fed into the system, reported back to the leader. And this is also an area of special attention for the leader, and this is reported in a very special manner to the Kim Jong-un. So when the instructions are given, then it's decided, the fate of the inmate is decided. So Mr. Kim, Mr. Chun-do, and according to under the guidance of dated such and such by Kim Jong-un, the individual Kim will be sent to the political prison camp. This is the instruction that we receive. And then there is a special vehicle that carries the family members of this individual. And this vehicle is operated by a special task force of the MSS. And MSS would have this vehicle that follow the individual to the political prison camp. So the parcel and the family members, they would also be put in the vehicle, and they would just be the parcel and the people will be separated at the political prison camp. So does this answer your question? Please let me know if you want me to bring you more information on other aspects as well.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
Okay. Prosecutor, any redirect question? Okay. Thank you. The witness excused. Okay. Thank you. Next. Prosecutor, who is next?
Your Honors, we call Lee Byung-nim.
수고하셨습니다.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
예, 증인 오늘 나와주셔서
Thank you for coming. Can I ask you to state your name? My name is Lee Byung-nim. Can you tell us about your previous occupation you held in North Korea that brought you into contact with Kim Jong-un? When Kim Jong-un became the supreme leader, actually before then, I was in the preparation team. After the graduation, I was working in office, and then I was sent to Mansumugang Institute. This is a special school afterwards, and I was also told to work in the command. I was first with in the special events division, and at the time it was military 963, and I was also told to work as a guard. And Kim Jong-un had a house name of number 5, and he had other houses. The other houses, number 5 houses are actually the only women who have been widowed that worked at that office, and I worked at the other houses, and then that's where I got to meet him for the first time.
So then, in your position, was there a direct role within the office of the Supreme Leader? Yes, so I was in the number 2 escort command, and I was there attending to the important arrangements. There are specific areas that includes the bedroom and the wife's quarter, the spouse's quarters. That would be number 1, and number 2 areas would be, let's say, specific, distinguished guests, or while Kim Jong-il is there, there are specific officers that would be invited. That would be number 2 zone, and number 3 would be the restaurants and the movie theater where he would stay, and number 4 is there were 3 managers, and those were our quarters, our bedroom quarters. But for me, the library of Kim Jong-il and the bedroom and the wife's room, the living room, these were the areas that I was in charge of. Especially within the areas where he did reside, is there anything that you have observed? So at then, Kim Jong-il has been just starting to date with Ko Young-hee, and I do believe that there wasn't any other lady that was brought in, and it was usually Ko Young-hee that stayed in the quarters. And while so, in the wife's room, Ko Young-hee would sleep there, but afterwards, I've only seen Kim Jong-il just 2 times. And in terms of the layout, if Kim Jong-il comes in and stays in the quarters, you cannot be seen there. That is the principle. You should not be seen. So although I am a manager there, if Kim Jong-il is there in the quarters, and then if he leaves, then what I would do is replace the cigarette tray, the ashtray, or the linen, for instance. And in the library, I would tidy up the quarters, and then when Kim Jong-il comes back and he is here to review the documents, then we do have those that are armed that would bring in the documents for Kim Jong-il, and then Kim Jong-il will be reviewing the documents, and then if it seems like he would be leaving for quite a long period of time, they would take all the documents with them, but then if he's just out for the morning and coming back in the afternoon, the documents would stay in the library or his office. So what would happen to me is I would go in and I would have to tidy up the documents. I would have to empty out the ashtray, for instance. And there is a specific way of how the cigarette should be put. I have to make sure that everything is just tidy up and remains untouched other than that. And then I can see that there are all sorts of documents there. It indicates, this is for our Supreme Comrade, for instance. And then there was also a document that was signed by the National Political Security Department head, Kim Byung-ha. And you can see that there are documents where Kim Jong-il has signed off of. And what I have observed was, I think that there was something that has outraged him. So when I went to the library, he's basically scrapped or tore all of the documents, and he just threw that on the floor. Well, Kim Jong-il, he's of a vicious nature, so he does have a temper. So what happened was, as for the documents that he had not seen, there was a paper shredder, and typically the principle would be that I should not read anything on the documents and it should all be shred. So that would be the principle as manager. And back then I was 20 years old, and out of my very young curiosity, and because I wanted to see any news about my hometown because I was out of town. So whether it be politics or, that wasn't my key motive, but I just wanted to understand what's happening in my neighborhood. And I was shredding that. He just tore it in 2 ways, and then I've was able to put the pieces together. So it's been quite a long time since then, but there was a specific document regarding my region, my hometown. But I mean, it indicated that, well, it was like a quote. It was by someone saying that somebody has criticized him, the gifts that were sent by the Supreme Leader, and actually that this wasn't by the Supreme Leader. It was from the sweat and the effort made by the workers. So there was something on that. And then I also recall that there was this other document. It was in the area of Gilju. And I think that this person also had the Tode issue, the family background issue. And obviously, this person was looking at the portrait of Kim Il-sung, and he said that you may have been born great, but you don't know that people are starving. And that was indicated in the document of this incident. And I do recall that a piece of that was there in the document. And there are, well, questions that were posed. And as was everybody has mentioned, in terms of the political prison camps, you may ask, does everybody know about this? But in Kim Jong-un is maintaining his system, his regime, and the only reason why this is possible is because the system is handed down basically from his grandfather to his father to himself. So right now, we believe that Kim Jong-un may be even more malicious than Kim Jong-il. But at any rate, when we were putting together and tidying up the documents, I was able to witness that from time when to when, and from the afternoon, from times A to B, the overall movement of all of these individuals were indicated in the document reported to Kim. And there was also another document on his stepmother, Kim Sung-hye, of where she moved, her whereabouts. And I'm not, well, you can see that, well, I'm sure you also, so it wasn't typewritten, it was all in manual handwritten documents. And I'm sure you also know Dr. Lee Seung-gi. He is, or Lee Seung-gi, who has actually invented fine nylon. And there was a report that included details on the bedroom conversation of this renowned artist, Dr. Lee Seung-gi, and his wife. And another thing that I recall from the documents was that I'm sure that you all know Cheong-hee. He is a well-known taekwondo figure, and his third wife. It was on his third wife, and on the comments made by the third wife of Cheong-hee, this taekwondo guru. So I recall that all of those conversations were all recorded. And there was also another report on the fact that the person's spouse was very close to Park Jung-hee, and then decided to, well, go and flee abroad and lead a taekwondo association. But then Park Jung-hee is asking him to come back, but his husband seems to, well, say no. So that was Choi Hong-hee. And what would happen is, if those documents are brought in by the liaison officers, the documents would stack up so high in the room, and he would review every single document, each paper by paper. So that I do remember. And also, the Rodong Shinmun, well, we're just the manager of the quarter, so we don't know for sure. But I was able to see that there were those from Rodong Shinmun and also from the Chosun TV, where Kim Jong-un is staying at the quarters. These individuals would be coming into his office. So what he was doing was, if there was any commentary, any articles, the draft would be sent to and shown to Kim Jong-il, and then Kim Jong-il would actually edit. And I was able to see the edits that were made by Kim Jong-il of the replacements to specific phrases or words. And before he leaves the quarters, all of that was signed off, and then it was sent to the press. So you can see that for those that have never lived in this one-person authoritarian regime, you would not understand. However, this is a different political system. And, well, during Kim Jong-il's, it was Kim Jong-il, and I'm pretty sure that right now Kim Jong-un is doing that very same and if there's anything that went unnoticed by him and then it was executed and then what was found out afterwards, I do know that there will be severe repercussions. So for those that would go to the political prison camps, those are those that are anti-system or noted as dissidents, whether it's true or not, whether they were framed or not. But at any rate, for anyone that went against him, they would be sent to the camp. So, of course, would he know about the political camps or now? I think that this is just beyond question. It's only natural that he would know because it was about those that would go against him. Yes, thank you very much for that detailed answer. Thank you very much. There are also a couple of other questions, but I think that you've actually answered a number of them. So I did not want to cut you off. And then, yes, if we may bring this together, maybe if you can just help me clarify, just simply. So, at the DPRK, so for the supreme leader, so let's say that if there's any political comments, any actions taken against the system, all of that is fully and reported in detail to the supreme leader. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. And I believe that in the entire hierarchy from top to bottom, I've actually lived the entire hierarchy. So I do know that so in the borders, there were a specific people's group or unit of 40 or 50. But now you can see that there are some smaller groups consisting of 20 households or so, where if there are any malicious comments, for instance, would all be reported to the security officers. And the security officers, it's actually the basis of their assessment, so they would all report that as well. So from these neighborhood units. So then based on what was reported on the borders, the supreme leader will decide on who will be sent to the camp. So he basically has the ultimate say. Is that correct? Yes. So there was nothing that he did not sign. So on his desk, anything that was on his desk, there was never a paper that would be left unnoticed or so it was typically 3 a.m. or so when the documents would be brought in, and he would stay until 11 a.m. and then maybe he'll take a nap in the afternoon. So typically that would be his daily routine. So then, could you maybe talk about what happened to your son, where he is? Could you share with us that story as well? Yes, my father. And because he was working for the government, I didn't have any ill feelings for DPRK. However, it was 2009 with the currency reform. And when I wasn't able to use most of the currency that I held, I thought, okay, I have nothing else to ask of this society. And I thought, you just live once, and maybe it's high time for me to live a different life. But I did have one dream. So during the Kim Jong-il era, there were two people with a medical degree or medical certification, and that was when Germany was divided. And in West Germany back then, there was in a state that was noted as the best in terms of massage, as a masseuse. There were somebody that was in West Germany, and I've heard that if you go there to be trained of such, you would get full clothing from your underwear to the entire attire. But if you want to be sent to West Germany for the training, you would go through a identity screening for 6 months. So every 6 months, you would go through that identity screening, and I found out that my grandfather has been noted as an individual with an issue because of a comment made by my grandmother. So I wasn't able to get on the plane, and I was sent out to a different location and appointed at a different location. And that was when I was 21. And just the fact that I was able to get on a plane, but then it was at the end of the day in vain. Everything, the dreams that I had, it was just shattered all of a sudden. And always in my dreams, I thought, I really want to get on a plane. I really want to ride an airplane. And that basically, the fact that it was shattered was a huge trauma for me. And back then, Kim Jong-il had a car. Ko Young-i also drove. And in Pyongyang City, I know that there were about 100 automobiles, and about 50 were driven by women. So I thought, I really hope that I have my own car. But of course, that's not possible in the north. So my dream was to get on a plane before I die. And I was slightly different from politicians. I wanted to really own a car. That was my dream. And I think that was one of the motives to defect. But yes, also regarding your son, do you know the whereabouts of your son?
I have no knowledge. When I first came, I had nothing, and I wanted to make a living. And my son was arrested then. I wanted to commit suicide, I think, almost every day for the next 3 years. It's just a bit exaggerated to say I wanted to kill myself on a daily basis, but frequently I did think about committing a suicide. But I wanted to find my son, so I hired many brokers. I tried to get in touch with my son, and no one knew whereabouts of my son. And if you go to a political prison camp, I knew that there's no way of finding out about whereabouts of an inmate. My father was a regional party secretary, and he was acquainted with the women's secretary of an official, but she was criticized and she was sent as a political prisoner at the time. My father told me that this family, this person was sent to the political prison camp, and because he was a party secretary, the regional party secretary, I knew that the son of this woman was doing all he can to find out whereabouts his mother, but there is no way to finding it out. I spent a lot of I made a lot of efforts for the next 3 years trying to find out the whereabouts of my son, and no one knows about my son. And I think to myself that he may have died already. Do you mind if I speak longer? In 1973, the concept of the MSS first came up, and those reactionaries by word, those who made wrongful statements, they were all sent to political prison camps. And I don't know what happened in between, but those reactionaries by word, they have been released from political prison camps. Not all of them, but some were released. And we heard about their stories, and their stories began to leak bits by bit. And those who made wrongful statements, they're forgiven. But if they take actions, certain actions, usually they are not forgiven. And whether it's it's scientifically correct thing to do, there's been some disputes over it. But I tried to find out whereabouts my son. I gave up. This is my last question. This is your open testimony against North Korea and Kim Jong-un. Do you foresee some kind of threat you may be faced with in the future? Well, I think I've lived long enough already, and I had the opportunity to live in a city, in a society that I dreamed of. So I have no regrets whatsoever. I lived a good life. But my family members and my relatives suffered because I came to South Korea. And my son, I have done nothing for my son. And many people tell me, many witnesses said that before me, many North Koreans live with all these pains in their hearts. They want justice being done to Kim Jong-un. They think about their friends and relatives. But I think to myself, my son is probably gone. And what can I do for my son? In retrospect, I feel that I led a relatively good life. And I believe that people like us should be speaking up I think more of us, if more of us could make more efforts, maybe we'll come closer to reunification. There are so many slaves. I can only say that they are slaves. There are so many slaves trying to make a living under Kim Jong-un. And I want them to stop being slaves. And that requires efforts from people like us. I want to make the small contribution that I can with my efforts. Thank you very much. The prosecutor ends the question session.
Ms. Lee, thank you so much for coming and for your bravery in telling your story. I have only a few questions. You told us about the time you found the 2 documents with the quotes in the office of Kim Jong-il. What year was that?
네. 그게 제가 그쪽으로 간 게 77년도예요. Yes, I was sent there in 1977. And when Kim Jong-un came to the house, I can't remember the date, but I can remember that the year is 1977. When Kim Jong-un came around, there are sometimes documents coming in, sometimes the documents are not sent to this house. So he, because he's around, we need to make sure that the documents are piled up properly. I'm not able to see the details, but I can see the cover. 2 or 3 times, Kim Jong-il was very upset. He shredded the paper down and threw it on the floor because I wanted to put that into the machine shredder. I picked up the documents, the torn documents, and I saw the document myself. There's no way that I can, under my job description, go through the documents, but I was very curious. I was young, so I looked into these documents, although I wasn't allowed to do that.
And ma'am, what year did you come to South Korea?
I came to South Korea a month after they did the currency reform.
So 2009?
2009년이 December, the 1st to 6th was the currency reform for 2009. So I defected from 2010.
Because not everyone may understand, how did the currency reform affect your life? Why did that motivate you to defect?
The currency reform had some underlying incidents you have to pay attention to. Underlying factors. If you think about Kim Jong-il, he may be a wild person. He's not really smart. He's not tall enough. He's not handsome enough. He doesn't outsmart people. But it may be a little childish thing to say, but if you think about the portraits you've seen about Kim Jong-il, the portraits of Kim Jong-il is very different from the actual person. That's what I thought as a younger person. And I came to this understanding that our fate is determined by this one person who is not really that smart or great. When we did something wrong, he would be very vicious. He would say very bad words. He said that I don't keep roof over your head, and I don't give you the food for all these small bad things that you do. And I think that kind of memory stuck with me. And I was once talking to my father, and the party cadres or the high-level officials, they know more about Kim Jong-il, the leader, and the Kim Jong-un. The realities of the politics of the great leaders, Kim Jong-il or the father, or Kim Jong-un, the son. My father used to tell me that I should be very careful. He said that I'm trying to be careful all the time. If you're not careful, you may have the black horn, meaning the bullet in your mouth, meaning that I die. But I'm still a human being. and I had a lover. I had a boyfriend who was a teacher, and I was enjoying a drink with him one day. And there was this armchair that he took out and put it out. I could see that over the armchair, there's a lot of the torn papers, and I was very angry to see that the Kim Jong-un put all the torn papers over the ground. I had to clean it up. So I was talking to my boyfriend over a drink. I talked about it. This is actually a real life situation, and with my father. He told me that I should follow him. I was working in my office, and he said that I should come to him. I told him that I need to work in my office, and he told me that I need to follow him. He actually hit me, and I followed him home. And I just stayed home the next 3 months. And I think I was confined to a so-called house arrest because my father was very good friends with the MSS official, but my boyfriend was punished. My boyfriend actually leaked this information to his friend, who turned out to be an informant of the MSS. So this informant reported to the MSS superiors, and it was traced back to me. So he told me that 5 people dressed in black came, knocked on the door at midnight. And he was blindfolded first, and then he was put into a vehicle, and he was taken to some tree outside, and he was bonded to a tree. And over a flashlight, he was shown this gun. And he said that he was told to promise to stay quiet, otherwise he will be beaten to death. And he actually was beaten. He said that he couldn't sleep for the next few days. So any harm that can be done through a statement by the leader is punished. But he wasn't sent to the political prison camp because my father was a close friend of the MSS official. But if he's sent to the political prison camp, I should be sent there as well. So the MSS official decided to let me go. So my boyfriend wasn't punished. And I think many of you may find this very surreal because you have not experienced it. This is like having one slave owner. I've read many Russian novels. I remember that this is like a serfdom of the Russian Empire days. I think our life closely equates to the life of serfdom in the Russian Empire days of the 18th, 19th centuries.
Question? Okay. Anybody redirect from prosecution? No further question? Okay. 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much. We're done.
Could you call next witness?
Your Honors, we call Ho Man-ho.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name? I am Ho Man-ho. Yes, so could you share with us your expertise in the area of the political prison camps in North Korea? I'm sure that it's the same case for anyone, but I am a bit embarrassed to call myself an expert because I've never. You really need to have first-hand observation of the camp, but I haven't been able to do that. But based on satellite pictures and experience, whether it be direct or indirect experience, from the North Korean defectors via interviews, I've heard from their testimonies, and in addition to that, other political prison camps in other countries. I've engaged in comparative research on those camps and those at the DPRK. So there are some universal or common ground as well as some unique features. So that's basically all I know. I'm not sure whether I can call myself an expert. You're currently are you a professor at Gyeongbuk National University? Yes, that is correct. From 1994 to 2022, I was with Gyeongbuk National University, and I've retired in August in 2022, and I'm now Professor Emeritus. So then your research area, what was your major research area? Well, I had, two areas of research. First was based on my original major, polymology, to look into after the Korean independence, and then the Korean War, and the peace regime. So that's my original major. And the other area is from 1996 and onwards, so the human rights issues in the North. That was something that I've researched. And from 2003, at the UN Human Rights Commission, the resolution to have that tabled and to have that passed or adopted was my key area of focus, to lobby to make sure that that happened. And with many UN institutions having the resolution be tabled and to make sure that there's desirable discussions underway, that was an area where I've it sent me to Geneva and New York to lobby the relevant stakeholders. So I can see that the witness for 30 years have been looking into the political system of the North, as well as the sheer reality of human rights situations of residents. So as a professor of a university and as a scholar, have you studied these fields? Yes, that is correct. So regard the political prison camps and the system, could you give us an overview on that? So this could be a long, winding answer, but I'll try to be as succinct as possible. So the political prison camp system in North Korea, well, if we compare with other communist countries, there are some areas that are common, but there are also some unique features. So let me go into the areas that are different. So typically, so as the result of a rank or status struggle, you see these camps forming. But in August of 1950 in the North with that incident, so in other words, there were the enemies of Kim Il-sung, and it was about rooting them out from the society, and that was as a result, this prison camp was put together. So the socialist regime, ever since its stabilization, maybe it came out of their confidence because it has stabilized, or maybe they thought it wasn't effective or efficient. We've been seeing the political prison camps disappear. However, in the case of DPRK, it was slightly different. It was basically a 70-year dictatorship amongst 3 generations, and in order to maintain their authority and power, this was, I think, one way to do that. And we can divide this situation into two domains. We've heard from the defectors their direct experience, but we do have a special dictatorship zone as well as a revolutionary zone. So in the case of this a special, total control zone, basically, you would lose your citizenship, and even if you do die, your body will stay there. Basically, you will stay there without any citizenship, and you'll be buried on that spot. And the fact that you don't have citizenship, what does this mean? So in the Western world, it means that you have no citizenship. So any legal rights, protection, all of that would disappear. You no longer would have any of that. And what would happen is this would be the case throughout your life, and it's just a matter of time, but you'd basically die in that zone. In the case of the revolutionizing zone, you do have citizenship, and you don't know how long it will take, but there is a possibility of you being released from that zone. However, in South Korea, we do have about 10 or so survivals of the camp here today, and most of the survivals were those that stayed at the revolutionizing zones. But the issue here is that the revolutionizing zones is with the number 18 and number 15 Yodok camp. It was a part of these camps. But you can see that the revolutionizing zones are decreasing in number, and most are sent to the areas under special dictatorship or the total control zone. So we've been seeing the range of the total control zone increase and the revolutionizing zones decrease. So you can see that it's a two-pronged approach by the North Korean regime, and I think it was based on intention. So in the case of the total control zone or the areas under special dictatorship, these are those that are noted as being rooted out from the society. In the case of revolutionizing zones, I'm not sure if this is the right word, but it's for individuals that may have a possibility of rehabilitation, or basically being that they do have a possibility of changing their mindset. So for the stability of their regime and for the maintaining of the regime, one way or a way to do that was this type of system. And as a scholar, if I may add one more comment, on Earth, in this world, if we see that North Korean residents amount to 22 million, in October 2000, during the ASEM summit in South Korea, what they have acknowledged was that 100,000 people died. So at the Johns Hopkins Hygiene Graduate School, there was a research team that surveyed the situation in the north, and maybe the sample is not too broad, so it's a bit difficult to generalize, but as far as we know, 960,000 died out of hunger. It was either malnutrition or hunger, where it took the lives of 960,000 residents. And also, at the Buddhism sect, there was a survey team that was dispatched 4 times, and it looked into the 1,470 defectors in the 3 provinces of China, and based on their survey, at least 3.5 million have died out of hunger or malnutrition. So under this situation, how would that regime be maintained? There's of course a reason why they were able to maintain their regime, and I believe that there was normative control and physical coercion. So with normative control and physical coercion, these 2 factors has basically let the regime live on. And if you think about physical coercion, sometimes the political prison camps was 12 at a maximum, and when it was decreased, it was 4, but now I think it's about 5 or so. So you can see that there were 200,000 at peak, and when it decreased, it was about 50,000, but they do say that there are about 100,000 that are currently imprisoned there. So basically, 0.5 or 1% of the Korean residents would be imprisoned in the political prison camps and really threaten them, so that the remaining 99% or the 99.5% remaining would have to just comply with the regime. So I believe that the camp is playing that role. So if I may sum up, the political camps can be divided into 2. One would be the revolutionizing zone, and the other would be the areas under special dictatorship, or AKA total control zone. But we can see that the trend is that the total control zone is gaining ground. It's increasing in number versus the other revolutionizing zone. Yes, but I think that it's better to say that 100% basically now is all total control zones. So then, the system, I think you've mentioned that this has been maintained for decades, if I recall correctly. Is that correct? I think, can I elaborate? Yes, if I may. The political prison camps, for it to be run, so it actually starts off with the Gulag of Soviet Union. So the Gulag of the Soviet Union basically was the reference group or the reference point. That's what people do say. But I believe that it actually starts off with the roots of the regime itself. So in 1945, on August 24th of 1945, Soviet Union and their forces dominate Pyongyang, and in just 2 days after, the Soviet forces with there is a military commander office. I think this is one way to put it in the translation. So a military commander government was put together.
So after they set up the military government, they made a pro-Soviet government. They wanted to create actually pro-Soviet government, civilian government. So those who did not collaborate, they were detained and they have been persecuted. So during the Korean War, which happened afterwards, the U.S. Army entered Pyongyang. They seized documents in Pyongyang, and it was revealed that at the time of September to October timeframe of 1950, there were 47 political prison camps at a nationwide scale. Then unofficially, after the Soviet occupied North Korea, they, in secret, they detained the political prisoners, they imprisoned them, and they killed many of them. So this is a historical experience. And in 1965, there was a purging of the faction members. And in 1966, because of this purging, North Korean regime decided to set up political prison camps. This is actually the foundation which allowed for the political prison camps to be set up at the time. So the political prison camps, they exist, and those atrocities continue. On what grounds do you make such assertions? Yes, I think the biggest reason is that this is a socialist system, and they want to uphold the socialist system. And even if they uphold the socialist system, they can also realize that democracy within the party. Democracy is only promoted in a party when there is a transfer of power. This leads to changes in domestic policy. This is what happened to previous communist countries. It happened to Soviet Union, it happened to Vietnam, it happened to Mongolia, it happened to, but it does not happen to North Korea. There was a witness who made the statement. The names may be different from Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-un, but they are the same body, they're the same regime, the same government. The witness before me did not say this, but what I'd like to say is that if you think about the reform and opening of China, Doi Moi of Vietnam, and the Orange Transitory of Mongolia, these are basically the policies that have been established to rectify the wrongdoings of the internal, external human rights policies of the previous regime. So there was a harsh criticism before such policies, the market reform and opening, and Doi Moi, and the opening of the Mongolian the government came about. There's been succession of power on 2 occasions, from grandfather to the father to the son. But there was no criticism placed on the policies of the previous the generation, the father and the grandfather. Kim Jong-un may have, well, the father may have purged and the loyal members of his father's. It's not a criticism of the policy of the father. So it continued for 70 years. And to maintain this dictatorship for 7 decades, they need some physical the suppression mechanism, which is what political prison camp is. The Soviet Union closed gulags, because of the pressure of Western countries, yes, partly, but more importantly because the Soviet Union lost the rationale of operating such gulags.
직업들을 가둬놔놓고 그들을 계속 일하게 하려고 하면 의식주를 챙겨줘야 될 거 아닙니까? 거기에 들어가는 비용에 비해서 그 피수용인들이 만들어내는 생산성은 너무 열악하다는 것이죠. 그래서 코스트 베네핏 레이쇼를 놓고 봤을 때 비합리적이기 때문에 없앴다는 거예요. 베트남의 경우는 더임의 정책을 채택할 때 그 바로 전에 있었던 경제 정책이 실패했는 이유가 서방 세계의 압력 때문입니다.
In the Vietnam, it failed because the political prison camps, were the advice to close down. The Vietnam was advised to close down the political prison camps. For the Doi Moi to succeed, the Vietnam government decided to close the political prison camps. It took like 2 years for them to phase out the political prison camps. In China, the money came from the overseas Chinese. So reform and opening policies actually it has led to a lot of money coming in from outside world. So the Chinese authorities were able to maintain the Laogai, or the political prison camps in Chinese terms, for the 30 years. But North Korea is an isolationist country, so they are able to continue with the political prison camps it wanted. And the overall efficiency of the system, social system, is down greatly. And therefore, even if you look at the cost-benefit ratio of operating out the political prison camp, it's not really a loss-making venture from North Korea's perspective because the productivity is already very low. So, because of the 2 or 3 reasons, I think that the political prison camps may continue well into the future. And the development of the satellite systems allows for the political prison camps to be monitored. You can see that some of the camps are closed down, some of them open up again, some of them are being remodeled as well. So you can see that the camps are being operated. Have you also looked into the internal operating system of the political prison camps? When it comes to the food and the clothing and the living the conditions, do you have some specific cases to refer to? I think it could be well explained by the former inmates. But if I could just resort to the study that I've carried out, I could make the following statements. Even if I don't talk about the specific norms, it will be clear to you that UN has special regulations on setting the minimum living conditions for the inmates. First of all, it's wrong to place the inmates in the political prisons. This does not exist in a normal society. For political reasons, you're not arrested for political reasons, and even if you're detained, the life in a political prison camp is, as you know very well, even if you're a criminal, there are certain things that must be secured. Your human dignity must be upheld at all times. There is a North Korean defector by the name of Kim Hye-suk. She says that her grandfather, whom she has never seen, her grandfather is defected to the South during the Korean War. And because of that reason, when she was in grade 5, she was sent to the revolutionary zone of the 18th, number 18, Kwangil. She spent 27 years and 6 months at the prison. And the wards were responsible for the prisoners. They were so mean. The wards what they do to the inmates are really sadomasochistic. You can see that how people can deviate from the human trajectory if you look at the political prison camps. If you look at the internal regulation, the wards are titled as sirs, and the inmates, when they encounter the wards, they should turn their back to the wards and they should be kneeling down on the floor, which she did, Kim Hae-suk did, when she came across a ward. And the ward decided to become so mean to this lady, and the ward told her to open her mouth. And the sputum, he spat on the lady's mouth. I don't think there's a lot of mention about Mr. An Myung-chul. Mr. An Myung-chul is a person who worked as a guard at 4 political prison camps, and he worked as a truck driver for the camps in 3 of the Kwangil. And Mr. An Myung-chul gives the most versatile the statement ever, because he's been around in many different places. He said that people did not have enough to eat. I couldn't believe what I was looking at when I first read the testimonies. Mr. An Myung-chul said that the inmates took in like 1 handful of maize for the day, and they did not have enough to eat, so they looked at the food for the pigs because they had very little to eat themselves. They looked at the feedstock. So he was very shocked. Mr. An Myung-chul was very shocked to see that actually the inmates were taking the food from the concentrated feed of the pigs. And sometimes the fish should be fish when they're thrown out would be not be fresh, okay, and they would sometimes come to the close to fermented stage, and then people would look into the trash and take the fish and mix it together with the maize that they were rationed with and eat. He felt actually sorry for the inmates that he decided to leave a lot of the trash, the fish trash, leave them over without taking them out of the concentration camp. And there was also an individual inmate who died because he was hit in the face, and this inmate had was died instantly. And even if a prison officer guard would kill an individual, an inmate at the camp, he would not be charged as a crime. And obvious to say that there is a very little foreign currency. Excuse me. I like to talk about the guard dogs at the political prison camps. The German shepherds would be typically the guard dogs that are used, but in North Korea we don't have enough of import dogs, and therefore the Pungsan dogs would be used. And the Pungsan dogs and other mixed types of dogs would be used, and they'll be very aggressive. And there have been cases where these guard dogs would kill and eat the inmates. That sometimes happens. It's unthinkable but it sometimes happens. And the person responsible would sometimes be punished. Should be punished, but actually instead the guard was admitted to the Kim Il-sung University in appreciation of his service at the political prison camp. That actually happens. And the living conditions of the inmates have been really harsh. I don't think it's a livable condition. It's unthinkable for the city dwellers like yourselves. But I grew up in an agricultural village. I remember these houses in the past. They were built with clays. The sheds, it was like a shed, but they were actually built with clays, and they would use the newspapers for the flooring material. But in North Korea, they don't even have enough newspapers. So in the sheds, people would really sleep over the clay instead of having a floor covering. I have many more examples. I just want to say that the concentration camps the security level is very high. They have barbed wires. And the barbed wires would also have the electricity, the defense system. So high voltage the system. So if you come close to within the range of the 50 meters to the wall, the barbed wires, you'll be punished because you'll be regarded as escapee or the fugitive.
And so if you're out for food and if you're out in the hills and mountains, and if you're close to the border, well, in many cases you'll have to work near the border, near the fences. But then sometimes if you faint, for instance, because of malnutrition, and then if you remain there until the sun sets, you'd be noted as a fugitive. But after sunset, that body remained there, and then you would be punished. One individual by the name of Kim Jong that has experienced both zones of the revolutionary zone and the total control zone, and his mom, what she did and what she had to go through is all sorts of pain and suffering. And Kim Jong decided to escape and flee because of his mom's recommendation. So I'll share with you more if you do need more information. Yes, so I do know that there are different types of forced labor that has to be conducted, and also on the conditions. Could you also give us more information on the forced labor? So with regard to labor, it takes on different form. So the well-known would be working in the mines, the coal mines, and then the other would be specific agricultural grounds or fields where you would have to work within the zone. But the biggest problem to all this is that compared to the forced labor and the amount of labor that you would have to provide, the amount of food is much too little. If I talk about food, sometimes it would just make me cry. It just brings tears to it just brings tears. So I really don't want to talk about this a lot. But yes, let me give you the example of Kim Hae-suk and try to do the calculation. So there are 6 members of the family and sometimes 8 members of a family on a monthly basis. You have 20 kilograms of maize, and to have 3 meals with 20 kilograms of maize. So how many meals would that be for a month? So in the Western world, it may be difficult to calculate, but what about in Korea? If we want to have lunch at a Korean punshik restaurant, for instance, if we, let's say, ordered a soup, a sundubu soup, a tofu soup, and then you can see the rice that you get is 100 grams, that single rice that you would get for that meal. But based on the interviews with Kim Hae-suk, if you do the calculation, the 100 grams is not rice, and it's maize, it's corn. And that amount would be what you would have to live with for the day, the 100 grams of not rice, but corn. So when she was 16, when she turned 16, she had to go to the coal mine, and she worked at the lift. She operated the lift. that brings up the gang car. And then for lunch, we don't like, well, Vietnamese rice, but rather we like sticky rice. Koreans prefer sticky rice. So in the case of the rice of Southeast Asia, it does not really befit the Korean cuisine. It seems like all of the rice would just fly away, but it's cheap. And there is a way to call it. We call this Vietnamese rice in Korea, and it's 100 grams of Vietnamese rice and a lunchbox consisting of this 100 grams of Vietnamese rice. And the lunchbox with 100 grams of Vietnamese rice, and there's also a type of greens. So it's dried radish greens, and you would cook soup with that. And the dried radish green soup and the 100 grams of Vietnamese rice is what you get. And since she turned 16 and until she was 30, as she was doing that work, she said that she's never actually had that lunchbox. She never was able to eat that lunchbox because back at home, she had two little brothers, and she did not have the heart to eat that lunch because there were two little brothers that were starving. So she just had the dried radish green soup, and then she left the long grain rice, the Vietnamese rice, and she brought that home every time. So she's never had that rice. So some do say that those that are in the revolutionary zone, they're better off, relatively speaking, versus total control zone. And those in the revolutionary zone would have to go through that. So what do you think would happen at the control zones? According to Kim Yong, there are actually just 2 episodes that I would like to share with you in lieu of time. So in Korea, we do see wild chestnuts in the mountains and the hills. And these chestnuts, what we used to do was we would think that we would be really lucky if we find these wild chestnuts and we can have them to eat. But in North Korea, there was one political prisoner that was running the gang car, and he found that wild chestnut. And he stopped the car, and it was just at a cliff, and he got off of the gang car, and he decided to pick the wild chestnut. And then a prison guard saw that, and he was shot to death right on the spot. And in this total control zone, as mentioned, they have no citizenship, so this isn't an issue, even if you're just shot dead on the spot. And there's also another example. Out of one of the guards, there was an individual, the guard, that was managing all of these prisoners, and there was this one very atrocious person, and he had a particular nickname called Opasi, and what this means is a dialect in Chungcheongdo province that would call bumblebees Opashi. So it was noted to be the bee. And what he did was he would use the tail of an oxen and use this as a whip to hit the prisoners. And one day, he used this oxen tail and he left it there, and then he left the office. But then out of the political prisoners, there was a national volleyball athlete amongst the prisoners. And he is probably heavy set because he was an athlete, and just with the food that was offered, that would be just so little for him. So what happened was he decided to dunk this in water, and he ate that whip up. And then this person, the so-called bumblebee, came to get his whip back, and he brought the prisoners together and asked who took the cowtail. And then, because others were being punished because of him, this volleyball player said and confessed that he ate the cowtail. And then, do you know what happened? Via another prisoner, so they went to the bathroom. Another prisoner went to the bathroom and brought maggots from the bathroom, and the guard, well, brought the volleyball player and beat him basically close to death, and he basically fainted, and he was on the ground, and then in his mouth he had maggot skewers that another prisoner brought from the bathroom, and then he said, "This is also protein, this is meat, you should eat this as well," and he shoved that in his mouth. And then in just a couple of days, that volleyball player died. So that was a testimony from Mr. Kim Jong. Yes, and based on the testimony that you have submitted, you've also indicated the torture that's prevalent. So could you also talk about the torture that's underway in the prison camps, and if there is a specific example that you found quite tragic, please share that with us as well. Yes, just a couple of shocking examples. So Kim Il-sung, it was in 1968 and 72, there was a specific order by Kim Il-sung. In 1968, there was a directorate by Kim Il-sung. So it was just recently when the political prison camps were put together, so it's been just about 2 years or so. And back then, there wasn't a clear system in place in the North Korean society back then, in 1968. And there were prisoners in the prison camps, and there were about 2,000, and they've actually engaged in a riot. And then, in order to suppress the riot, there were, well, the military that was sent to guard the prisoners, and this still continues on. And of course, those those soldiers do not wear, well, military uniforms. They're out seeking guard in the borders in different security uniform. And the reason why I say this is because as a human being, you have the right to love someone, and whichever situation it may be, an opportunity to fall in love always does come pass. And Kim Man-sun, this was a youth, and he was actually a guard for the number 22 camp. And because he was young, of course, sometimes when you're out to guard, you tend to get bored, and he decided to use his gun to hunt a wild pig. So he he met with a prisoner under the name of Choi, a woman, and they basically fell in love. And Miss Choi got pregnant. And the person that, the organization manages the political prison camp directly is Unit 1 at MSS. Of course, the name would change from time to time, but basically back then, it was Unit 1 of MSS. And Miss Choi was tied to a chair. She was pregnant. And then they asked, "Who's the father?" But Miss Choi, because she loved Kim Man-soo, she did not want to utter a word, because if so, Kim Man-soo would also become a political prison or would be under severe punishment. So she resisted. She did not say. So through all of the difficult and the sufferings and the torture, she didn't say his name. But then that day, Kim Man-soon hunted a huge snake, and he was so happy, and he was boasting this huge snake that he hunted. And when Miss Choi was being investigated, and one officer of the MSS that was investigating Miss Choi took the snake from his hands, and he tried to shove the snake into his sexual organs, but Miss Choi was so afraid of that, and then he could not resist, and then he shouted, and she uttered the name Kim Man-soo, and of course then he was of course punished in the process. And in addition to that, Kim Il-sung. In 1968, there were these directorates, but in 1972, there was another directorate by Kim Il-sung. And it was about the enemies of the classes, and then also the factionalists. So those that went against the August faction incident, those from Soviet Union and the Risk and Ruskovo, we call this the Galo, those that were against the regime. So the Soviet faction and then the Yeonan faction, the factionalists. So what happened was those were the individuals that went against Kim Il-sung, and them and their relatives, their families, their colleagues, their friends were all isolated, and was about having them sent to the camps. So it was about the factionalists or the enemies of the classes, whoever that person may be. The three generations should be rooted out from the society. So within the political camps, getting pregnant in the camp basically would be another severe crime. So sometimes you fall in love and you get pregnant, and you would be raped by the prison guards, and you would get pregnant. And in that situation, if you were identified or noticed by the MSS, then you would go through atrocious sufferings and pain. And another case was having an iron stake up the genitals of a woman, and what would happen is sometimes they would just open up the stomach of the abdomen of a pregnant woman, take out the fetus, and then give that to the dogs. So this was all indicated in the memoir of An Myung-chul. So as this was a testimony, a memoir titled "They Are Crying." And Mr. An Myung-chul came to Korea, the South, and he mentioned that always in his dreams he would relive the pain, the suffering back in the North, and that it was really painful for him.
Going back to what he said, based on the testimonies, I just gave you some examples. Yes, you talked about the torture and you talked about human rights infringement, and this occurred after 2011. Do you believe that it continued well after 2011 when Kim Jong-un came into power? Yes. What happens in the political prison camps? It's very difficult for outside to know about what's happening inside the camp. But I think we can make some guessing there. For the general detention facilities, for example, labor training camps, 울릉달련대, holding centers, 집결소, political prison labor camps, 교화소, and 교양소, another form of detention center. If you think about what happens in those detention facilities, we know about what's happening in those facilities. So you can imagine that it's going to be only more harsh. Most of the political prison camps, 관리소, are now defined as special dictatorship zones. So the kind of anecdotes that we know about, the instance that we know about, I think it can only be more harsh in those special zones. Yes, now, for the political prison camps, the inmates are deprived of citizenship. So even if the inmates are killed, the wards, the guards will not be punished. And we can assume that, we can imagine that there are a lot more people being killed in the political prison camps that we know of. Yes, I could add this comment. Ever since Kim Jong-un came into power, we have seen that the official, the legal, the procedures are followed. On top of that, we have other legal institutional frameworks that allows for other measures to hold someone, detain someone in the prisons. A good example would be Reactionary Ideology and Cultural Reaction Act. and also the detention-related laws which have been established after the outbreak of the COVID-19. Many people have been sent to political prison camps because of these acts, new laws. And more recently, we have seen a relatively high-level official who worked as an informant for us, and they tell us that to develop uranium mine in North Korea wants to make sure that information is not leaked to outside world, and therefore they set up a special prison camp dedicated to developing uranium mine. I think this happened in 2022 or 23. And there was an instruction from the superiors to make sure that this is completed before May. So we have an informant, high-level government informant of North Korea who tells about these things. So in the Kim Jong-un era, I don't think the situation has improved, even if by a bit. They have deteriorated, which I'm quite sure of. And also I want to say that for the general public, do you think the situation has improved? No, I don't think so. More recently, we've been looking at natural disasters, including severe droughts, and there's a strong control over the border, so the illegal import of grain is not possible, so life quality is deteriorating significantly. People have been risking a lot to secure food, and then sometimes they are then sent to the prison camps. And people with bad 토대, which is the family background, those offenders, those with the bad today would be sent to the political prison camps. And looking at the current political situation, I think the situation has deteriorated significantly. If you think about the human rights infringement which occurs in the political prison camps, do you think North Korea's supreme leader is aware of what's happening in the political prison camps, and do you think he should be held responsible for the wrongdoings at the political prison camps? Many witnesses have said this before me. It's more than just knowing about it. I think Kim Jong-un may give instruction on each and every action that should be taken at the political prison camp. Think about the days of his father, Kim Jong-il. Kim Jong-il is known to have said once to his acquaintances that he wanted to shoot a film, and the actresses, they need to get changed on the site of a movie set. They need to go somewhere to get changed. So the actresses wanted to have a bus within, and they want to go into a bus and get changed. What happened is that the directors and producers reported to Kim Jong-il. They asked for approval of Kim Jong-il to secure a bus for the actresses to change their clothes in. Such trivial stuff had to be decided by Kim Jong-il at the time. So it's quite natural to assume that major decisions are made by Kim Jong-il, but even the detailed aspects, such as relocating inmate A from the facility 1 to 2, has been decided by Kim Jong-un. So when it comes to the overall, the big picture, he was involved in making decisions. He signed the documents, and on the execution in particular, I'm very sure that he gives direct instructions. As an example, before Kim Jong-il died, he left the MSS director, the minister position, vacant because he wanted to directly control the MSS. So the MSS was without a minister for many years. Kim Jong-il wanted to be the person in charge. Without the minister in place, every document had to be signed by Kim Jong-il. I think this trend, this position has remained unchanged in the Kim Jong-un, the son's era, because Kim Jong-un compared to Kim Jong-il, the father, had relatively short period preparing to succeed the regime as an heir. He succeeded in December 2012. Beginning in the early 2012, he executed many high-level officials of North Korea. The numbers are quite large, 30 in a group, 40 or 50 in a group. He wanted to instill fear inside North Korean people. He wanted to get rid of his enemies, political enemies. At the same time, he wanted people who are not actively supporting Kim Jong-un to feel fear. He wanted to threaten people who are not actively supporting him. So I think it's natural to conclude that many people have been sent to the political prison camps. At the end of Kim Jong-il era, the father's era, we believe that the number has shrunk to 50 or 60,000 persons. But in the Kim Jong-un's days, the number has increased quite sharply. As the number of inmates in the political prison camps have risen to 110 or 120,000. Kim Jong-un, I'm not sure I have time to elaborate on this, but he's a psychopath. Because he's a psychopath, Kim Jong-il did not hand over his power to his other sons, such as Kim Jong-chol. Kim Jong-il chose to hand down his power only to Kim Jong-un. Why? As an example, as an example, I just like to say that Kim Jong-un was sent to study in Switzerland. He's a child out of wedlock. So Ko Young-hee wanted to let people know, his father know about the presence of his son. So actually, he was sent to the Soviet Union. He went to elementary school in Soviet Union, but he couldn't just adjust to life in Soviet Union, so he was sent to the Switzerland. He didn't speak a word of German, but he was sent to a German-speaking part of the Switzerland. After 3 years, he became quite adjusted to the Swiss life. And what happened is he was engaged in bad deeds. Kim Jong-un was hanging around with his friend, classmate. Kim Jong-un was driving his Mercedes-Benz vehicle. He said that I have a cat tied to my car's tail. Now set fire on him when I give you a signal. And I would be doing the so-called fonce, which is driving at a full speed with my vehicle. And this cat, a fire was set on this cat, and the cat was running to save his life. And Kim Jong-un actually laughed at that situation. This is too much to be called a boy playing with things. For many decades, Kim Jong-un was engaged in very sadistic deeds, as is the case with this cat on fire. And there was a witness who made statements about the execution by a fire squad using the machine guns that would put anyone into shreds. Kim Jong-un actually made the people record this execution scene, and he played that during his dinner that he was throwing, and he made the guests watch the execution. This is the kind of leader that is now ruling North Korea, and we don't know what he will do. We can only imagine the kind of bad things that he'll do to the people of North Korea. This has been my last question. You made an open testimony about North Korea and Kim Jong-un. Are you aware that some kind of a threat you will be placed under some kind of threat because you made such a statement? I think I'll be fine because I'm a South Korean national. But when I went to China, there was someone who made this advice to me. I should not be walking in the main street. He said that I should be not standing very close to the paved road because I may be hit by an unknown vehicle. I think there's a possibility, but for now, in Korea, I don't feel the threat. Well, this ends the Q&A session by the prosecutor.
Sir, thank you for coming here today. My name is Michelle Ammer. I'm defense counsel with Mr. James Connell. I'll be asking you a few questions. To confirm, you have never visited the political prison camps that you've spoken of, is that correct?
Yeah.
And
Is it correct? On this topic, I don't think I had that many chance to talk to other experts about this. So I'm not really aware about the level of the expertise that other experts may have on this topic.
your research relies heavily on defector accounts and satellite images, correct?
That is correct.
What time period does your research mainly focus on?
So for me, in terms of the recent literature, at the Korean Bar Association, the KBA, there was a North Korean white paper that was released. And it was 2022, the white paper on human rights in North Korea by the Korea Bar Association. And I was in charge of putting together that white paper. And the main comments of that white paper, I believe that there were about 40 pages or so in the white paper, and all of these testimonies are included in that white paper. And if you do need or want, you can send me your email address. And there are, of course, other stories. And, of course, in Korea, you have to be humble and modest. You shouldn't boast yourself. But I have 99 thesis papers that I've authored, and I've published 41 books. So if you do need or want, I have in English as well as French. I've actually pursued my graduate studies in France. So I do have a French and English papers mostly that I can send to you via email address, via email.
I'm very grateful for your generosity. Just to ask again, the research in your career, what time frame does it focus on? And who was the North Korean leader at the time?
Yes, of course, in the case of the recent stories, of course, that white paper, we focused on the recent stories. But in order to really come up to that the recent situation, in 1945, after World War II, with the Soviet forces dominating the North and occupying the North, and it was a satellite regime that Soviet was trying to put together, and it started off from that point onwards. So from 1945 to 1966, until the prison camps were put together, and the changes until recent, and then the actual situation. So all of that was, or the actual cases were covered. And as was emphasized a number of times, the political prison camp, and amongst the political prison camp, the total control zone or the special dictatorship zone, there isn't much information on these zones. So I do have to talk about the past if I want to talk about what's happening right now. So for instance, Kang Cheol-wan, An Myung-chul, and An Hyuk, we have these individuals and their experiences. And for them, what they have experienced was something that happened a generation ago, 30 years back. But you can see that what happened 30 years back and now, if you think about what things got better, well, no, it didn't get better. And I still believe that this information 30 years back is still quite valid.
Your affidavit describes human rights violations that occurred decades ago. Can you provide evidence that these conditions persist today under Kim Jong-un's leadership?
Yes, I do believe that it's still continuing on, as was mentioned, the leadership of Kim Jong-un. And under the leadership of Kim Jong-un, I've mentioned that he's a psychopath. And his cruel demeanor and the leadership that comes from such attitude and the current situation in the North. If I may elaborate on that to mention how it's still continuing on. So yes, of course, I research quite extensively on the political prison camps. However, I also look into the changes of this communist regime of the North. And I try to really gain an understanding, an objective understanding of that. So what I have been doing is a comparative research study on communist regimes, because communist regimes also change. Once a regime is established, and if you compare the initial years of really putting together the foundation, and then you have that era of stability, and then you have what you call a late communist stage. So at this late communist stage or late communist society, so when it comes to communist ideology or totalitarian dictatorship, maintaining that dictatorship, but there are second social sphere that does exist, and this is something that's the same for any communist regime. In 1978, with opening and reform of China, in 1986, the policy of Vietnam and Mongolia, I believe that it was December of 1986 when they have adopted a new policy, and the only reason why they had to do that was because of the second social sphere. And because this was overtaking the first society, and there was the only way to do about this was to introduce this as policy, and it's the same case for the North as well. But then you can see that a democracy of the party or a change of leadership is something that would have to follow. However, in the case of DPRK, of course, that cannot be done. So then, what happens is we have the economy or the society that includes the economy, and the society would change. And it would be about breaking away from the totalitarian dictatorship, because the second social sphere would surpass the first society. So whether it be socialist or communist ideologies, it basically cannot be controlled. The sphere cannot be controlled with this ideology. But in the case of the DPRK, there are about 460 or 500 or so comprehensive markets, and there are about 200,000 individuals that are involved in these markets. So the society, the economy is changing. However, if you look at the regime, the leadership, the system, this is not changing at all. And it's only natural that it's unstable. So for this regime to control the entire society, there is normative controls, but this, of course, will be limited, and that's why you need physical coercion to complement the situation. And it's getting stronger and stronger in order to maintain the regime. And if I may just add one more point, if you allow me, my greatest concern here is that the existing ideology or the existing values And even if you want to control a society with such values, a society is completely different. It has a different face. And what happens is there is a dynamic movement that would take place to find a new balance. And this would, of course, be a huge threat to the regime. And if you want to control this, you would need, well, a great massacre. And one of that incidents would be the Tiananmen incident. So yes, that's all for me.
You claim that the camps serve as tools of political control. I want to ask you what evidence directly ties this assertion to Kim Jong-un's personal decisions or policies. And when I say what evidence, I don't mean for your findings. I mean to ask what research methodology have you adopted? Like, what is the building blocks of your research that makes you state these findings?
So if you think about the Kosovo incident, there wasn't rightful punishment, and the reason for that was because there was no evidence or hard evidence on the actual orders that were made or the direction that was imposed. So Kim Jong-un, having him say to kill someone, to have someone sent to the camp, well, in the case of the order in itself, it may be the case that we will never be able to find that evidence per se. However, if you refer to the proceedings that have been distributed today, it indicates the over-organization that manages the political prison camps, and also on the supreme leadership and the chain of command. And this is indicated in diagram in the booklet. The DPRK is a totalitarian society, a dictatorship, and it's a one-man dictatorship. So in other words, it's basically a privately possessed type of dictatorship by this one-person rule. And this indicates that it hasn't been able to enter into the post-Stalin phase or era. So in other words, it means that this one-person dictator, based on his decisions, everything would run. So that's why we believe that he is the ultimate person that is accountable. However, at this current point in time, to have something as evidence and to be submitted to the court, a specific document on the orders, it would be very much difficult to actually get that right now.
Two further questions. Firstly, when there are discrepancies between the defectors that you speak to for your research, for example, if different defectors testify different matters regarding the size, the structure, or the operations of this camp, how do you deal with these inconsistencies?
I did mention this, I think 2 times or so, but with regard to the revolutionary zone, there are about 10 or so survivors in South Korea, so we can engage in a cross-check of the testimonies. However, in the case of those in the total control zone, we have An Myung-chul, and we have somebody by the name of Mr. Choi. And Mr. Kim Yong. These 3 individuals are the only ones that can testify. And it's true that there are some challenges along the way. What I mean by this is Mr. Choi is the son of Ms. Lee Sun-ok, and he was a guard. And all he knows is just that area or unit where he was the guard of. And that's the only area that he's acquainted to. And in the case of Mr. Kim Yong, according to his statement, he was in number 14 total control zone. Then he was moved to number 18 revolutionary zone, and then he fled. But because this is the only example of experiencing both zones, it's impossible to cross-check. However, once. Well, he lived in the States. He also lived in South Korea. And if you look at his attitude, his diligence, his way of attitude in his everyday life, we can see that he's not somebody that would exaggerate or have or offer or talk about any lies. But of course, there's nobody else that would be able to cross-check what he said. But in the case of Mr. An Myung-chul, he was a truck driver, and he was traveling across, has been witnessing, observing so many things, and it's true that he is able to provide various diverse testimonies. So I may be repeating myself here, but within the political prison camp and what happens within, there's only limited information. And that is something I can't do anything about.
Sir, my final question is that during the course of your distinguished career, it seems that you have collaborated with organizations that are very critical of North Korea. Do you believe this collaboration and this working relationship has influenced your research and your findings?
To respond to that question, from 1996, I been involved in an NGO on North Korean issues, and they've of course wanted me to be more active in human rights related movements and activism. But I said I drew the line. I said that I want to be a scholar, and I just want to donate my talent as a scholar. So I wanted to focus on my scholarly work. And the reason why we were able to maintain this partnership or this relationship is because in terms of donating my scholarly talent or my expertise, I'm doing that, I'm sharing that, but based on this relationship, it allows me to meet with the defectors, and it allows me to interview the defectors. It gives me access to the defectors, which of course would be a precious resource for my work and my research. So yes, I think I did boast the fact that I had a lot of papers and books. It wasn't indeed humble, but I believe that all of this, the literature, this was possible because of my partnership and relationship with the NGOs and the civil society, the CSOs. And in addition to that, the Korean Bar Association with the KBA, I have great gratitude to the association as well.
For your time and your insight. Thank you. No further questions from defense runners.
Thank you. Oh, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Hyo, Professor Hyo, for your comments. I just want to ask you a few additional questions.
Yes, please go ahead.
How frequently does Kim Jong-un and the North Korean government allow representatives of foreign governments to visit North Korea and to see anything they might want to see across the country?
I'm not quite sure I fully understand your question. But if I may respond, even if a foreign government official goes to North Korea, they don't get to see what they like. It's because in North Korea, they only show what they want others to see. For example, I'm a pastor. I'm a Christian and I'm a pastor. And I lead a church in United States. And I joined the Association of Korean Pastors in the United States to visit North Korea. I want to go to a church in North Korea, and I want to take a part of a service. North Korea would typically say that it's not possible this week, but maybe they can work something out next week for the service. And they would say that because they're going to spend a week preparing for the service. I'm assuming here. And for example, for number 22, the political prison camp would be in Jongseong. Maybe visitors want to see this 수용소, the political prison camp. They would just say that it will be located in a specific place, and they would just locate this very specific place, and they would just say, for example, they would want to go to a certain point by the longitude and latitude, but the military, they would say that this is a military base and it's not open for the public to see. At the UNDP.
Interrupt you. That was very helpful.
Yeah.
Let me just follow up on a couple of related points. How often does the North Korean government allow international human rights groups to visit North Korea and to visit any part of the country?
To my understanding, it's been a while since I read the documents, so it's not very clear. I'm not very clear about the dates, but at the UN, with regards to the children's rights, there was a study mission that visited North Korea. North Korea allowed the UN children's rights surveillance team to visit. So these are very special occasions. I think it's been once or twice that North Korea allowed for such visits. General visit, I would say, is not allowed.
North Korea allow independent journalists to come to North Korea to see what is happening there and to report on the situation there?
Rarely, I must say. But on a very few rare occasions, the journalists are allowed. I remember there were like a couple of the German journalists that they wanted to see North Korea. They applied for a visit. Their visit was granted, and the German journalists were only shown places where North Korean regimes approved. And the public, the official, the translator would accompany the journalists for all of those visits. One day, the German journalists decided to go to places that they wanted to on their own. And early in the morning, they sneaked out of the hotel, and they were immediately found and they were brought back to the hotel. So for a regular, say, human rights mission to visit North Korea, to the surveillance, it won't be possible.
As you can tell from the questioning of the defense, the position the defense seems to be putting forward is that no expert can be considered credible to report on gross human rights abuses unless they are witnessed firsthand. Would you agree that it is impossible to know what is happening in North Korea because you have never actually been there yourself?
Well, I would agree that
sorry, let me try to clarify. What I was saying was you clearly believe that without having been to North Korea to visit the camps, that with your research methods, your interviews, satellite photos, and so forth, that you can understand what is happening in North Korea. Is that correct?
예, 그렇습니다.
Yes, I would agree.
And are you aware of the position of the United Nations when it comes to reporting on human rights abuses? For example, specifically, is it the position of the United Nations that it can only issue reports on human rights abuses that officials of the United Nations have seen with their own eyes?
I think it's absolutely, I consent to that because it happens with the UNCOI. I think it happens to the UN Human Rights Office in South Korea. They want to see with their own eyes for compiling a report. They made the request to local authorities, which North Korean regime did not accept. It doesn't mean that they should give up because they were rejected.
They can credibly report. The United Nations can offer credible reports on human rights abuses in North Korea, even if they have not been able to go there themselves.
Yes, I believe that they can write credible reports without going to North Korea because it could be South Korea, it could be China, it could be Japan, it could be the United States. There are many defectors now residing in these locations. If they are just such small in number, the credibility of the report may go down. But you have to bear in mind that the North Korean defectors who now reside in South Korea is, at the time of the COI report, it's more than 15,000. It's coming close to 20,000. If you include the overseas North Korean defectors, there could be even more. I think surely the facts can be cross-checked. And as you can see in the Kang Chul-hwan's statement, satellite images can be used. And they could just give you the vague ideas, but it can become more concrete when supplemented by statements, testimonies of these first-hand experienced witnesses. There are merits of taking the first-hand witness statements, but there's a limitations to what the kind of information you can obtain in political prison camps because their information is confined to the location where they have been working or detained in. So instead of, you could have a situation where people have ample time to do a study on their own, going to the sites. But if you have if you're only allowed to visit where you're only in places you're only allowed to go, I think making such reports, as you mentioned, could also be quite credible.
Are you aware that there is a United Nations Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in North Korea?
Yes, Special Rapporteur, I know this person who first started it.
Right. So there has been a Special Rapporteur on North Korea human rights going back to 2004 to present, so over the last 20 years. And that person has issued different people over time, but 40 reports to the General Assembly, the Human Rights Council, and the former Commission on Human Rights. Are you aware of how many times the Special Rapporteur has been allowed to visit North Korea when preparing these reports?
None of them visited North Korea. Every time the Special Rapporteurs requested for them to be allowed to visit, the North Korean regime never allowed anyone to visit.
And did that stop them from issuing detailed reports based on their interviews with defectors, meeting with human rights groups, and traveling to neighboring countries?
If they could visit North Korea, better reports may have come out, you could say, but given the current situation of North Korea, even if they were allowed to visit, North Korea would only have shown the places where they wanted the rapporteur to see. A full investigation would not have been possible.
And I'm sure you're also aware that over the last 20 years, there have also been 20 resolutions before the UN General Assembly on North Korean human rights. I just want to read you a quote from the 2023 resolution that was adopted and ask you a question about it. That resolution says, that the General Assembly expresses its very serious concern about, among other things, quote, the existence of an extensive system of political prison camps where a vast number of people are deprived of their liberty and subjected to deplorable conditions, including forced labor, and where alarming violations of human rights are perpetrated. Are you aware that this resolution was adopted by consensus and without a recorded vote?
Well, in 2003, I believe it was by a vote.
The last time there was, yes, so the resolution in 2023 was adopted by consensus, and North Korea did not call for a vote in the General Assembly and allowed the resolution to proceed to be adopted unanimously. The last time there was a recorded vote in 2015, actually, which had similar language condemning the Gulag system. Do you remember the vote from 2015?
I do remember each and every one of the votes that occurred at the General Assembly. I remember from 2003 to 2005, I was in Geneva. I was part of the lobbying group. And I was part of revising a task force to revise a task. But afterwards, after 2005, I've just read the newspaper articles covered in newspapers.
Was to condemn North Korean human rights abuses, including the Gulag system, was a vote of 119 countries in the world in favor, 19 countries voting no, and 48 countries abstaining. Why do you think North Korea was only able to get 19 votes opposing the resolution condemning the Gulag system and North Korean human rights abuses?
It shows that the human rights situation is that much deplorable. And that deplorable status is known as a common sense in the international community. And of course, there are many ways of describing it. The media coverage and so on. Between 2003 to 2005 at the UN Human Rights Council, it's not just me and a group of people that I was with. We met with diplomats. We explained to the diplomats about the human rights situation in North Korea. And in many cases, many of the diplomats that we met agreed to our point of view. Even for China, we talked about North Korean defectors in China, and women in particular. When they are found to be pregnant, they are criticized for bearing the seeds of the dirty Chinese, and they are put into abortion, forced abortion. And the Chinese diplomat was quite shocked to hear it. But they always they operate based on the mandate from their home country, so they did not make an open statement about it.
And in the case of the Cuban diplomat, he was quite frank. So he said that, yes, we fully understand. We will send that message. However, we do have a relationship with DPRK, so unfortunately we cannot support. So that was a very candid response coming from the Cuban diplomat.
For you is, are you aware with respect to the DPRK Commission of Inquiry report in 2015 that after hearing from 80 witnesses and experts in hearings in Seoul, Tokyo, London, and Washington, conducting over 240 confidential interviews, and receiving more than 80 written submissions, and reviewing reports from the UN, governments, NGOs, and the media, that the DPRK Commission of Inquiry concluded that the DPRK had in fact committed crimes against humanity for, among other reasons, its operation of the political prison camps, or the Kwangil in North Korea. Are you aware that this was their conclusion?
Yeah.
Yes, I am aware.
Aware that that conclusion was also supported in a consensus resolution by the UN Human Rights Council and in the next resolution in the UN General Assembly. Are you aware that that conclusion was embraced by both the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly?
Yes.
Much.
Your Honors, may we request a 10 to 15-minute recess?
Oh, sure. Okay. Any more questions? No. No. Okay. 수고하셨습니다. 고맙습니다. Thank you so much, Professor Witness. Thank you. Prosecutor, call your next. Okay. Okay. Then let's have 15-minute recess. And after that, we are going to continue the examination of witness. You have one more witness. Okay. 15 minutes recess. Okay.
All right, please.
last witness, the examination of witness would be resumed. Court officer, okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
지금부터 하실 거.
네, 확인합니다.
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, Ms. Kim. Thank you for coming. Can you state your full name, please? Good afternoon. Well, I have actually changed my name, so I cannot disclose my North Korean name. The name I go by in South Korea is Kim Jong-un. You have submitted a testimony, and you have served in the military. Can you tell us about your experience in North Korea in military? In 1993, in August 8th, I have entered the military service, and I was a minor there, and I was in the I have to say that we are recognized as an adult after graduating from the high school. It's not as we come of age that we are recognized as an adult. And my school graduation ceremony was on August the 21st. And I joined the military earlier on August 5th. And the 19th, the brigade, which is located in Hamhung City. This is the military, the unit that I was placed in. With regards to the political, the prison camp, have you visited Yodok political prison camp, and why? In 1997, in the month of October, I visited Yodok. From 1996 to 1997, I was attending the Lee Jae-sun's military college, and I was trained, and I participated in the parades, and I suffered from malnutrition and the lower body paralysis. So I failed in the physical inspection. So I graduated from the Lee Jae-sun Military College. And in February, two of my colleagues were assigned there. One of the two men assigned at the UN ward, actually a boyfriend of my friend, and that is the 7th Corps. And we have a separate division. Let me speak a bit slowly. In 1997, this is the 5454 General Bureau of Border Security, and the General Bureau was subordinated to the Ministry of Armed Forces, and there was a major reformation to the command structure. And that's at about the time that I graduated. The Lee Jae-sun Military College covered the air, the navy, and the land defense, including the railways. So this is a specialized the college, and they trained officers in tactics related to border, coastal, railway security. And we were a part of the armed forces, assigned to the armed forces, and we're not really part of this, the tactics, the officers' position. And two of them were assigned to the Yodok training camp. And so what happened is that the boyfriend of my friend was missing. Went missing because he was assigned at the Yoda College. And I was dispatched to different parts of the college because my stepfather was quite powerful. So I was free to visit places. I went to the visits, and therefore one of the platoon commander made a special request. And because at the Lee Jae-sun College I was sick and I was in the hospital, and the platoon commander who made a special request to me was a close friend of mine. She was very good to me when I was in hospital, so I went to the UDOG. I'm supposed to be a platoon officer responsible for the Coastal Guard. Well, this person was actually supposed to be a Coastal Guard platoon officer, but my friend's boyfriend was assigned there. So my friend had no knowledge about the Yodak concentration camp. She thought that he may be a prisoner or a ward. So Hwasun, Cheongjin, and Sinpo are the three places that I was related to. I visited these places very often, so I decided to visit Yodok. Yodok is somewhere between Pyongyang and Hamgyong provinces. Yodok station is the first stop in the junction between the Hamgyong and Pyongyang. So between my business travels, I decided to visit Yodok by the request of my friend. So what did you find at the Yodok? What findings did you come across? Yodok, I just passed by Yodok in the past. In the train that I took, many people said Yodok is a very scary place. I liked traveling at the time. I like going to new places. It is a hobby that I am very accustomed to since from the very early age. I came to know that the family members of the prisoners were placed in the Yodok. I had a very good family background, so I have never really come across the prisoners or prisoners' families. I was only 21. I was admitted to the Lee Jae-sun Military College in 20, graduated from 21. At the Yodok, the prison camp, I came to the family members of the prisoners for the first time. At the time, I don't know where the kind of route I should take from Yodok Station to the Yodok prison camp. I asked people there. I was in officer's uniform, and the station staff said that this is a scary place and why I should be visiting there. So I said that I'm visiting someone. And as I was riding this vehicle, I was given a ride. I looked at the family members, and I traveled with these people. I think I traveled by about 2 hours by that vehicle, and I thought that this is like a fortress, a natural fortress. Because I was military officer, I was well aware of it. It has a very peculiar landscape. I think this is a natural fortress. There are cliffs. You have to pass by a cliff to arrive at the Yodok station, Yodok concentration camp. So I remember the landscape very clearly. So it was about 2 hours ride. I passed by a village, and I came to the main gate. I think about 100 meters or 300 away from the main gate of the Yodok concentration camp. And there are about 3 to 5 houses that formed a small village. And the vehicle had onboarded all of us. And I was a military officer, so I just could find myself to the guard post. And I named the platoon officer, the platoon commander that I wanted to meet. And I told them that I'm a military officer. We went to the same college, and I identified myself using my card. And the platoon officer was brought to me. Actually, I went back to the small village, and I met the platoon officer. The platoon, the commander was of the same age as my elder brother. He thought of me as a younger sister. He was angry to see me. He said that I should be crazy to come here. He said that I was too brave to come here. He was really angry at me for coming to see him. And the platoon commander, to this platoon commander, I told him that his girlfriend wanted to see him. And the platoon officer, he responded that he just didn't have any time to contact anybody. He was given this notice and he had to pack immediately. He had no time to contact anybody, and he also signed a lot of documents to keep confidential about the things that he saw. He said that he had no idea why, of all people, he was assigned to this job. And the platoon commander that I met there actually came from a very good family background. You remember that the parade is only participated by people with good family backgrounds. The family background checkup goes up to the extent that we look at, for example, my aunts, the children. So all the investigation goes to my cousins. And there was a cousin of the same age to my aunts, to my mother's family, and also to my father's family. And they told me that they had to go through a security checkup because of me. So you see that they will be very detailed in the security check. You can't participate in a parade unless you pass the security check. So we are all verified people. And he was very upset that he was assigned to the Yoda concentration camp. And I asked him what he does at the camp. I was young, so I asked a rather innocent question because I didn't know what a concentration camp is. And he said that he just responsible for the guarded work. And in the Hamhung region, he is part of the 7th Corps, and by the command of the 7th Corps commander, he was assigned to the Yodok, the political prison camp. And I arrived at the lunch hour, and the platoon commander told the village people and he gave instructions to the village people to give me some food. So the village head was given the instruction, and the platoon commander was quite adamant that I left the village immediately. So he wanted to assign a vehicle for me. And the village head had said to me, first he asked me how old I was. I said I'm 21. And he's never seen a 21-year-old officer, military officer. And he said that I was crazy to come here. And people would come with bribes to see a platoon officer like that. And if they're not able to have to meet the platoon officers, the platoon commanders, then they would just stay in a shed. They would just sleep outside, stay for many days. But the village had said that I was very lucky because I was just able to meet with the platoon commander. And the platoon commander was very kind to give instructions to a person like me. Actually, it's actually the first time that he made a request to me. And I said I went to college with him together. There are many people who come to see the platoon commander. Not many people succeed. He said that I was fortunate. And after lunch, the platoon officer assigned me to a vehicle. He said that I should not speak to others about coming to this place. He said that I should not even consider coming back. I had no idea what this place was about because I was raised in a party cadre's family. After my parents died, my stepfather vouched me. So my stepfather has given me the credentials. and he was a cadre officer. He was actually the part of the 5454 the military unit, and he was part of the 9th Corps, and therefore he was very protected. I was very protected. I had very little information about the situation like this. After I was retired from the military service, I was in Cheongjin City, and I was close to security officers there, and I met with them. I had lunch with them. I talked about the Yodok concentration camp, and the security officer said that I was crazy to go there. So it's the third time that someone said that I was crazy to visit there. I was asked why I visited. I told them I'm not allowed to speak about it, but someone assigned me to that work. So you're crazy to accept someone's request to visit Yoda camp. Were you ever investigated? I said I wasn't investigated. He said that you have such good family background without getting a approval in advance to go to Yoda concentration camp. Everybody goes to some sort of investigation. I wasn't investigated. And the platoon commander that I met, he said that I must keep a record about your visit. But despite having this record, I was not investigated. But I remember hearing that this is a very dangerous place. And I came to see the real nature of the Yoda concentration camp only after I defected to South Korea.
It was only when I started the human rights movement, and because there's so much to say about the Yodok camp, I wasn't aware of what this place was. But then, as mentioned, 3 people called me crazy for going there, and I finally acknowledged why everybody was so surprised by my visit. Yes, thank you very much. So in the case of the Yodok political prison camp, in the vicinity were there armed guards, and also there were soldiers. So that's what you've observed. Is that correct? Well, yes, that I did observe. So nearby, I saw the military facilities, and I also saw the inmates carrying logs, timber, and I've also saw armed guards that engaged in a security check. I've spoke with them, and then that's how I brought out the platoon leader or the commander. So I've seen that. And through the person that I've met, I was able to see that there was one company of resources or soldiers there, but because it's a huge range, it was, well, basically a battalion, but there was a company that was involved that would be doing that, the military company, and I've also heard that there were several military companies there. And there were soldiers currently serving the military from the 7th Corps, but there was something interesting. I've heard that all they do is just guard. And therefore, I believe that the colleague from Lee Jae-soon College was dispatched there. So then what happens inside? They said that that's beyond their responsibility. There's so much more inside, but that they've heard that it's only under the supervision of MSS, and it's beyond ground. So then I thought that maybe it was because of a different type of armed situation, depending on who's doing what. And then after I was retired as a civilian, I've actually was in charge of the ammunition for a specific brigade, and I was an informant back then, and that was when I have worked to where at a different position or a different status. And as you know, MSS is in charge of public security and public safety. And there was an armed system for MSS, and the military, the armed system was completely different. So there was a different type of armed system. So then, in the case of those that would guard, it would be the military soldiers of the 7th Corps, and most of them were dispatched there. So it was about 500, a battalion. It's basically 500 to 600, and it really depends on the troops and depends on the geological situation and depending on where you're in charge, it could be 500, 600, or 700 soldiers that would be in charge. So then 500 or 700, so basically a battalion, and the current service military soldiers were guarding the camp, and you found out that it was a political prison camp. But when you did pay the visit, you did not know. I only thought that it was just a place for inmates, and many people told me that I shouldn't say and I shouldn't talk about the fact that I was in Yodok in itself. So I didn't mention that. So then, what about the soldiers of the 7th Corps? I believe that they would be all under the supervision of the Supreme Commander. Is that correct? No, could you repeat your question? So the 7th Corps soldiers, so those that would be guarding the camps, so about 500 or 600 or so, the battalion, are they under the supervision or command of the Supreme Commander, leader? Yes, of course. So we do have the Supreme Commander of the Korean People's Army, and we do have the Ministry of People's Armed Forces. In the case of the 7th Corps, it's under the Ministry of People's Armed Forces, so of course it would be under the control of the Supreme Commander. And then there is an armed battalion, and without the approval of the Supreme Commander, that in itself would not be possible to be dispatched, because if you look at the weapon system, if you lose, let's say, one bullet, that region, the entire district, and all of the armed troops there, and whether it be so anybody with civilian status that are in charge of the armories, unless we find that single bullet, there would be a special guard status, which means that the resources would be increased by twofold, and that would mean that it is a contingency. So it's a contingency guard situation that would kick in, and it's not only about a single bullet. While you're engaging in this firing training, and if there's anything that goes missing, any tools or equipment, it would mean that it's a contingency. And what's critical here is that in the case of the key #1 events, so for instance, if there's a supreme leader that would be coming in, all of the armed troops will be completely replaced by new resources. And in the case of the ammunition, the storage, that would be replaced, and the key would go to the MSS. And then for that specific district or unit, the guards and there are specific troops in the vicinity, they would be all armed. And what would happen is with the supreme leader, they would be turned around to a different direction, and all of the armed soldiers back then in that area would be switched or replaced to specialized troops from the MSS. So you can see that in terms of the armory and the overall weapons system, how the troops are armed, and the dispatchment of the armory or the weaponry is completely different. And one more thing that I would like to mention is, of course, it's a dictatorship. DPRK is a dictatorship. So for the 70 years of this divided situation, we had the dictatorship of 3 generations. And what's most important and what's most clear, and well, what we can say is that in terms of weaponry or ammunition, one single bullet cannot be approved to go out anywhere. So it's all based on approval. That's something that cannot be tolerated. And you can see that without approval, if it's used for any other purpose, it's noted as anti-revolution. It would be that you'd be a dissident, and it would not be forgiven. It would not be basically tolerated, and the entire corps will be completely replaced. So there was such situation where an entire corps was completely banished with that situation, with the situation where it was completely replaced. So yes, I think I'm speaking too fast, but yes, I'm trying to slow down, but my apologies. Yes, thank you very much. So at the DPRK, you've also was a part of the brigade. And based on that, even a single bullet would be completely controlled. So then, let's say we have one battalion of 500 and 600 soldiers, all armed, and are guarding the Yoda political prison camp. What this means is that the supreme leader or the commander, the supreme leader or the supreme commander of DPRK, without the approval of that individual, it would be impossible to have so many people guarding the camp. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. And also in terms of how the soldiers are dispatched, and I've also mentioned about the platoon leader. He was also a part of the military parade, meaning that he had a full security background check. He has the right songbun based on DPRK standards, and you can see that it's quite complex in terms of how the officers are dispatched. And in the case of the 7th Corps commander and the division commander, I don't know exactly which division it was, but in the case of the division commander, So the corps and division, there is a special unit that would supervise. This indicates that without the signed signature of the supreme leader, he cannot be dispatched to those corps or division. And the reason why I was able to understand this was because in 1997, the Ninth Corps, I had my stepfather that was in charge of the enlisting. And in 1998, he was appointed as a committee member for the Fourth Corps, and he reviewed. He was in charge of the enlisting, and stepfather was in charge of that supervision of the special unit. So that's why he had to work with precaution. He should make sure to be prudent with his comments. So for those that are part of the special unit, you do need the signature of the supreme leader, and then the rest wouldn't receive this signature document. And for those below, you can see that there would be a division signed document. So you can see that if there's a supreme leader and there is a special unit or supervisory unit, and then in order to prove that we're a part of this, when it comes to shells or ammunition or any evidence, it would only be approved by the supreme leader, and only with that can we say that any troops can be dispatched to the camps, the political prison camps. So then, in the case of the guarding of the camps, it was by the 7th Corps, as mentioned, and internally within the camp, you've mentioned that the soldiers from the MSS or the guards of the MSS would be in charge. So then, in the case of MSS, is the MSS under the control of the supreme leader? Yes, of course. In the case of the MSS, rather than calling this the supreme commander, MSS is about public security. It's about so it's slightly different from a commander because it's not a soldier or the military. And the reason why we have to divide up military and public security is because of the different weaponry system. I've been just talking about weapons all along, so I'm not sure whether you would all understand. But if you think about the weapons that are used for public security in terms of the fire, the capacity, and all of the shelling and the grenades, the scope is different because it's public security. However, in the case of the military, it's different. In the case of the military, within the camp, it's about prisoners, the dissidents, and they're there because they've been withdrawn of their citizenship. So if there's a riot, for instance, or uprising, there are weapons and soldiers there to kill them. And if you look at the weaponry that they possess, it's of course different. It's only natural. So let me give you the example of the AK automatic rifle and the pistol. So in the case of the automatic pistol, in the case of the MSS, per person, it's of course loaded and 30 bullets. That is all, as far as I know. But in the case of the active military soldiers are different. There are of course 30 bullets loaded, and then there's also an additional magazine or a catalyst that they have, 4 of them, and then the grenades are also different. The capacity is different, and the driving range is different when it once does explode. So whether the grenades are located in the MSS, I don't know, but in the case of the soldiers and the capacity of the grenades are different. The weaponry system is different from public security and military. And because I was involved in the ammunition storage as a civilian, I know well. And it was a part of a brigade of the Ministry of Communications. So, of course, I was no longer a soldier, but now a civilian. But you can see that I was now a reserved forces dealing with the ammunition. So I did understand the weaponry system of the soldiers, the active soldiers, for the public security, and also for the reserved forces. Yes, thank you. So then, in the case of the guards of the Yodok political prison camps, they are fully armed, the guards, and also those inside the camp, those from the MSS, they're also fully armed. Is that correct? Yes, that's of course. That's a must, and that's an essential. So then, you can see that for both the guards as well as the MSS guards inside, would be dispatched based on the approval of the Supreme Leader. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Yes, last question. Your public testimony today against the government of North Korea and Kim Jong-un, does that expose you to any risk or danger? Yes, I have been threatened a number of times from 2015 and onwards. I do know that I was listed in the term and done list, and recently, due to the various international reports, I've been involved in a number of Geneva movements, and I was hacked, and my family, my personal information was all hacked, and I am at a very difficult and risky situation, but that does not stop me. Yes, thank you very much for that. Yes, that would be the end for the prosecution.
Ms. Kim, my name is James Connell. Thank you so much for your testimony today. I want to make sure that we're using some terms the same, and that would be platoon, company, and battalion. Can you explain the difference between a platoon, company, and a battalion in the North Korean military structure?
Yes, it's not much different from what we already know. So ever since my defection, so I do know that the Lee Military College and my degree has been recognized. And I'm also an advisor to the armed forces in Korea. So security-wise, I cannot talk about what's happening in the armed forces here today. But in terms of the platoon and the company and the battalion, I do know that it's the same as what's happening here in South Korea. And if we may compare this with other countries, I don't know for sure. But then in terms of platoon in Korea and both South and North, I know that it's basically about 30 to 33 soldiers. The company would be 100 to 110. And then battalion, it would be 500 to, as mentioned, depending on the region. And depending on the mission, it would be from 500 to 700.
And the battalion that you mentioned that was involved in the external security at Yodok camp, do you know the number of that battalion?
As I said, it's a battalion, a typical battalion size, 500 to 700.
You talked about, for example, the 7th Corps. Designator of the battalion was.
The size is not very clear to me because, but still, if you're referring to the size, it's a battalion should be 500 to 700. But I must say that within the outside the security, I have to take you to the example of the sea, navy, the shorelines security, coastal security, and I was related to Sinpo zone, which is where the light water reactors were constructed. And usually this is a beach area, so this is a 100% size because it's only composed of women. So if you include everybody, it should be 105 to 108 in this military unit at the company side. But the Sokcho, the company, the size was 120, I think. It was well over 120. I wondered why it was different because this is an all-manned company, and therefore they are located in the mountains as opposed to beaches. So it should be where all the GPs should be facing each other, and therefore they need more people. Because all the GPs, the guard posts, should be facing each other. If I could compare this to the Yodok prison camp, Yodok is a mountainous area. I saw that it has a very peculiar landscape because there are a lot of cliffs you pass by, and then you enter into a very scary place, I told you. And therefore, to be able to guard a mountainous area, I think we need to have people closer to 600 to 700 people. But I have no actual military knowledge about it because I did not have such military information. I can make an assumption that it should be somewhere close to 600 to 700.
I think my question must not be very good, but I'm asking, is this the 3rd Battalion, the 57th Battalion? Does it have a designator?
대대 이름 모릅니다.
I have no information about the battalion name. That's military secret information. Mentioning of the Yodok was not allowed. So I have no knowledge about the battalion name. I can just give you the region. And the battalion is subordinated to the 7th Corps. Well, actually, you need to have the military, the number, designation number. I have no knowledge of that. We just call it the Yodok Battalion from the outside. So within the Yodok area, they are known as Yodok Prison Camp Battalion, not by the exact name.
So the Yodok Battalion was responsible for the external part of the camp, the perimeter security. Is that right?
요독 대대가
No, it's Yodok Prison Camp Battalion. Yodok region is overseen by a different battalion, and that should be under a different division. But for the Yodok prison camp, this is a vast area. The vast area is guarded by the Yodok prison camp battalion. That's the knowledge I came across when I visited.
So, for example, the Yodok Prison Camp Battalion handled the checkpoint.
That's correct.
The Yodok Prison Camp Battalion was responsible for external security. That is what happened outside the camp, guarding the perimeter.
Well, that is correct. So my friend said that the platoon officer said that he only deals with things that happen outside the walls of the Yodok prison camp. And what happens inside, they have to go far in. So they have to drive, to take a ride and go inside quite significantly to be able to see what happens inside. The strategies that Moot goes through is the 1st generation, 2nd generation, 3rd generation strategies. And this is the first line of defense. The first line of defense are where my friend, the platoon commander, was guarding. So what happens inside is a different story. You have to go through many different checkpoints to go to the Yodok concentration camp from there.
What happens inside is governed by the Ministry of State Security.
That is correct.
Any further questions?
Okay. Thank you very much. 수고하셨습니다.
Well, thank you for your participation. Thank you very much.
Well. I'm now going to close the first day of our the first international Moot Tribunal against human rights violation in the North Korea. The person charged is Kim Jong-un. We are sorry for his absence. But I'm now want to express my sincere gratitude to all the court officers and members of the Defense Council and Prosecution and colleague Judge Sylvia Rose Cartwright and all the good people here in Seoul who are full attendance to make this today's hearing a successful one. Thank you so much. We will resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Could you all rise, please? Thank you. Please be seated. So this concludes the first day of our Moot pre-trial on crimes against humanity in North Korean political prison camps. And we look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. when we reconvene. Thank you.
오늘 하루 고생해 주신 분들과 함께 하는 자리가 될 거고요. 그리고 여기까지만 먼저 하고 통역을 할까요? 어떻게 할까요? 통역을 간략하게. Thank you for everyone to be here tonight. And this time is for just having dinner together with the participants today. 그래서 오늘 그 연주와 노래를 해주실 분은 북한 탈북민이시고 그리고 소해금이라는 북한의 악기를 연주를 해주실 예정입니다. 한국에서는 이제 연주자가 없으시고 북한에서 온 악기이기 때문에 연주자가 단 한 분 계셔요.
We'd like to introduce you today a very special performer. He is a defector from North Korea and has settled in South Korea. He is a double string instrument player called 소해금, and this is a musical instrument unique to North Korea.
네, 그러면 박성진님을 박수로 맞이하겠습니다.
Please welcome Mr. Park with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요. 오늘 이렇게 의미 있는 자리에 여러분들과 함께 할 수 있어서 개인적으로도 굉장히 영광스럽습니다. 저는 북한에서 왔어요. 북한에서 온 지가 꽤 됐습니다. 그래요? 몇 분들이 계시네요.
It is a great honor for me to be able to join the distinguished audience tonight at this very meaningful event. I'm a North Korean defector and I left North Korea many years ago.
네, 북한에서 온 지는 2006년도에 대한민국에 입국을 했고요. 지금 이렇게 보이는 북한 악기인데요. 이 악기를 연주로 하고 있는 탈북 소해금 연주자 박성진입니다. 만나서 반갑습니다.
I've come to settle in the South Korean side in 2006, and I'm a professional musical instrument performer, and the musical instrument that I use is called 소해금.
아마 이 악기 여러분들 처음 보시죠? 네, 이 악기는 한국의 전통 악기인 해금을 북한에서 개량한 악기입니다.
소해금 is actually a North Korean instrument. It has been updated from the traditional Korean music instrument called 해금.
네, 그래서 현재는 북한의 한 대밖에 한국에는 이렇게 연주하는 사람들이 그렇게 많지가 않고요. 그래서 해금이 가지고 있는 전통적인 소리와 또 이제 바이올린이 가지고 있는 현대적인 소리를 같이 하고 있는 것이 특징이라고 볼 수가 있습니다.
And there are only the very few instrument performers in South Korea. And the 소해금 is actually an improved version mixing the strengths of two different instruments, 해금 and violin.
네, 그래서 먼저 제가 한국에서도 좀 알려진 민요이고요. 또 북한에서도 많이 불려지는 그런 민요인데 옹해라는 곡을 첫 곡으로 들려드리도록 할게요.
So I'm going to play for you today. I'm going to start with this very special song, traditional song called 옹해야, which is like a saluting. And this is a very well-known folk song also in the south and the north.
네, 감사합니다. 잘 들리시나요? 여기서 하나도 안 들려가지고 제가 반주를 들을 수가 없어가지고 네, 그래서 조금 이제 음량이 조금 올라간 것 같아서 네.
I'm hoping that you can hear me well because there's some interruption on the main stage. I can't hear myself very well.
네, 오늘 여기 김정은이 모의 재판 했다고 하더라고요.
So I heard about this Moot pre-trial against Kim Jong-un.
네, 저는 이제 고향이 평양이었고요. 아마도 이제 김정은이가 사는 곳 가장 가까운 곳에서 살다가 탈북을 하게 되었어요.
And I was born and raised in Pyongyang, and I lived in the residential area that was actually closest to where Kim Jong-un lived before I defected to South Korea.
탈북한 이유는 한국 노래 불러서 제가 그 보이부 감옥에 한 4개월 정도를 감금되어 있다가 거기에서 풀려서 나와서 내가 한국 노래를 마음껏 부를 수 있는 곳으로 가자 해서 탈출을 하게 되었습니다.
And the reason that I chose to defect to the south is that I was found singing a South Korean song one day. So I was detained by MSS for about 4 months. After I was freed up, I decided that I want to live in a country where I could sing as much South Korean song as I liked.
네, 최근에는 10대들이 한국 노래를 불렀다고 해서 공개 처형한 사건이 있었죠.
And I've heard about this shocking incident where the North Korean authorities choose to execute these teenagers for singing South Korean songs in a gunfire.
네, 제가 그때 불렀던 노래가요. 한 소절만 제가 잠깐 부를게요. 아마 여러분들께서 제목을 알 수 있을 것 같아요.
If I could sing you a few notes from the song that actually led to my detainment.
공반내는 안악내야 배족삼이 흠뻑천 뭐 이 노래가 뭐 그렇게 무슨
This actually led me to my detainment.
네, 이런 노래를 한 번 불렀다고 해서 목숨을 앗아갈 만한 이유가 될까요?
So singing a simple farmer's wife song is not really the reason for being threatened with your life.
네, 언젠가는 이제 북한의 독재가 무너지고 김정은이가 실질적으로 국제재판소에 기소되어서 합당한 보호를 받는 그날을 위해서 여러분들께서도 많은 힘을 쏟으시기를 바라겠습니다.
I really look forward to the day that North Korea's authoritarian regime would crumble, and the day that we actually hold North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un accountable, indict him at the international court will come. I really look forward to the day coming, and I hope to see you exert a lot of efforts towards that end.
네, 식사들 맛있게 하시면서 이렇게 음악을 즐기는 시간을 가졌으면 좋겠고요. 그래서 제가 좀 잔잔한 노래로 준비를 했습니다. 드라마 동의에서 나왔던 주제곡인데요. 부영화라는 곡을 제가 직접 연주를 했습니다. 네, 부영화 연주해 주도록 할게요.
And in the meantime, I do hope that you'll enjoy the dinner. So to help encourage your appetite, let me just bring you very soft tones on the music. This is the original soundtrack called 부영화 from the drama 동의.
감사합니다. 다음 곡들은 이제 외국 곡을 좀 준비를 했어요. 그래서 외국 분들이 좀 계신다고 해서 좀 공감할 수 있는 그런 음악을 준비를 했는데요. 첫 번째 곡은 헝가리 무곡이란 곡이고요. 아마 여러분들께서 들어보시면 잘 아실 것 같습니다. 그리고 계속해서 뱃삼의 무초라는 두 곡을 준비를 했습니다.
So I prepared a couple of foreign songs for the foreign guests to relate to more easily. The first one is Hungarian dance, and the second one is Besame Mucho.
감사합니다. 사실은 저희 아버지가 경상도 마산이 고향이었었고 이제 일본에서 사시다가 북한으로 귀국을 하셨어요. 네.
Actually, my father is a native of Gyeongsang Nam Province in the Masan City, which is the southeastern part of Korea, South Korea. And he was raised in Japan, and he decided to go to North Korea.
그래서 저희 아버지는 늘 북한에 있을 때 고향을 그리면서 한 평생을 사시다가 끝내는 이제 고향을 밟으시고 자기 고향인 대한민국에서 세상을 뜨셨어요. 네.
He always wanted to return to his homeland, which is South Korea, and he did finally before he died. So he actually died very peacefully in South Korea.
하지만 정작 자식들인 저희들은 통일이 되기 전에는 절대로 갈 수 없는 고향이 돼버렸어요.
But for his children, like us, we cannot go back to our homelands unless there is actual reunification of the two Koreas.
네, 하루빨리 김정은 독재 정권이 무너지고 또 한반도에 평화가 깃들어서 3만 4천 명이 넘는 수많은 탈북민들이 고향 땅을 밟는 그날을 그리면서 끝곡으로 홀로 아리랑 준비했습니다.
And I prepared this last final song as a finale. This is called Hullo Arirang, which means Ariranga by myself alone. With this song, I sincerely hope that the dictatorship would come to an end in the north, and that there will be eternal peace on the Korean peninsula. With the wishes of the 34,000 the defectors in South Korea, I'd like to dedicate this song to you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
앵콜을 전혀 준비를 못해서 지금 이제 앵콜을 하려면은 다시 또 USB를 가서 뭘 하고 해야 돼서 네, 그래서 식사도 맛있게 하시고요. 한반도가 통일이 되는 그날까지 여러분들 북한 정권을 또 김정은이를 국제재판소에 기소하는 그날까지 여러분들 함께 해주시기를 부탁드리면서 제 짤막한 공연을 여기서 마치도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 감사합니다.
This brings me to the end of my performance. I won't be able to play an encore because it requires some technical preparation, which I'm not able to do right now. But I do sincerely hope that you'll be together with us in support of our causes to bring justice in North Korea and to be able to indict Kim Jong-un finally at the International Court. Thank you very much.